Already at stage 6 of this year's Tour de France, and we're in Pau once again, heading off for a brand new finish, Gavarnie-Gueldre, and that is going to be a fascinating finish. Picturesque in the Pyrenees, having taken on both the Col d'Aspin and the Col du Tourmalet. Very much a day for the GC riders. And all of that in the wake of what was our first sprint finish of the Tour yesterday. An eventful one, as we are about to find out. From kilometre 0, Baptiste Weithofer ignited stage 5 with a fearless 144-kilometre solo raid, carved through the Pyrenean foothills, sweeping up every point in sight. One man, one mission, one peloton slowly winding behind him. Finally caught with 14 Ks to go, and then it was the sprinters sharpening their elbows. There was a crash which reduced those contesting the sprint, but in the end Olaf Kooi was the man. Olaf Kooi's resurgence is remarkable. The virus slowed him down early in the season, but he's rebuilt his season step by step, and now on debut at the Tour de France has a stage win.
Just being here felt like a victory already, more than any other race I started. With this spring, I think there were moments where I thought I would for sure not make it, and yeah, I think just the hard work that I put in, and just a belief along the way that I could make it helped me a lot today.
In the yellow jersey standings, Thorstein Tran stays in the maillot jaune. This is what it looks like. Sean Quinn in second, 28 seconds down. Matthias Vachek in third position before the big guns start to emerge, but they're nearly 8 minutes down on the time of Thorstein Tran. So a first Tour stage win since Decathlon took over as the main sponsors, and perhaps a little alleviation of the pressure currently on Paul Sexas as well. It's the first mountain stage though. Let's hear from our experts.
The Tourmalet is gonna give us some answers to the many questions we asked in the previous day. Jens Voigt, will we witness today a big battle for the GC already on the Tourmalet, which means a lot far from the finish?
Well, all the cards will be on the table today. We will see a lot more clear tonight. Two scenarios I'm gonna see. Pogacar and Team UAE all in on a Tourmalet trying to make a big explosion, or they play a little tactical game and only attack in the last kilometer to just win the stage. I go for the big battle. I think today it will be all hands on deck and go all in.
That's for sure a spectacular scenario that we are expecting. But Anders, we have Thorsten Tran in yellow with a big lead over the big gun. And he just have 28 seconds over Sean Quinn. So how will he perform today? What are you expecting from him? And also for the yellow jersey, what are we gonna witness today?
That's what we love about Grand Tours, all the races within the race. Uno X against EF, and we did meet Andreas Clear on our morning run today. He looked very motivated today. EF, they want to challenge Uno X, and Thorstein Tran, he was on the ground yesterday. Luckily he's all right, but I think they're quite confident, Uno X, that he is able to defend the jersey until maybe stage 14.
It's going to be a quite exciting day at the Tour de France.
Well, any stage that involves the Tourmalet is an exciting stage at the Tour de France. It always has an impact, and today will be no different. Alex Bourdin in the polka dots, will he still be in those at the end of today? Plenty of climbing points up for grabs on stage 6 of the Tour de France this year. Let's take a look at the first major mountain stage then at this year's Tour. Into the Pyrenees we go, heading off from Pau. The 76th time that Pau has been a stage town at the Tour de France, and the gateway to the Pyrenees. We go through Lourdes before heading up the Côte de Lucru. Then it's the intermediate sprint at Pouzac before a third category climb at the Côte de Mauvesin. Then it's the Col d'Aspin, Tour favourite, first category climb before going over the Souvenir Jacques Godet. The Col du Tourmalet being negotiated for the 90th time at the Tour de France. No other climb has been used more in the Tour's history, but it's a debut for Gavarnie-Guedre, the conclusion part of today's stage. A second category climb that takes us up to an altitude of 1,380 metres. 4,100 metres of climbing today. It certainly is not one for the faint-hearted.
All of the GC teams.
Well, Kasper Asgreen is getting set. Do EF Education EasyPost harbour a few aspirations for the yellow jersey? Could Sean Quinn get that 28 seconds back?
Patxi Vila, is this a day to take some risks to try and gain back some time and use the Col d'Aspin and the Col de Tourmalet to your advantage with your two-pronged attack with Remco Evenepoel and Florian Lipovets?
Well, I think first of all it's a day to understand where each GC big leader will be, you know, in terms of real climbing. So I think it's the for us at least to understand where we are. I think so far Tadej is the favorite #1. And then we have a bunch of others around there, you know. So I think it's a day where we have to understand things, and then we have to adapt and build a strategy once we can see that, you know. So I think it's hard to start with a clear plan and a clear strategy. I think we need to be flexible and adapt to what the race will offer.
At what point then do you think you'll have a better idea then?
I mean, I think probably in Spain, it's not going to happen that much. I mean, the punch will be reduced for sure, but I don't think between the big guys anything will happen. And then normally all the battle will happen in Tourmalet.
If Remco Evenepoel or Florian Lipovets are feeling good and it's going according to plan, is it too far out from the final to try and do something on the Col de Tourmalet? The Col de Tourmalet, we're talking 45 minutes, 50 minutes of racing up the climb. Is it too far out to try and gain time?
Okay, it would be the place or the spot, but then don't underestimate. I mean, it's not a real climb, but to go up to Gavarnie, it's a drag, and you have station up and down. So I think something could suit really well Remco, actually. But we have to see. You know, the downhill from Tourmalet is going to be around 18-19 minutes from the top to the start of Gavarnie, and then up to the finish line. It's the place, you know. After La Mongie, you are above 1,800 meters of height. It's going to be already at that point probably around 30 minutes of climbing, so fatigue will be there. Gradient is there, so I think all the ingredients, and also historically we always have seen that it's in La Mongie or around there that things really happen. So I think it's not too far, but still don't underestimate Gavarnie.
So down to the départ fictif. Once again, a warm day lies ahead for the Tour as the heat wave continues to come across Europe. Mats Pedersen in the green jersey, Alex Badouin in the polka dots, Thorstein Tran in the yellow jersey, white jersey for Matthias Vacek, and courtesy of that long breakaway, 144 kilometres yesterday, Baptiste Vatreveur is up on the front of the line after picking up the Combativity Award on stage 5. So the départ fictif rolls out from Pau. Thorstein Tran, as we've heard, potentially with aspirations to hold on to this jersey for at least a week. We're going to go past the Parc des Géants, which is a Tour de France homage, and riders who have excelled here in Pau already have their names written across the road. We saw Coppi's name written down. It's a fascinating interview with Max Walker from yesterday, and just on how many bidons he got through in yesterday's stage. He reckoned he got through 20 bidons. He was doing 4 bidons an hour, and also carried bidons. So he reckons that by the end of this Tour de France, he will carry approximately 600 to 700 bidons from the car up to his teammates. Matthias Vachek looking concentrated. Marcel Kittel, 2017, a winner in Pau. Arnaud Démare a year later. Julien Alaphilippe's name is there, and then Olaf Koy, the latest winner in Pau, his name painted onto the tarmac already in 2026. Man in charge of the green jersey, and augmented his lead in those standings with his performance yesterday, Mads Pedersen. Alex Baudin in the polka dots. 13 points to his name at present, but there are a host of points up for grabs today. And unless he gets himself involved in any breakaway that goes out today, or stays in the main bunch across the top of the Col d'Aspin, the Col du Tourmalet, it's going to be a pretty arduous task to hang on to the polka dot jersey today. Well, Pau really is looking stunning today. Already ice being applied by the riders, water being poured over themselves, water being consumed. Alex Baudin looks as though he's in a little bit of strife. We see Jérôme Marbout, the mayor of Pau, recording this moment for posterity. Once they get out, though, it is going to be a gradual start. It's going to be a real build-up. Riders will be, I'm sure, just really carefully monitoring each other. Today is that first proper mountain challenge, the first time that the GC men will really go toe-to-toe over some challenging climbs. Well, welcome back. You're watching stage 6 of the Tour de France. This is Alex Baudin, who shaking his head. Looks as though he's got a flat already. Getting a wheel change as the Tour makes its way out of the city of Pau. So Alex Baudin back away and will make his way back up towards the front. And he'll get plenty of applause. A Frenchman in polka dots, something the crowds love to see.
Bonjour Christopher.
Bonjour, bonjour à tous et tous.
Comment vous allez déjà?
Here is Chris Froome being interviewed in French. How are you doing? I'm well. I'm very happy to be here on the Tour de France in another role, I guess, and to see what happens behind the scenes. To be invited to the Tour, it's lovely to have this opportunity.
D'avoir l'opportunité de
découvrir tous ces coulisses.
We're struggling there just a little bit with the language. I think some vocabulary just lacking. But to discover the pleasure on this side of cycling of the Tour de France and not the painful side, which is, of course, the hard part of the Tour. One word from you about Paul Success. Everyone's talking about him. Is it too much, and are we putting too much pressure on him? Yeah, it is a bit too much. Not because he's not capable, but because he's 19 years old. Later on, he'll have a lot more pressure, but for now, I think he just needs to enjoy the Tour to gain as much experience as possible. Of course, he's going to want to win. All the riders want to win, but he will give his best to do so. But in my opinion, it's just not the right time for him. I think this is something he should be learning. He should be getting experience from the Tour this year, and then maybe in about 2 or 3 years then he can come back and think about winning it. But for now, it's just an opportunity, or should be an opportunity, for him to just enjoy the Tour. What were you doing when you were 19 years old? Well, I wasn't even, I hadn't even left Africa. I became a professional rider when I was 24 years old, and my first victory at the Tour was when I was 28. So I definitely think that time is on his side.
Un dernier mot, Christopher.
Well, one last word, please, Chris. We're celebrating 10 years of that infamous performance on Mont Ventoux. It's been 10 years already.
Bien sûr, dans le moment,
well, at the time I wasn't smiling. It was a moment of panic, of stress. All I was thinking was just trying to make it to the finish line. My bike was broken. But now I'm able to smile because I see those pictures. It was iconic. It's on Mont Ventoux, and it's part of the history of my career now.
Cette image, bon, c'est iconique sur le Mont Ventoux et c'est une partie de l'histoire de ma carrière maintenant.
Un grand merci. Merci beaucoup, Chris Froome. Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much to Chris Froome for those words, and really well done to do an interview in French as well. Most impressive. We still have 3.5 kilometres of the rollout here of the Départ Fictif, ahead of heading off on what is 186.2 kilometres today. 5 categorised climbs. It is a mountaintop finish, although it is only a second category climb up to the finish line. The very first time that the Tour is coming to Gavarnie-Guédres. The 76th time that the Tour has visited Pau. Haven't actually seen yet whether Alex Boudin has made his way back up to the main peloton. I'm sure he will have done. Very early on that he picked up those punctures and had to head back down.
Lenny, can you hear me? Attack of Pogacar, Lenny with Tadej. Très bien, très bien.
Is that what's going to happen later on today over the Col d'Aspin, over the Tourmalet? Well, have to wait and see. I don't think the countdown on the kilometrage through to the Départ Réal is working at the moment, and there were moments yesterday where it froze. Have a feeling it might be something to do with the heat, but let's forget about that for the time being and now go to our predictor for the day. No huge differences after yesterday's stage, with almost everyone picking Tim Merlier. Moreno Moser gained a small advantage over Darius, who was the only one to pick Philipsen. Well, Alberto says my favourite for today's victory is Tadej Pogacar. I don't know if he's going to arrive in a group or alone. I expect it to be a very fast stage though today. I don't think it's going to be a stage for the breakaway. I think it is a stage for the GC contenders. My favourite is Tadej Pogacar.
The one and only mountain stage in the Pyrenees, and it's going to belong to UAE team Emirates XRG with Tadej Pogacar, who's going to win his second stage in this year's Tour de France. It could be too long to go from the Col de Tourmalet, but it depends on how the stage is raced, how much fatigue is in the race, and how the Col d'Aspin into the Tourmalet is raced. But nevertheless, even if it's a very difficult day, he's still going to be there for that final climb. And even if there are other contenders with him, I think he can still outdo them on that run into the finish.
Dariusz predicts Tadej Pogacar. Tadej is going to win this stage. First true mountain stage of this year's race, featuring the Pyrenees, crossing over the legendary Col de Tourmalet. The Slovenian reigning world champion from UAE team Emirates XRG will be the best. And that is a universal thought from our team. Absolutely everyone going for Tadej Pogacar. So as a consequence, there aren't going to be any changes in the standings because they're all cancelling each other out. Baptiste Weithofer the most combative rider on stage 5, was up at the front of the race, on the front of the line. He's had a really decent tour so far. He did some great work trying to tow Arnaud Delis across a tricky third stage, and was out for 144 kilometres on his own yesterday. Baptiste Vatrafeur. I imagine that today will just be a question of getting across the line as best he can. So we head ever closer now towards the start proper. Paul Sexas knows his team have that stage win under their belts after Olav Koi's victory yesterday. Let's go and join our commentary team, and as ever at the start it's going to be John Mould and Declan Quigley.
All set now for the big one. Thanks very much to Jonathan Harris-Bass. He'll be back for commentary later on in this hugely important mountain stage. But now it's myself, Declan Quigley, and John Mould that are going to take you through the first phase of this all-important stage 6. Christian Prudhomme gets set to send the riders on the way. Flags in underway, and fascinatingly enough, it looks as if the Visma Lease bike squad fancy putting a rider in the break today, and that's something that we keep an eye on. Are we going to see some of the big guns and the teams of the big guns try and place riders up the road? It's the classic sawtooth profile, albeit mostly in the second half of what's a demanding stage, so not a bad idea to send a former world hour record holder up the road in the slightly flatter and more benign first element of this stage, and see if he can race clear. What sort of a scrap are we going to have for the breakaway on a stage of fully 186.2 kilometres? 4,163 metres of elevation, according to VeloViewer. It's the second highest and second most number of metres gained in any stage of Tour de France 2026. It's also the third longest stage of the Tour as well. It's going to be a long, hot day in the saddle. Temperatures in Pau as we leave them well north of 30 degrees Celsius and set to get hotter during the day. It'll be a little bit cooler up on the mountain tops by the time we make our way to a brand new town. Gavarnie Guedre is getting set to play host to Tour de France for the first time in its history. It's going to be a proud moment for that place, but yeah, that mountain, that hill. But it's altogether more benign in comparison with the Aspan and the mighty Tourmalet which precede it. And what sort of a scrap are we going to see when we get to those hills? It's going to be really fascinating stuff. It's already fascinating with Victor Campenaerts going for the lone breakaway, the lone 186-kilometre breakaway. I suspect that he is expecting that a few other riders are going to come and join him. And joining me is John Mould. John, in marked contrast to yesterday's sprint stage, we've got the classic mountain stage today, and so much speculation about how it's going to play out across the balance of the day. Basically, everyone thinks Pogacar's going to win, but how is he going to win, and when is he going to attack? And that's a big assumption that indeed he is actually going to win.
Yeah, it seems the common thought for everyone is Pogacar's going to win, but the question is how. How is he? That means
Remco's definitely going to win, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. We keep talking about one rider and someone else pops up. The interesting thing here with the actual, there's actually 2,800 meters of elevation in the final 80 kilometers. So if you get that in there, it's really flat, quite level all the way until we start climbing, and that's where it's difficult for the breakaway to be established, because those climbers, they haven't got the horsepower on the flat to get away. So this is why we're really still more thinking about Tadej or Jonas or the favourites winning today's stage, because it's going to be really difficult for really strong climbers to make those breakaways.
Yeah, that's why some of those big engines fancy racing clear. Fascinating, though, that we're not seeing an early push for this breakaway. I thought we might see the green jersey, and we may well see Mads Pedersen a little bit later on in the first phase of competition. We've got our first climb of the day. It's a Cat 4. If you like this kind of thing, we've got a Category 4 ascent today. We've got a Category 3. We've got a Category 2 to finish it. We've got a Category 1, which is the Aspan, and we've got an OR category, one of the high category, beyond categorization climbs, the Col du Tourmalet today. So something for everyone. In climbing terms, the Côte de Lecru is the first climb that comes, at least we start that with 137 kilometers remaining. Then we've got the sprint, 127 kilometers of the day remaining, so a little way to go before we get there, well over 50 kilometers, by which time are we going to have the likes of Mads Pedersen and any or all of the major points category contenders involved near the front of the race. And just as I say it, Mads has said, you know what, that pair might actually start disappearing off up the road. I'd better go and join them.
You just see a bit of the answer as well from the peloton behind. Pedersen, he's desperate to get the points, isn't he? He knows he needs to. We talked about how well 2 days ago he won that stage from the breakaway. Not one of those pure sprinters, able to pick up points in the bunch sprints, but he's after that intermediate sprint. And as soon as he does it, if he makes it, he makes the breakaway, and then almost that's his day done.
Yeah, first and seventh in the last two stages. He's extended his advantage in that points competition. It's a handy lead, it has to be said, at this point. 64 points, so 5 points on offer at that intermediate sprint, so that's something to keep an eye on. Most of our conversation, though, I think for the day is going to be around the climbers, but we will give the sprinters their due. Ben O'Connor has been leaking time since the first part of this bike race. I think that could be O'Connor that's just taken his leave of the peloton here. Super long range attack here for a rider who can climb with among the very best in the world. Deciding, well, maybe the decision was made for him, but losing time in the opening day team time trial, and since then he's been cutting a semi-anonymous figure to try and create this opportunity. 72nd overall, over 38 minutes down on general classification, with Mads Pedersen driving on the front at the moment. He's not going to find it that easy to clip across the 10-second gap. Interestingly enough, the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad not mirroring the tactic of the Visma Lease bike team. I mean, explain it a little bit, but it's always useful, isn't it, for Jonas Vingegaard, who had an interesting conclusion to yesterday's stage. We can chat about that in a little while, but Vingegaard has decided to put a teammate up the road, and we've seen that's a classic ploy, isn't it, from GC riders. It's Victor Campenaerts not going up here necessarily to try and win the stage, is he? He's there to support Jonas Vingegaard, but the UAE squad not mirroring that tactic.
No, exactly. I think UAE Team Emirates are happy to control things. We've seen them already at this Tour de France, the firepower they have. And there's always two different ways of doing it. Victor Campenaerts could do a similar job as Niels Pollitt does, as we've seen on the front of the Tour de France and many other Grand Tours. But this tactic allows the race to get hard, and maybe if Campenaerts can get as far as possible, he then can help, even if it's something really small on a descent. And honestly, what are those things that you don't even think about? Just a simple thing towards the final, where you can get bottles to help your leader, and that's what the Team Visma Lease bike are trying to put into practice here.
Third rider in there, by the way, is Huub Aerts, who was fourth across the line yesterday. So a couple of big engines, big sprint engines to go with Victor Campenaerts, and that's why it's difficult for a skinny climber like Ben O'Connor just to race across. And well, that has proved to be unproductive. That'll be frustrating, I think, for the Jaco Ulula, the Australian rider.
Yeah, now it's Filippo Ganna from Net Company Ineos who is either trying to launch a rider across or just trying to close this breakaway down. It looks like Tobias Voss is on the wheel.
Well, when a guy like Top Gunner hits the front, it's going to create a few cracks, even if he's drilling it from the very front. And just following the wheel, they'll be screaming and absolutely putting out sort of record power just to try and maintain a position. And that, as he pulls wide, potentially presents an opportunity for an attack if you're capable of doing it. Someone like Tobias Foss is one of the few indeed in world cycling, and certainly one of the few in the Netcompany Ineos squad who could think about it, but hasn't quite managed to stretch the elastic to breaking point just yet. Committed start to the affair, 181 riders still involved. We lost Alex Molenaar. Well, 181 finishes yesterday, but Alex Molenaar did finish the stage and feeling pretty groggy about it. He was involved in that late race crash yesterday. The man who was challenging for the mountains competition from Caja, unfortunately diagnosed with a broken hand and a bit of concussion to go with that. He's out of the Tour de France. Still in is a man who was also affected by that crash yesterday, Jonas Vingegaard. He was delayed by the crash, had to make a bike change. It was complicated.
Jonas Vingegaard, first tell us about yesterday. Looked spooky. Talk us through the run-in and yeah, your teammate Campenaerts who gave you a bike.
Yeah, well, in this roundabout there was the crash. I thought we would go through it, but then Torstein Tren, the yellow jersey, he crashed into my bike, and I had to clip out, and my bike was my rear derailleur was broken, and I had to jump on the bike of Victor, and the team did a good job to bring me back there.
Obviously a big day today, Jonas. Climbing Col du Tourmalet, you have great memories there. What do you remember the most of Tourmalet from your career?
Well, I mean, there's a few memories. I did it 2 times in 23. I did it in the Tour first, and then in the Volta afterwards. Of course, winning on my daughter's birthday in the Volta was something special for me. Probably one of the most special moments in my career as well.
We know you as a team that you will never tell us your plan. We have to wait and see. But what do you expect from your rivals, from UAE, from Pogacar?
Well, I expect it will be a really hard day. It will be. It's a tough parcours. It's warm again. Will be a bit colder later on, but still, it's gonna be a warm day, hard day. So I expect fireworks today.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Long day, hot day. Good memories. Is he going to make a few more good memories? Jonas Vingegaard went perilously close to leaking and losing some significant time yesterday. That was just outside that magic 5 kilometers to go zone that crash happened. Inside 5 to go, any mishap and you get the time of the group that you were in, which happened to be the group contesting the stage win. Outside it though, and it was, what, about 5.2 kilometers from the finish line. And had he finished behind the peloton, could potentially have lost time to Tadej Pogacar. But as it worked out, it was a fantastic response, and ultimately they were able to knit it back together again and just about linked up with the back of the peloton, literally in the closing meters, and ended up losing nothing. It was a quick piece of decision making by himself and Victor Campenaerts yesterday.
Yeah, it was, and that's the time, and that's why you actually have riders of similar height as your team leaders, or similar bikes where they can just jump on. It's a really good example. With 5 kilometers to go, the car would have taken a really long time to get there, to get a spare bike to him with the carnage that it was on that corner. So a split decision like that they thought about and talked about before was completely the right decision, and that's allowed Vingegaard, yeah, to not lose time and still be in that hunt.
Victor's not around him at the moment, though. He's gone up the road. Others hitting little challenging moments. Garner Rubio might have fancied this one. Diminutive Colombian climber who has enjoyed success in Grand Tours in the past. Great stage of Giro a couple of years ago. Garner Rubio, though, is going to have to chase down a very fast-moving peloton. 28 seconds for our big engines, very strong group, but albeit just 3 riders. So those that have missed it and fancy being in it yeah, they're not letting them away just yet, and that's the Alpecin Premier Tech squad that have hit the front. They obviously, Jasper Philipsen going for intermediate points in the last couple of days. He's thereabouts, sitting 4th in this particular category, this standings at the moment. It's Well, it's about 71-point advantage that Mads Pedersen has over Jasper Philipsen. Doesn't want to extend that by another 25 or more, because at the moment Mads Pedersen is exactly where he needs to be. All the other points contenders are somewhat disadvantaged. A lot of work to do just yet for this breakaway if they're going to establish anything significant. Another look at the Le Chateau de Pau. 77th time the Tour de France has visited, or 78, depending on how you look at it, because it was there yesterday. But then I think it's just, you know, one visit per Tour de France. A ride in and a ride out again the following day, and utterly content, delighted with himself at the moment. Why wouldn't he be? He's a Tour de France debutant. He's already a stage winner. Indeed, you've got to go back 4 years, I think, to the last time that a rider has won on his first sprint opportunity ever at Tour de France, and that's something that happens. It's a vanishingly rare occurrence to already lift the, relieve the tension. Both himself and Mads Pedersen have got stage victories already, and for those sprinters, they live in a world where winning is a relief, not necessarily a thrill. There's a thrill element to it as well, but it's just, the relief from the expectation is often the overriding emotion.
I think what you said towards the end, the expectation. These sprinters, they have so much belief, and it is just an expectation. They don't think any different. They go into any chance they get and they expect to win. So yeah, you're completely right. It's like a relief when they finally do it. Sometimes it's almost a shrug of the shoulders. Yes, I said I was going to win.
That was the job.
Yeah, that's the job. So it's always nice. I think sprinters especially, they're such psychological bike riders. That as soon as they get the confidence up, they just ride differently. They're able just to be less stressed in those situations, and that's that key as a sprinter. When they're confident and they completely back themselves, they just seem to go on a roll every time.
Yeah, human beings are amazingly complex and frustratingly simple at one and the same time, aren't they? Man with all the confidence in the world. Didn't get the win yesterday, mind you. He was 7th across the line, was Mads Pedersen. It was it was a confusing finale. It was beautifully executed by Olaf Koy. So much talk about the Decathlon CMA CGM team coming in with sort of dual objectives around Olaf Koy for the sprints. Slim down lead out for him, and of course how that was going to implicate Paul Sexas, who's the big project for general classification. Although, as we heard from Chris Froome, great to see Chris Froome on the race. The now retired Chris Froome, the now officially retired at any rate, Chris Froome. The expectation is off the beam, really, for a teenager in the Tour de France. He just needs to learn the race, get a feel for it, try and win it, but whatever. And in years to come, they can maybe heap expectation on his shoulders. But he thinks, whatever about the expectation, he's surely getting the attention. And the Decathlon squad, I suppose, with Olaf Koy after his complicated lead into Tour de France or through the season with the illness that he was shrugging off, and finally finding a bit of form just in the Baloise Belgium Tour, just ahead of Tour de France. I think that was a source of relief for him, but also for the team as well. They've got a stage victory. They've managed to take a little bit of attention away from the Sexas experiment. It's a fast-moving group, isn't it? It's a group of just 3 riders clear of the field on the 6th stage, the first major mountain appointment of Tour de France 2026. There's the situation in the points category, the battle for that green jersey, and the man wearing green for a second successive day is Mads Pedersen. As you can understand, Biniam Girmay, who has put his couple of teammates into the chase behind, Alpecin Premier Tech as well, and this is the first proper defence of the yellow jersey for the Uno X team, so they'll take their cue and in some ways maybe be mildly grateful for this work from the Alpecin Premier Tech and NSN squads as they defend the yellow jersey in the mountains for Torsten Train. How's he going to get on today? He's a good climber. Is he going to be able to handle the what's happening on the Tourmalet, the Aspen, and the final climb to Gavarnie?
I would expect so. He's a strong climber. the Norwegian Torstein Threin, and you also have that added morale of a yellow jersey, so maybe that just helps, adds those extra few watts. But the interesting thing now happening on the screen is Mads Pedersen is in that breakaway with 3 riders. He's the leader of the green jersey competition, and it's Alpecin Premier Tech and NSN who are doing the work to try and bring things back or control the peloton as such. So it shows how keen and interested they are in that points jersey. Are they going to allow the breakaway of these 3 riders to establish, or is it NSN and Alpecin Premier Tech who are going to bring things back together?
Will they try and get it down to about 10 seconds and then throw a rider across and into it, or do they pull it back and try and eliminate Mads Pedersen from a breakaway opportunity? I mean, it's such a powerful group of 3 riders as well. They're continuing to gain time, so it seems, at the moment at any rate, as if Alpecin Premier Tech and NSN maybe need a little bit of help to try and close this one down.
Yeah, it's kind of a hard one to understand why they're trying to shut it down. I think if they are trying to bring it back together, you need to do it as quickly as possible. And then if you're not doing it straight away, you're kind of just using riders. You almost, in a way, let it establish and then go for the points behind. Because at the moment, you either get it back and you have full maximum points, or now you sit back and you commit to the intermediate sprint and make sure only three riders are there and pick up what's left behind.
There's more than an hour of racing to that first to that intermediate sprint. They've got a short climb just ahead of it. Is there any sense in a tactic where you allow them 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes and then and let them use up a little bit of energy and then try and produce a sustained push to close it down close to the sprint, or is that's a tough game to play?
But yeah, possibly. You could leave 2 riders just to ride to hold it at this gap. But yeah, you'd think you really want it back. You'd want it back and under control to give yourself the best chance. But in a way, we might see a race until that sprint point, and then things all come back together, and then it sets up NSN and Alpecin Premier Tech to fight for maximum points in the intermediate sprint.
Complicated start of the day for the leader of the mountains competition. He has oddly enough extended his lead. We extended it yesterday by getting an extra point advantage over Alex Molenaar on the single categorized climb of the day. Molenaar unfortunately forced to abandon overnight, so non-starter today, as a result of which it's a slightly extended day, but there's an absolute raft of points available today. Maximum theoretical point gain today, 38 points if you add up the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, the 1st and indeed the OR category climbs. And at the Col de Tourmalet, of course, there's an extra bonus, the Souvenir Jacques Godet. They'll go past the monument on that little saddle, isn't it, the col. I mean, the Tourmalet is one of those mountains where you're going up it until such time as you're going down it. The little plateau at the top is probably only about 3 meters long, isn't it? It's one of those ones that's straight up and straight down, and you've barely a moment to sort of take in your surroundings, grab a bidon, grab something to cool you down. I don't think there'll be too many gilets out there. I don't think people will be going for copies of L'Equipe or grabbing bits of cardboard from spectators. It's such a warm day.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect so. Just see one of the riders from Little Trek coming up to speak to speak to Magnus Cort. I think he's asking the same questions as me. What's happening here? He's almost come up to Magnus Cort and said, "Who's riding? Are you guys controlling?" No. It's just one rider from NSN and one from Premier Tech. So you saw the Little Trek rider then just sitting in 3rd wheel, and I'm sure he'll be asking the same questions. Like, what's your plan here? Obviously, he's trying to look after and understand what the plan is for these 2 teams. Are they going to allow Mads Pedersen to take maximum points from the breakaway, or are they going to bring him back before we get to that point?
I suppose at this point it's gone over a minute. I mean, it's such a classy group, isn't it? We'll throw Huub Aerts into his hat into the ring as well, as maybe a rider who's looking to to gain points towards the points competition after his 4th place finish yesterday. I'm not sure where that put. Oh yes, he's sitting 12th at the moment, 35 points, massive. He's over 100 points down on the man in green at the front here. Nonetheless, things can change, and obviously has some pretty good form after that sprint yesterday, but they really need more riders chasing behind if this is going to be a sustained chase. And presumably the climbers and the overall race leaders team, they don't necessarily want to go absolutely pell-mell to those climbs today, do they? They want to sort of build themselves into the day. As you said, the second portion of the day is in itself an absolute beast just on its own. That final 80 kilometres is huge.
Yeah, we get most of the climbing just all back-ended. So, and with that, that's just you're either going uphill or downhill. There's no time for anything. There's a little bit of valley road at some points, but still, you're going to be moving at a lot of speed before you know it. After Col d'Aspin, you go down that descent and you hit the Tourmalet.
It's a coefficient 4, actually. Yeah, it's 4 of 5. Yeah, they have 7 different coefficients. 6 and 7 are for the individual and team time trials, but of the road racing stages, they're sort of coefficient 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with 5 being the most difficult from the road stages. And the only reason it's not quite the most difficult is because they categorize a short mountain stage as coefficient 5 and give a more generous time cut, a higher percentage of the finishing time of the race winner, the stage winner. And this one, because it's a very long stage, gets a slightly lower coefficient, so a marginally smaller percentage difference. Having said that, as you pointed out, with so much climbing in the second half of it, it's almost as challenging for the sprinters and those riders that aren't in great form than one of the coefficient 5 stages, the short mountain stages. Doesn't look like anyone's home. Shutters closed. Got to try and keep those rooms as cool as possible on a hot day in the Pyrenees. More issues this time. Vacek, after his heroics 2 days ago in supporting the victory of Mads Pedersen, the Lidl Trek man, leader of the Young Rider competition, for now at any rate, and enjoying that experience. He's had that competition in all 3 Grand Tours at this point, so the Czech rider. Quick reset and go again. He'll be very much part of a very large cavalcade, so should be able to make his way up and back in, albeit still very much a fast-moving peloton. Jensi's out on the bike. Jens Vogt knows what these days are like, knows how challenging and arduous they are. He's on the motorcycle. What are his views and observations?
Alrighty, behind the peloton, and the race does not disappoint yet. It's the fast start as we expected. It's a mix between the green jersey trying to go for the points. People gonna try later to attack for the mountains jersey, for the stage win, and we're gonna have the satellite riders, the relay stations, trying to go out there, so to be there at the end if their leaders attack. I wouldn't be surprised if, yes, of course, Team Visma Lease Bike, Tadej Pogacar's team, or even Decathlon would love to have somebody out there who can always drop back to help the leader when they attack behind. And I believe attacks gonna be happen already on the Col de Tourmalet. Back to the commentators.
Cheers, Jens. Tourmalet is the major focus. They've got the Aspen to get up before they get to that one, and they also have the third category climb of the Côte de Mauvezin. They come after the intermediate sprint, and that in turn comes after the short 2-kilometre category 4 climb of the Côte de Lecru. We're not expecting too much of a challenge on that Cat 4 ascent.
Try to slow it down when you get in.
And Lidl Trek not happy to have a motorcycle within half a kilometre of the front of the peloton at the moment. We get the old wave ahead from Tom Squinch as he wants to make sure there's no assistance whatsoever. Honestly, the riders will ride into the slipstream, so you know, they also take a little bit of responsibility there. But NSN on the front of the peloton at the moment. Chris Nyland's doing great work on his Scott Foyle. SRAM equipped Zip wheels. Remember when Zip came in, and they were just the must-have, and there's so many other wheel manufacturers performing similar wonders. still a popular choice. How's Remco going? He's flying under the radar a little bit, but he's looked absolutely fabulous so far in Tour de France. But we'll get a sense today whether, I mean, best individual time trialist in this bike race. I don't think there's too much argument about that one. But so far in his Grand Tour escapades, the really, really long calls have been somewhat challenging. Everything up over 20 minutes, half an hour, that's serious numbers. And that's where the real mountain goats establish themselves. Can Remco Evenepoel with a changed, an adjusted approach, and you've got to admire that as well. I mean, if you find that something isn't working, there's no point. I mean, the definition of madness, isn't it, doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome? So he's gone away, hasn't raced for 60-odd days ahead of Tour de France 26, has gone into training camp mode, been at altitude. He says he's the kind of guy who can come in. It suits him to go to training camps because he's not getting any rest days. If you've got a race program, you've got days in between the races where you're not actually racing, you're just preparing for the next race. And he'd rather be training during those days.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We're just waiting to see the Remco Evenepoel turn up, aren't we? Well, I would say there's a nice sign that he isn't as punchy. In those early stages where we saw Isaac Del Toro win, he talked about how he left the gap and then tried to rush it. The usual Remco, the one that we saw win the Olympics in Paris, you saw he had that punch. And what happens if riders have lost their punch? It means they've worked really hard on those longer efforts. So maybe, in the hopeful side of it, maybe that's just been decreased a little, and he's really improved on those longer climbs.
He's traded some of his classics engine for something a little bit special in the big mountains. We'll see whether that's going to transpire. He'll be nervous, he'll be excited, he'll be focused and looking forward to this one. Another pretty good time trialist is in this one. 3 riders up the road and they're continuing to pour coal on the fire. Advantage continuing to rise for our trio up front. What are we showing with at the moment? North of a minute at any rate, and still going in the right direction. Victor Campenaerts, first attacker of the day. Mats Pedersen did well to get in here, actually, because I think he was probably expecting a more sustained fight. I mean, did we expect that it was going to be, there will be more riders actually investing in this break, or are many riders thinking that it's only when we get into the mountains proper that we'll have a clear, established breakaway of the day?
Yeah, possibly maybe on Col d'Aspin, where finally the climbers can make that breakaway, and then potentially that could go all the way to the finish if it's the right combination. But the problem is, with it being so late, it really needs to be quite a lot of luck to get that right combination and be allowed to go all the way.
Meanwhile, Mateusz Wacek showing it over half a minute down on the main peloton at the moment. I suppose that's probably going to be only about 20-odd seconds, because this peloton is pulled to its full capacity length of, what, about 176 riders at the moment. It'll be covering tarmac of, as you see, and the shot widens. It's probably a couple of 100 meters long at least, isn't it? And he'd be well in the car, so I wouldn't be too concerned at the moment for Mateusz Wacek, especially given the terrain, not too mountainous at the moment.
No, and actually the gap from the front of the peloton to the rear of the peloton is probably 25 seconds itself. When it's lined out like this, it's a long way in time from the front to the back.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, if you're just trying to plug into cycling and get the hang of this incredibly consuming, wonderfully arcane, beautifully complicated sport. Well, there he is, he's right on. Mateusz Wacek, he wasn't long in making his way up and back in, and the white jersey is once again part of the main group. But the time of the groups is taken from the first rider in Group 1 to the first rider in Group 2 to the first rider in Group 3. But in Group 2, in this situation, we had, as I said, 177 riders or so, 176, and well, they take a long time, relatively long time, to cover that space. And we'll go on for about an hour about why that's the case. Let's hear from Hubert.
So this is another...
Called him for a tinker. Oh, it's position on the bars.
So just trying to listen as best as possible.
He's got a warning. So tell us about that, John. It sounds like his position on the handlebars is the issue there. Has he got a warning? Has he already got a significant censure?
Yeah, it's a really questionable one, what the situation really is.
Tour de France Stage 6 in the big mountains today. It's a group of fast men, big engines that have raced clear. And it's an advantage of 1.25 minutes over a fast-moving and hard-working peloton. Hubarts has got some difficulties here. I think he's been censured by the commissars for his position on the handlebars, and it's about talking point. It's something we discussed a couple of days ago, but basically you're only really allowed to contact the bike with your feet and your butt and your hands, and elbows cannot contact these handlebars in any way, shape, manner or form, or the forearms can't lie, even though they've got these wonderfully flat handlebars these days. It's such a temptation, and that's not permitted. It's all about bike racing at the moment. Worth remembering, though, that you can stream. You can find our extensive Tour de France coverage on HBO Max, and when the racing is done, there's even more to enjoy. The global phenomenon is back. It's the Emmy-winning HBO Originals House of the Dragon. It returns for its most fiery season yet. The realm is on edge. Power is up for grabs, and the War of the Throne is about to ignite. Stream the new season now on HBO Max. It's a pretty good description of what's happening out on the roads. Heading to the mountains today.
This is really interesting. We haven't got any word from the commissaires, but I've just noticed the peloton, on the front of the peloton is Lotto Intermarché, who were just attacking. But why would they be attacking if they... It seems like Hubarts is in a lot of trouble. That would be the only reason that Lotto Intermarché...
Has he potentially been disqualified from this bicycle race? And he's riding along because he's trying to negotiate or
that's what I'm thinking.
This is currently speculation, and ordinarily, I mean, there is the potential, and we've seen it in the past, whereby if you are decreed to have used the handlebars in an unapproved position, then you can be disqualified from the race, and we've seen riders pulled out of it. Now that would be, I have to say, draconian. It may well be that the commissars have very little wiggle room on that one, that if they see that rule having been broken, that's the only course of action that they can take, and once you've made that decision, there's very little going back on it. But at the moment, he's still part of this three-rider group. Now, are we seeing attacks on the front of the peloton because Lotto Intermarché no longer believe that in a real sense they're a part of this breakaway? Well, he's still in there, and look, we're not this is all just speculation at the moment, but clearly he's been back to the commissar's car. He's been back to, I think, the race director as well, for a little bit of a chat about what's going on. Everyone does it, he says. To a certain extent, everyone does do it. They probably all do it out training, and riders have had to educate themselves about this in recent years. It's been a real talking point. The so-called puppy paws that we heard, they were banned. You know, you definitely have to keep your hands attached to those to the handlebars in some way. But as well as keeping your hands attached, you cannot rest your forearms on the handlebars, and that's such a classic way to set up, especially in this flat road riding that they're doing at the moment. And well, we'll keep tabs on this. At the moment, he's still very much part of this three-rider breakaway.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one, because even as you're trying to get a good example of it, even Mads Pedersen just there, but if he just lowers himself a little bit and bends his elbows, even though his hands are completely in contact with the bike and in the right position, his forearms could just about touch the top of the handlebars. So yeah, it's a really hard one to define. There's no the puppy paws rest in Yubasa and not having control completely outlawed now.
Well, if you
but
look at Kasper Asgreen, yeah, just
exactly.
I mean, he was kind of close to what they were talking about there, wasn't he? I mean, explain why you would want to do that. I mean, that forearms locked in exactly the same plane as the as your hands, and as the that's just more aerodynamic.
It's more aerodynamic, and actually, in some ways, it feels more. You're in more control. You really have to. You put your weight on the front. You bend your elbows. You're holding the hoods, the brake levers, and you're still in complete control. You can see Mads Pedersen. That was good. There's a little gap, but it's easily done when you're on the front. Just to bring your shoulders down. And it's so hard to define rider to rider. It's not easy to say, oh, he's definitely doing something wrong, because some riders, yeah, everyone's body shape is a little bit different. I think this is near the example, but in my mind, looking at it, see, this is, yeah, Victor Campenaerts. So the rule is so. I don't know the rule. The commissaires know perfect, but if you go off the letter of the law, Victor Campenaerts was resting his forearm on the handlebars there.
And for how long is permissible, or how long? You know, is it just a momentary touch of the forearms against the? Well, one man who knows exactly how to get himself into the perfect aero position is Remco Evenepoel, nestling in the main body of the peloton at the moment. Looking forward to some mountains.
Remco, how much do you want to change your relationship with Tourmalet today? Because he didn't have mercy for you last year. Also in the Vuelta you had bad memories there, but I think the shape in this Tour de France is quite different.
I mean, I also went over once and I was third in the Tour, so I think it makes no sense to always look at the negative. So it's a new year, it's a new stage, a different stage, so new chances.
How curious are you to test yourself in such a long and hard climb against the other GC guys?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not the only long climb that we do in this tour, but it's the first very long one. So already with Aspen before, it will be a lot of fatigue in the legs, and then there's, yeah, obviously then there's Tourmalet. Then we go down and we have a long valley climb to the finish line. So yeah, I just need to believe in myself, go for it, and make the best of it.
Did you change your breakfast today, going to such a long and hard day? Did you eat anything more or different?
No, I just follow my food coach plan. That's it. Nothing special. So yeah, maybe some extra Nutella to have this power. It's a tip I get from Mattia Catania to, on the big days, have a bit of Nutella because it gives power to the legs. So
you expect today to attack on the Tourmalet already?
We'll see.
Best of luck.
So Remco staying well fed, but Hubarts is out of the breakaway, potentially out of the Tour de France, and I suspect this is a cruel disappointment here for Hubarts, especially after his excellent fourth place finish in yesterday's stage. Made his way into the break, putting himself up the road, and clearly the commissars have seen too much of that forearms on the. I mean, the precise definition of the rule is probably something we need to look up and get a sense of. But for the commissars, they just believe that it's what he has done is not acceptable and has transgressed a law that's got increasing attention. And for the reason described earlier, that the reason that they introduced this rule was that they needed the riders to maintain full connection with the bike and to make full control of the bicycle. But as you say, that's a position that he was adopting, potentially even greater control. Tell you what, this one's going to get the internet going.
Yeah, it's a very interesting
in the meantime.
one. So there's the a video, yeah, not VAR like in cycling, but there is the video commissaires who sit in a box at the finish. They have the feed to all the cameras, so they even might have picked something up that we haven't seen. But it looks like the decision's been made now. Even I don't know whether it's sure if it's a disqualification or he's been told he has to return to the peloton. No direct communications then.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard, which is a pity sometimes, isn't it, that there isn't, you know, something that can come up on screen, or whether there's an official sort of channel that we can access these decisions. The decisions understandably have to be made by the College of Commissars, rightly or wrongly. They're the ones, they're the arbiters, and they're the ones that have to make the decisions. But it would be nice, I suppose, to have a better sense of what exactly was the thinking and what exactly indeed has happened right now. What we can be absolutely certain of is that Hubarts is out of this breakaway. We haven't seen him on the side of the road just yet.
And it's such a hard one to tell, isn't it? Because until we know the full information, we don't know actually what infraction there has been. Because if it was the handlebar position, you can look through so many different riders that have done that position probably already within this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you say. Everyone does it. But now that's not a reason to break the rules. But he might be thinking, well, I didn't do it that much. I just did a little bit. I mean, it's... what's the level of reprimand? Can you just say, look, here's your penalty, you're out of the break? It's an odd... I haven't heard that one applied recently.
No.
Yeah.
I've never heard or seen that, so the only thing I can think of is the other thing, he might have to go back to the chief commissaire. They sit behind the peloton, or just in front. So maybe he's going to speak to the chief commissaire and maybe get an answer from them. They're the key decision maker out of that team. I'm sure everyone is trying to get some explanation from that car, Lotto Intermarché, but at this point they probably know as much as us.
Yeah, Robbie McEwen, our colleague, is saying something similar on our group, by the way. He said must be DQ, disqualification, as opposed to any other DQ that might be hereabouts. I don't believe there's a UCI punishment that says drop out of the break. There's only one punishment for position infractions. I mean, that's the thing. We saw that with the tiny weight differential for...
Yeah, maybe this is a clip.
Yeah, let's get a look at this. Was this an extended period for Hubarts?
So the problem here, he hasn't got his little finger wrapped around the actual hoods. So in the rules, actually, you need to hold those handlebars either with the little finger or two fingers underneath, so you're still in control of the bike. So that there is an infraction. It's again.
Does the punishment fit the crime? I mean, it's something we saw at the Women's Giro d'Italia with Lorena Wiebes disqualified from the first stage. It was just a few grams of a difference, and suddenly she's out of the race.
But look at Durbridge. Look at Durbridge. Sorry, exactly the same position. Ganna has got those two fingers locked underneath. Alaphilippe has got one locked underneath. It happens so often. It's The rule is, it needs to be in place. I completely agree with it. We need to do something with the rider safety, but it's so hard to consistently manage it. Is the biggest thing that causes the most trouble here.
Right. How do you have eyeballs on every single rider in the bike race? Naturally enough, Hubarts is going to get a little bit more attention than most in that breakaway. But again, I mean, sometimes when there's a clear infraction and the UCI commissars, they have to make their decision. They've made their call. Looks reasonable based on what we saw. But should there be a grading of punishments, you know, a warning followed by some censure, you know, a fine, or, you know, penalty on time, or points in the points classification, followed by a disqualification for repeated infraction, whereby, I mean, this just seems a brutal application of the rule, as some will say, at any rate.
Yeah, and even if, okay, maybe not a disqualification, maybe a simple warning, a yellow card. We'll have to wait until the communique, what the race organisers share with the teams and everyone at the end of the day, to see where the fines go or the infractions. But it's quite a strict one.
We're hearing Belgian press are saying, yeah, Belgian press are saying a warning from the race jury to Aerts and out of the break, which is something I haven't heard before. But if that's the case, frustration for Aerts, but still in the bike race, and at least seems like a more equitable application or a more equitable penalty. No, I'm not sure if Jensi on the bike has managed to see any of this and what his view is on it. Let's hear from him.
I'm just back from talking to the team car of Intermarché Lotto, and they told me they're unhappy with the jury. They think the jury is too tough, but the bike is correct, the position is correct, the setup is correct. The point of the problem was he had his hands on the inside of the brake levers to get his shoulders more narrow, to have a more narrow position on the bike, more aero position. If you have the hands on top of the handlebar, he had them kind of like twisted around, so that is the problem. So they told him off, they said, you cannot do that. He's back at the peloton. I don't think he will get disqualified. But yeah, it's the position of his hands on the handlebar. That was the point of problem. And back to your commentators.
Yeah, cheers for that. That's further clarification, really, that one, he's back in the main peloton and still in the bike race, so that's certainly good news for him and for Lotto Intermarché. And two, it's another way of describing what you were saying, actually, that you've got to have those hands wrapped around the hoods, or wrapped around the brake levers, basically, so that you can get to the brakes, you can make those quick stops if required, and also make a gear change as required as well. So that seems like it's a little bit of extra clarification, that's useful. Frustrated Huub Aerts.
Yeah, it really
still
has.
in the bike race.
We assume so. We assume it doesn't still know. It's just a strange one to then be sent out of a breakaway. It really, I don't know the rule book well enough. Maybe I need to keep reading it. It's updated so many times, but yeah, what the commissaires goes. And if they've made a decision, and that's the punishment they've decided to give. So it's a strange one, but it seems the way that.
Well, after he got the censure, he stayed in the break, you know, trying to negotiate. His team presumably were on the blower, were on the radio to the race jury, trying to get further clarification. But he was influencing the race in his own way. Maybe he should have just sat on the brake for a little while that conversation took place. And presumably back in the main peloton, not taking too much part in that one at the moment. Difficult moment for Huub Aerts. He's back in the bunch for now at any rate. Just two up front. Replay of Huub Aerts just explaining to Mads Pedersen that he was going to have to head backwards. Something we were talking about yesterday is how well the sprinters get on, actually. I suppose only they know just the intensity and the nature of the competition in those final kilometres of a bike race and the sprint to the line. So they have the most in common with each other than any other riders in the peloton. So despite the gladiatorial nature of their combats, they, generally speaking, actually pretty much all tend to get on okay with each other, apart from that final few hundred metres when all bets are off. Long way to go for these riders to sprint to glory today. It's unlikely to be these two contesting. Different agenda, different objectives. Victor Campenaerts trying to stay cool, calm and collected. Long range attack for the formerly a fine time trialist. He doesn't do as much work on his time trial anymore because he is one of the most valued domestiques for Jonas Vingegaard. And as we can see, he is resting his forearms on the handlebars there, but he's got his hands wrapped around the hoods perfectly, and he's fully in contact with those brake levers.
Yeah, and that's the difficult point. You just go back. Yeah, it's just. I think it is literally just that little finger that he hasn't hooked onto the hoods.
Brake lever.
You need to be underneath the brake lever, like that with Mads Pedersen right now. Just one finger, and that's all that. The difference between staying in the breakaway or not.
In fairness to Huub Aerts, I mean, this is the very highest level of cycling competition. He's got all the supports available to him at this level of racing. You would expect that he, or at least those around him, ought to know the rule book backwards, forwards, inside out. That's the responsibility. So maybe from his point of view, he's perhaps it's an error on his part that he was just making that little bit of mistake and needs to take his medicine a bit.
Yeah, there is definitely a balancing act between it as well. This is obviously the biggest race in the world. So as Thomas says, and the UCI, they make the decisions to really make strong decisions here, because that sets the precedent for every other race in the world. Lower level, everything from youth all the way to point one or pro races. So in some ways, at the start of the season, that position might not have been reprimanded at all. It would have flown under the radar. Also, at the big races, you have the VAR truck, the video assistant. They watch every camera angle. They might have spotted something.
And there are more cameras. Yeah.
And there is a lot more cameras than unfortunately, that we can't use them all. But there's a lot of cameras and a lot of eyes out there.
Two up the road at the moment. Hubart's back in the main peloton, feeling pretty grumpy about things, but it's given us a talking point, that's for sure. It'll give the internet something to excite as we look forward to the big climbs today. Lots and lots of climbing meters still to be gained, and while all that action was happening, our two up front have pretty much managed to maintain their lead. It's a solid and constant 1 minute and 8-10 seconds. And indeed, another thing we missed was a counter-attack by Mauro Schmidt. Found himself off the front of the peloton, albeit briefly. He's back in the main fold now, the Jacob Lulaman. Not sure whether he was just going north to... Well, I think he was actually on the attack, wasn't he? We have seen a little bit of attacking. At any rate, he's back in that main peloton, and Mads Pedersen and Victor Kampenaerts plough on regardless. Pursuit of glory for them. Limited ambitions for Mads Pedersen. It's all about that sprint with 127 kilometres to go. Before that, they've got this climb that begins with 137 and a bit kilometres of the day, the Côte de Lucreux. So we're only about, what, 3.5 kilometres away from the foot of that. Well, it's just a smidgen under 2 kilometres, just over 7%. It's a bit grippy. It's a bit grippier than even those speed bumps they're going to encounter. UAE starting to appear on the front of the peloton. Is that Pollitt or Vermes that likely to appear to do a bit of work and to assist the Uno X squad? Uno X, of course, the team of the yellow jersey holder, and the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad would see themselves as the race leaders in waiting, perhaps. Interesting that UAE put a rider up.
Yeah, I think they just want to take control. They we saw it earlier on in this Tour de France already. They come here to try and win the stage. If we get a little bit of insight from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe now, and, what's being said.
You see that Skaha moving small teams that are trying to create another break.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of attacking, haven't we, through that village a little while ago while the Hubart's controversy was raging. There were Caja riders on the attack, and it's tempting, isn't it? It's still just a minute and a quarter, some climbing to come. Well, this is by no means fully established in terms of an early move of the day. And for the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, what does that all mean? I mean, they wouldn't surely be all that bothered about seeing some of those lower ranked teams heading off north?
I don't think they'd be bothered. It's more just for information for the riders. Sometimes you're a bit further back in the bunch. You don't really see what's going on at the front, but you definitely feel the acceleration. So it's just from the sports directors there telling them what teams are attacking. That allows them to think, okay, it's not UAE, it's not Team Visma Lease Bike, the ones that we have to react to. And then they can stay in position and not stress.
Yeah, knowledge is power. Yeah, just keep everybody informed at all times. Just Florian Vermes, a classic start, a great start to the year, didn't he? And he's on the front grinding along in pursuit of this two-rider breakaway. No sign anymore of the Alpecin Premier Tech team or NSN squads that were chasing. Hearing further confirmation that was a warning for Hubbard. So.
Oh, but sorry again. Now Victor Campenaerts isn't holding his bars perfectly there. Both hands are over the top. I really don't understand. I think we really have to wait until the end of the race and we get the communique and we get the explanation from the UCI. But this is one of the things that I really struggle with as a sports director. It's the inconsistencies of how these rules are applied and how it's clear. Because then I just watched it and saw again he isn't holding the bars properly in a technical term. It's very it's so complex.
Which is crazy, by the way. There's so much attention on this rule right now in this bike race. You would imagine that the sports directors would be on to Mads Pedersen and Victor Campenaerts and indeed everyone in the peloton and saying, look, you know the rule, you better keep your hands wrapped around. And
so now his little finger is just wrapped around there on that shot. If the camera just can see, you can just see his little finger is still hooked underneath behind the brake, so that means you're still in control, but it's easy to slip into the other position.
Oddly enough, that kind of means that it's slightly harder to brake. Now I know in the era of hydraulic disc brakes that there's very little lever strength required or hand strength required to apply the brake levers, but by the same token it just seems like you've got actually more control of the brakes when you've got your little finger around the front rather than around the back.
Yeah, it's just the balancing act, and if it's been spotted, you always need to be in control, and that's my understanding of it. And that's either with one finger or two fingers underneath, in between the brake lever at the front. But easily, I think if anyone who rides a bike, if you go out and pedal and go for a little ride and you get in that aero position you see the pros doing, it's very easy to just slip into that where you hold the top of your brake levers.
UAE Team Emirates XORG on the front of the peloton, switching into mode for the second half of this stage. Way to go before we reach that. I said a while ago, Vermeers has done a little bit of a turn on the front. He's gone for a little bit of nose back at a perhaps an inopportune moment. We've arrived onto that climb, and Juan Ayuso finds himself at the back of the main peloton. Oughtn't to be too much of a stress, but interesting to see the Netcompany Ineos squad who missed the move, and indeed are kind of out of GC at the moment, so they're thinking, I suspect, about trying maybe just to create a launching pad for a long-term raid today. Filippo Ganna riding along, Michał Kwiatkowski, and their best placed rider is Tijmen Arendsman. He's 19th overall, 10 minutes and 12 seconds down. Egan Bernal just under 2 minutes further back, so not really any huge threat on general classification. Will they be thinking about launching climbers, or maybe it will be for the likes of Kwiatkowski or Ganna at this phase of the competition? It's all served to close the gap down a little bit. Could make things a little bit challenging for Mads Pedersen in his bid for maximum points. We're seeing a few other riders starting to gravitate towards the front. Quinn Simmons has been in the break already this week. Is that Ben Healy just poking his nose out? Jorgensen trying to put himself into a position where he can defend the interests of the Visma Lease bike squad. Jens Vogt is pursuing the Hubbard story. Let's see what information Jens has managed to come up with.
Okay, I just had another talk to the boys in the team car of Intermarché Lotto. They said it was just a warning. And it was Huub Aerts deciding himself, let it go, I had enough of this. So not the UCI commissaire telling him to stop in the breakaway and go back. He was just frustrated, annoyed, and said, you know what, the gap is anyway too small, the chances to make it today are limited, I had enough of this. So he decided to go back to the peloton. He is not disqualified at all. Nobody told him to go back to the peloton. He decided out of frustration to let it go. And maybe there will be a little penalty or a note in a communique tonight, but he's not disqualified at all. Okay, back to the commentators.
Cheers for that. Great to get that clarification. Just a warning, and he wasn't told to leave the break, which would have been the first time any of us had ever heard of that one. So, I mean, was that a little bit of petulance? You can understand that the fire is raging a little bit in any rider in a professional bike race, especially the Tour de France. But still, Huub Aerts taking that unilateral decision to leave the breakaway. And I wonder where he is right now, because things are kicking off a little bit. Torsten Trein in the middle of a peloton, and the world champion cruising up, being mindful perhaps that there's some big names starting to appear at the front, including Matteo Jorgensen, and we saw Ben Healy as well, all starting to make an appearance towards the front, up and over the top of this climb. Jorgensen, Healy and the rest are all starting, some big names indeed. They've closed the gap down to just less than half a minute. Coming back pretty soon. 1:35 to go. This race has suddenly got interesting. Matt Stevens is along to take the next portion of activity. Matt's that Huub Aerts story gave us something to talk about. So I know you'll have an opinion or two on that one.
Yeah, it certainly did. Just had a message from our colleague Michael Hutchinson, just explaining a little bit about the rules in relation to that. I'll go through that in a minute. But yeah, it is really kicking off. Thanks, Declan. Enjoy your brief break, mate. But yeah, it really is kicking off on this. This is a fourth category climb. Action-packed scenes here. 24 seconds now to the two riders out in front. Remember, Victor Campenaerts was the first rider to attack. He was joined shortly afterwards by Mads Pedersen and Huub Aerts, of course, who has now taken umbrage on the situation in relation to his hand position on the bars. And look at this, we've got a big split up the road. And that little climb, so many good rides. Nicolas Prudhomme was getting on the offensive there as well. We also saw Matteo Jorgensen. And we also saw the yellow jerseys struggling to respond to some of the big attacks. Brian, this is really kicking off. This has been a very active, interesting opening few kilometres at this stage. The green jersey classification playing its hand as well. But the UAE Team Emirates have played, well, not exactly played a blind, they've just sat back. But I must admit, I don't know what your take is on Victor Campenaerts persisting with this one out in front. Unless, of course, a big split does go now on this more undulating terrain, and he's part of that.
I think UAE Team Emirates, like you say, will be happy with this situation. Victor Campenaerts is killing himself to stay in front. There's just the two of them. Will there be any help when he comes back? I'm not too sure because of the power he's putting out now. So, but I think Pogačar moved up there. You could see there is history with Jorgensen, so I don't think Jorgensen will be allowed to go there. I don't want to bring up this UAE Team Emirates blacklist that they've got, but he's one that's on it, so that's why you won't be allowed to go anywhere. So I think that's why we saw the world champion just kind of scuttle up a little bit, just because he was starting to go on the attack there. But definitely of interest. But I just think that the way this is going now, this looks as if it's playing into the book of UAE Team Emirates. The speed of the race, they've not had to do too much. And they're quite happy with the situation. We could see Mauro Smith trying again. He's tried a couple of times. There's a few teams trying to get themselves up the road in a chasing group, and unfortunately ever to climb. Well, we saw this coming, Matt, didn't we? He's been struggling for a few days now. Yeah, he's been struggling yesterday. Not the place to go as well, especially on a stage like this. You'd really want to try and get over the Aspan, but to go so early on is going to make it a very difficult day still. 4 more categorised climbs. It's the full set today. We've got a fourth cap, a third, a second, a first
and an all category climb, pretty much the full complement. Remember, no double points at the top of finishing climbs as well now, just to balance out the King of the Mountains classification. There's a small couple of tweaks and changes from the race organisers, same for the points classification as well. But still Pedersen's out in front. Remember, we're getting to that intermediate point very shortly. In fact, there's only 5 kilometres, so with 32 seconds, and he's going to need all the help that he could get from Victor Campenaerts. And these are a few riders who are out the back. And unsurprisingly, it's the sprinters Tim Merlier. A little bit of a rueful shake of the head there. It's been so hard, this bike race. Only on stage 6 already. And this little descent that takes us into essentially a small kicker, and the sprint itself is on a small drag. Then we drop down and then kick up again to the first of our only 3rd category climb of the day. We're just going to have a look at our multi-view. Yeah, there we go. You can fire up another device on HBO Max and use the multi-view. Lots of information for you there. We've got the aerial view and then Moto 1, 2 and 3 that gives you a real multi-dimensional deep view, adds a little bit of context to the bike racing. Our directors do the best they can to give you the story with the cameras that we've got, but you've got it all there as well, so augment your viewing on HBO Max and TNT with the multi-view. And of course you'll get the data on the left hand side and where they are on course as well, so lots for you there just to help with your viewing pleasure. And if you just scan that little barcode on the right hand side, the QR code, that will take you to this multi-view experience. And the view in front for these 2 riders is, well, it's one of sheer pain. 2 of the biggest engines in this bike race just holding on steady. The first finish line of the day, the all-important finish line of the day at Puzac for Mads Pedersen, has got already a clear lead in the points jersey competition. He desperately wants to score maximum points, especially, Brian, with the amount of sprinters that are struggling and out the back. There's still a good chance, knowing Mads, that if it does come back together, that he could find something and at least take a few points, which is what it's all about here for him. Yeah, this is a huge goal for him, these 25 points, and it looks as if he's going to get them. You know, he's trying super hard here to stay away. He's got Victor Campenaerts. Okay, it's only 2 of them, so there's still a lot of points behind, but like we've already seen, a few of the sprinters really kind of struggling here to stay on. And we saw the shake of the head there from Tim Merlier. I think he was hoping that they would get over these first couple of climbs and potentially, you know, the Col d'Aspin would be the, you know, when they kind of pulled the plug and the Gruppetto started. So this is a lot earlier for them. It's just the speed of the race so far, Matt. We're just touching under 48 kilometres an hour. It's been super hard, and then another hot day, another hard day for everybody, and yes, setting itself up nicely, but it looks as if Mads Pedersen, but just going into the Hubarts thing, this is a real new one for me, because people have been disqualified for this. There's no grey area. It's either it's illegal and you're disqualified, or it's legal. And now the UCI commissaires are warning people now, where people in the past have been disqualified for doing exactly that from races. I think Marianne Vos was disqualified for exactly that. So normally there's no grey area. Normally it's just you know, disqualification. So I would expect warning and a yellow card later. Yeah, just on the, before we get to that point, Remco. This is Remco out the back. Not too sure exactly what's happened here, whether he's had an untimely mechanical, but he's got a couple of his teammates with him there for company, including Amateur Catania, very strong rouleur. So I'm not too sure if Remco was dropped, I doubt it, or just suffered a mechanical at the wrong point, or was too far back, because there were some enormous splits that happened very, very fast indeed. If it is the latter and not the former, that doesn't augur well for later on. But meanwhile, Evenepoel is at 1:15, a considerable amount of time from the peloton, and they will put up a barrage. For the likes of this, they're not going to let him join the convoy. I'd imagine, unless he has suffered a mechanical. They're just off the back of the peloton here, and luckily for Remco, he does have several exceptionally strong teammates with him for company. We've only got now a kilometre to go and a half. So this is from Michael Hutchinson, our resident expert, Brian. Yeah, comms this year have been looking mainly into an extra point of support. Alex Segal was fined at the Grand Prix de Nain, very much like Arts. And apparently, this is the key bit here, it's about the weight on the bars from the wrists not the number of fingers on the hood. And whether it's a fair enough, whether it's a fair or not is certainly another matter. But the rule appears to be applied inconsistently. So that's from our resident.
I believe it's you cannot rest your hands on the levers on the bars. That you have to
support
assume
them with
control.
Yeah, exactly. I know you can't. I mean, it's
hooking at least one finger underneath the hood.
Yeah.
It's not resting your two hands on the top, which he was. So you have to have that, even if it's your small pinky underneath the lever. Look at Mads Pedersen here. It's just that one pinky there makes the difference.
We're going to head back to Jens Voigt again now to see what the situation is on the road. Our man on the moto, we're nearly at the sprint.
So you can see him back there now. Here's a barrage, no team cars. That is Remco Evenepoel with 3 teammates on his side, trying to come back to the peloton. We have the sprint ahead. Nico Denz is waiting for him as well, and there they come. 4 riders. Jai Hindley here, Remco Evenepoel. So it's 5 Red Bull Borans Go riders in this group. Tim Merlier and Fernando Gaviria. They cannot believe their luck. They sitting on the wheel of Remco and get a free ride back to the peloton. They couldn't be happier about that. But Red Bull Borans Grohe, terrible timing for a stop for a nature break. They got to work hard now to make it back to the peloton and back to the commentators.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a very surprising place to take a break of nature. But look at that, Mads Pedersen, 25 points in the bag. And it is going to be the big sprinters behind. Biniam Girmay on the right-hand side. Philipsen on the left, who's going to take this one. Canter as well getting involved. He's been absolutely flying. Well, it looked like it was the German that took the points there. Over the last few days, Max Canter and his XCS Astana team have been absolutely flying in these sprints, Brian, haven't they? They went early on the intermediate yesterday. They were well positioned. Ultimately, they were leading out Olav Koy. But Canter is going well. There's Girmay.
Max is Matt. Is
it Ballerini?
No, it's Canter. But his confidence.
Yeah, I know he's flying, isn't he?
Yesterday in the intermediate sprint, they got it bang on. It was a good practice for them, and you know that confidence he got yesterday. Yes, Olav Koy was quicker than him, but that's the difference. That we talk about this all the time about confidence in sprinters, and just ticking that small box there. That's you take the intermediate and. Of all the teams in the run-in, because that was a pretty tricky run-in yesterday, that they almost got it right. He just wasn't as quick. But I cannot believe for 1 minute a natural break. We've been watching it. We hit that climb and it starts kind of kicking off. Normally you don't take a natural break. I don't care who you are until some of the kind of other major guys like Pogacar. This is a major blunder. They're going to bring it back, but I cannot believe for 1 moment that he has stopped to have a natural break at that time when we clearly it was starting to kind of kick off.
I agree, Brian. I'm very, very surprised. I mean, given the terrain we had, there's plenty of downhills to do it as well, but to stop is questionable. So the group with Remco Evenepoel still off the back, 51 seconds. That's to the front of the race, with Victor Campenaerts and Mads Pedersen, who's just trousered another 25 points. A handy buffer between him, and even handier that Max Canter took 3rd place there as well. So it just extended that lead on his favoured terrain. And over the last couple of days, Mads Pedersen is just doing Mads Pedersen things when it comes to the points classification, isn't he? On the right sort of terrain is aggressive, and a few people pointed out why didn't anybody follow Mads when he attacked, but the speed he attacked Brian on that drag. Well, I was just saying in TNT commentary, it's the sort of attack that all you want to do is look the other way, isn't it?
he does it all the time. It's it's not as if he doesn't stand out. When Mads goes, he goes, and it's that conviction. It's very difficult to go with him. So he's just so strong when it comes to. It's not for the first time. I think he would have been more than happy to take a few riders with him and put more riders between him and the other sprinters. Totally. But it was just with the way that Victor Campenaerts and the Lotto rider were riding, it was just so hard, so fast. But I just feel that Victor Campenaerts has used a lot of energy now. I don't know how much he's got left to kind of help out later. And you know, with 125 to go, it really is coming into, you know, UAE territory now. They'll be thinking, well, the plan is going okay for us. We've not committed too much, and you know, we look forward to the big climbs of the day. I really do think that they've got a huge plan today, potentially trying to maybe isolate Vingegaard and you know, really go for it. They may actually deploy Del Toro on the climb of the Tourmalet, and potentially Pogacar trying to go across to them. But I think definitely they've got a plan up their sleeve, and it seems to be kind of working for them so far with this, you know, high pace and what's happening now.
Yeah, we're just passing through Bagnères du Bigorre. Beautiful, beautiful town, and you're quite right, they're actually riding on the front at the moment. That shot we had a few moments ago, as we just emerge over this bridge, you can just see it is UAE Team Emirates riding now. They've taken up the chase already, and you'd imagine that Campenaerts should be on the radio, the team saying, look, UAE are riding, just give yourself a couple of minutes. But to persist now is a puzzler. Essentially the net result of Campenaerts going up the road, we've talked about, he clearly had the intent to get in a bigger move. He's assisted Mads Pedersen in scoring points in the green jersey competition, but shortly he's going to be back in the bunch. We've had an hour and 20 of racing, but Florian Vermeersch is on the front, so right now it is advantage UAE Team Emirates. So Evenepoel is closing the gap, 37 seconds behind. You can actually see that little group just behind the flotilla of neutral service vehicles, just behind. But still Mads Pedersen gritting his teeth. Looks like they want to try and get up and over this little hill before the drop down. Still two riders out in front. Big day so far for Mads Pedersen. Victor Campenaerts as well, but maximum points taken by Mads Pedersen at the only intermediate sprint of the day. And we're now heading on to another short climb, the Côte de Morbihan. That's coming shortly. This is the group with Remco Evenepoel, who stopped to take a nature break, and at one point was nearly a minute off the back. But thankfully for him, he's been dragged back into contention by his teammates, as UAE Team Emirates assuming almost leadership in this race. It is quite ominous, Brian, isn't it? As Pedersen is caught, and we've got Ben Healy going on the offensive. So and also another
double
couple,
Ben.
yeah, double Ben O'Connor and Ben Healy accelerating up this climb.
Yeah, I think it's Berkshire there for Total Energies, and then Valentin Paripantra. But yeah, look, everybody makes mistakes sometimes, and the wrong decisions, and we saw a little bit earlier on that Brandon McNulty went back for bottles at that time, and you know, one bounced out his back pocket, and he was kind of out the back of the group. He was out splitting in that small climb. So you make some decisions, but not all of them are, you know, the best decisions at the time when you go back for bottles. But for stopping for a natural break, that was a mistake. If that is the case, that's a big mistake. So that's a bit of energy used from the team today. But I think from the interview from Pachivier, the sports director of the Red Bull team, I really do think that it's a case of following. I think for Remco today, he'll dearly love to follow the big guns today.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, this is a little counter-attack, and the reason that Victor Campenaerts is continuing to ride, you can just see the effort on his face, is just to get over the top of this uncategorised climb. Believe it or not, folks, yes, this isn't a categorised climb they're on now. They're continuing to climb for another few hundred metres. They then drop down a small plateau, then they basically plunge into a little valley, and then they take on the 3-kilometre climb of the Côte de Morbihan at 3 Ks at 6.5%. So Campenaerts clearly sensing the brake might fracture, or the race would fracture, and it gives him another bite at getting in the breakaway. Just he's trying to smooth this one out, isn't he? Rather than get accelerated past on this climb. So smart riding here from Campenaerts. He does have another chance, but it's all been sewn back together again here, Brian.
Yeah, Jorgensen trying again here, isn't he? He's sitting in second place there, and you can see UAE Team Emirates. There was a little bit of a gap there. It's kind of pulled back together now, but you know, these kilometres are ticking by. This is going to be a real tough stage for everybody now, but Yeah, Victor Campenaerts, he wants to just go over the top of this climb. Hopefully some riders will come with him, but it looks as if it's all in one line.
Yeah, it certainly is. Riders from Pinarello Q36.5 as we look at the Visma Lease bikes, Cervelo S5, Logo saddle, Vittoria tyres, reserve wheels, which are like an in-house wheel for Cervelo, and then we've got the Quark power meter, and there we go, he's on the front waiting, and it is indeed, spotted him well there, familiar sight of Matteo Jorgensen. And that was a sign for Bruno Amirai, who was actually brought up and went to school not far from here. And you can just see how long this peloton is. It hasn't quite fractured yet, but just see it's about 300-400 metres long on this long straight. Still quite hasn't snapped, but Victor Campenaerts going again. This man has got some engine, Brian, hasn't he? He really has, and it's so difficult for the sprinters. When you look at the profile, we haven't even been up a big mountain. This is just an uncategorised climb. It's relentlessly hard terrain, especially in this heat.
Yeah, the heat and the speed that is so far, you can see that, you know, the splits in the peloton. You can see the world champion just having a look out. There is a lot of black jerseys of Visma Lease bike towards the front here. Armarai is in the left-hand side there. Campenaerts, you see Jorgensen, Benecon are trying again, but Vingegaard is not that far away. He does have the shadow of Pogacar, but you know, they're trying desperately to get satellite riders in front of Visma Lease bike. But I think UE Team Emirates will not want any of them to go ahead again. Of course, there's not a lot they could do with Victor Campenaerts, and they were quite happy with the situation that he was only with 2 other riders at that time. Just let him go and kill himself down the roads. But yeah, it's a situation that UE Team Emirates will be looking at and will stamp it out.
There's the long line, there's the fractured peloton. There's that big group at the front there containing the world champion and the yellow jersey. And then we're already getting, not quite the gruppetto, but the several riders, primarily the sprinters, who are out the back now, desperately trying to get back on terms. And ideally, Brian, given the profile today, they do have an opportunity. We've got a little bit more of a climb, then we drop down into this valley. If they can get on again, we've got this next third category. Yeah, it's a lot of Astana.
So something's happened there with Astana trying to knit this back together. And
yeah,
also,
five of them there, Bri.
Pedersen as well is back at this group as well, but it'll be interesting to see. There's another group of riders just in here. Remco, he got on, but has he made it into this front group? Yeah, he's on the left-hand side, isn't he?
Yeah, Lipovic is there. There's Tratnik as well, trying to shut this one down.
But is Remco here? That's Lipovic is moving out there because they got on just as they started to kick off, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I'm not too sure. That's a very good point. We've got Felix Grosshardt in second wheel. Tobias Foss is the man on the front for Net Company Ineos.
Here comes George Bennett.
Yeah, Bennett. It's a good time to try and attack the New Zealand champion. It's that Caruso's got with him on his wheel. But again, Campenaerts just trying to slot himself into any of these moves. The man from Pinarello Q36.5, that's Quentin Hermans, who functions well on this sort of terrain. Remember, a few years back, runner-up, wasn't he, in Liège-Bastogne-Liège? Good signing, I think.
Just look who's on the, you know, who's on the wheel of Jorgensen there.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Wellett. Look, he's got a huge target. You don't want to be in that blacklist of UE Team Emirates, and unfortunately Jorgensen is. So, yeah, it's kind of kicking off, and you know, Jorgensen looking back, and I'm pretty sure Tim Wellens will just give him a smile.
Yep, he's not going to work at all here. This is an ideal situation. We did talk about the potential of this. This now, rather than a day for a breakaway to build a lead and go clear, did you get the sense of, it's kind of becoming a little bit ominous, Brian, isn't it? Like UE, we saw him riding on the front with Vermeersch, just coming into the town. We've got this next climb to come. Great helicopter shot here. This is Aurélien Paris-Peintre, and just behind him is Tim van Dijken. So the fact that he's pressing on the front, Van Dijken, you would suggest, Brian, that Remco is in that group. But again,
yeah, the second group here,
this is
just
the second
coming
group.
up. Yeah, just coming up. There's a few groups here now. I think that was Catania. This is the front group in the left-hand side now. So yeah, Remco made it back, but he didn't quite make it back to the front.
Yeah, he needs to look at that positioning now. Again, it's amazing the ripple effect though. You get unstuck, you get caught behind for a nature break like that, Brian, but it's the way the racing is stretched out on this sort of terrain. It's not quite as simple as just getting back to the peloton, is it? Because when it fractures in front, it makes it even harder. Even if you've got good legs, the effects of misplacing yourself or just taking your eye off the ball is enormous, isn't it?
Yes, you know, as soon as you get on, you just cannot relax. Not when it's kicking off like that. You have to take your rider all the way to the front, and that didn't happen. So you get on, which was good, but you know, he's caught out with you know, the attacks there, and gaps starting to appear. So it hasn't been easy so far, especially in the last kind of 15-20 minutes for the team of Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe. Of course, they've got Lipovic in front, but trying to look after two riders.
Oh, look at that, a makeshift swimming pool there. I've never seen a swimming pool made out of bin liners in a haystack, so it doesn't look like that's the sort of colour I'd like to dive into, Brian.
I didn't know they had crocodiles here as well.
But there we go. And there is a live crocodile there as well. See, yeah, I didn't think they were resident of the Pyrenees, Brian, but there we go. Every day's a school day. Anyway,
well,
the attacks
A
continue.
lot of riders going to be bitten today anyway. This is turning into a real tough stage.
It certainly is. We saw that group with Philipsen. They're 1 minute 22 seconds. There was Fernando Gaviria was with him as well, but Van Lerberger as well. The lead-out rider for Tim Merlier was there too, as this flurry of accelerations continue off the front. We're on this little plateau now, and we do have quite a nice little descent. We're going to drop off this little plateau shortly for about 3 or 4 Ks, and then we basically kick up the other side and take in the second climb of the day. As we look at the Chapelle Notre-Dame des Roumes. Looks like a very ancient little chapel. Certainly been there a very, very long time. Just looking at the size of the windows, that's got to be 13th or 14th century. As the tour passes by, a little gathering of locals there as well. But this is relentless. This is so, so hard. And another attack. Well, this is to sew things back together. This is desperately trying to get back on terms, because if they get over this next third category climb, Brian, we've got 20 or 30 Ks before the Aspin, and that's really where the sprinters know they're going to get dropped, but they don't want to really get dropped before that, do they? No. Given the speed, and given the fact we know what's going to happen on the Tourmalet in terms of the accelerations, and the big gaps are going to start to open. Yeah,
I think we heard from Jens Vogt there that you know, for Tim Merlier to come back with the Remco group, then you know that's good for him. They get a toe back. They want to stay in as long as possible. So when they hit the Aspin, the Gruppetto will start. So yeah, you kind of look at it as a sprinter and see what's best for you.
There we go, Tobias Foss. Had a good year so far, Foss. Rode well in the Tour de Suisse. He's trying to encourage everybody to roll through. As Jot Jantre, again, he's still on the case. It looks like Julien Martin just drifting through to the front. The Groupama FDJ United rider. One of those riders that is such a classy climber, but the way that he generally rides the GC, gets in these big breaks, loses time, then gains them again. Ben O'Connor, stage winner last year in completely different weather conditions. Again, classy rider on the offensive, trying to force a little split. This is the descent that we were talking about, which takes us to the foot of the next climb, in and out of these shadows. And good riding by O'Connor. Clearly he's got a bit of a plan today, but again, I think a lot of the GC teams, given how close the race is now, do you think there's much of an opportunity for any break to make an impact, given that the Aspin now is looming, Brian?
Yeah, not now, and that's what you're alluding to, Matt. That they're running out of time because they have to gain 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's nobody there close in the general classification, of course. But you know, they're running out of time to get that time required and to go into the Col d'Aspin and then the Tourmalet. So it's going to be very difficult. I think it's kind of looking like an earlier stage where Pogačar made the decision, or he made the decision during the stage, right, it's close enough now, we're going to go for the win, and it's happening again in the race. That no one's going to get the big minutes that's required. Even if this group comes together and gets 2 or 3 minutes, that's still very much doable in a stage like today for UE Team Emirates. So it's working in their favour for the moment, and you could see that Visma Lease a Bike were trying so hard to get riders up the roads in this in this group, but unfortunately I cannot see any black and yellow jerseys towards the front at the moment.
No, they certainly aren't. This is quite a long descent, best part of 4 or 5 Ks, knocked down towards the back of that group. And one of the riders from EF Education, Easy Post, trying to join on as well. That'll make 2 in this split, but then there's the peloton behind. Only a few seconds, handful of seconds lead, especially at this speed. Jan Tratnik just checking the gap, making sure that he's not working unnecessarily. You might wonder why riders continue to look round, and sometimes you need to do that just to make sure you're not pressing on. Otherwise, we've all done it, Brian. You've been in the bunch, you're pressing on, you're giving it a big turn, you look round and it's all back together. So the last thing you want to do is waste any energy at this sort of level. But a decent gap has opened, and there we go. We're now at the foot of the second categorised climb of the day.
I just noticed that Ben Healy just chipped across to this one as well at the back in the pink for EF Education Easy Post. So he's got Valgren there.
Yeah.
So I really do think that he's possibly kind of targeting this stage.
Looks like it. Looks like Rubio was in that little split as well. Beautiful views of this area of the Pyrenees, the little foothills that will take us in to the giant climbs still to come. A little bit of an hors d'oeuvre coming up next, the 3K climb of the Côte de Morvanzin. And that tops out with 108.9 kilometres to go. The next rendezvous is an even bigger one. It is an iconic climb. It is the Col de Aspin. That comes on tops, should I say, at 68.1 Ks to go. And then the biggest, or one of the biggest of them all, it's the Souvenir Jacques Godet, which is given every year to the rider that's first over the Col de Tourmalet. That crests at 38.4 Ks to go. And a brand new finish for the Tour de France. They've never been along the climb of the Gavarnie-Jogre. 18.7 Ks, but a very modest 3.7%. Essentially a valley road, although with about 10 Ks to go, there is a 6% pitch. It's an interesting, intriguing finale, which could become, I think, Brian, quite tactical. It's been a very tactical race so far, and I think the finish is an interesting one. It's a climb we don't know, that the wind is changing direction all the time, but it could prove to be, yeah, quite tactical, I think, this run, especially for the GC riders, unless, of course, it's split to bits on the Tourmalet.
Yeah, it's still, I don't think it can be underestimated, this final climb. I know people are maybe kind of putting it down. It's only a second category climb. It's only got 3.7 average, but it's still 34 minutes of climbing. It's still at the end of the stage after 2 significant climbs, and it's just a shade under 19 kilometres in distance. So I don't think it can be underestimated. Yes, it will suit some other riders better than others, but it's getting to that point, and because it's not overly steep, it's a bit more of a kind of power climb, and you know, I think that will suit more kind of the Remco style than maybe the kind of real steep climb at the end. So yeah, it's still long enough, because you're talking about a 30-minute climb of the Aspin, but 45 to 50 minutes for the Tourmalet, but still 34 minutes of climbing for these final climb to the finish.
Yep, 4,100 metres of elevation across the 186.2 Ks, most of it densely packed at the back end, although we have been gently rising since the start in Po. And the average speed still quite incredible, given the amount of climbing we've done, as we see Mads Pedersen unsurprisingly started to struggle after his earlier efforts. But a good day for the green jersey, increasing his lead in that competition. We're still averaging just under 47 Ks an hour, which is astonishing. It really is. Tobias Foss pressing on, but it's been sewn back together. Tim Wellens again locked to the wheel of the American Matteo Jorgensen. Barry Bouncer trying to just stick closely as well, but Foss is really persisting with trying to split this one. But again, Brian, it is all back together.
Yeah, we're just going to hear from Decathlon.
You do not let Vingegaard and Pogacar out of your sight. If you're with these 2 guys, nothing can go wrong, eh? You always stay with these guys.
Yeah, it's a good bit of advice that, you know, the 2 of the most experienced riders, and if you can do that, then keep them. I think in the run-in as well, I said yesterday that I was a bit worried about the yellow jersey being a little bit too far back in the run-in to the finish yesterday, but he was in esteemed company. He had Vingegaard and Pogacar pretty much close by. So when that happens, you know, you shouldn't be too worried. So I think as a 19-year-old, because I think that was directed at Paul Sexas.
Yes, it was.
The best thing to learn is where to ride and when to ride in the peloton. And I think if you're following the likes of Pogacar and Vingegaard, you'll be in a good way. So I think that's what the advice was.
It was very clear and very simple, but Brian, you are quite right. You look at riders like Remco caught off guard at the back, and a day like this, it's just sometimes racing is quite simple, and you have to remind especially younger riders of that, just to, like, we know the legs that Sexas has got, but it's easy to switch off, and it was a really simple but massively important reminder. And also the message on the radio from Luke Rowe, we know he's so experienced, the road captain for many years with Team Sky and later Ineos Grenadiers. He came on board for the classics, and there's now obviously head of affairs at the Tour de France as well. But it was an enormously simple message, but a short one, succinct but important. That's the sort of messaging you need as a constant reminder, isn't it, Brian?
Yes, if you're round about those two riders, then you're in a good place. It was always the same when you rode the classics as well. I used to give the advice that if you're around Tom Boonen, then you're in a good place, you know, especially in some of these classics. So you know the riders that are going to be there. And even when it comes to a sprint, you know, if you're in a good area and there's people there, you know, certain riders, you know that they'll eventually get to the front in a sprint. So it's very interesting and clear tactics. But Ben O'Connor and Aspirant, well, it was Aspirant. It initially went for Pinarello, but this is about, what, the third or fourth time that Ben O'Connor has tried today?
Yeah, he's certainly really keen. There's no real need for any of the GC riders to follow either of these two. Both quality riders. I wonder if Mikel Aspirant, 27 years of age, such a good domestique, but whether the plan for that team is to get someone up the road for Tom Pidcock, or whether he's got a little bit more freedom. I think it would be for Pidcock, really, but for the Aussie, for Ben O'Connor, who's no stranger to winning in Grand Tours, this is an opportunity for a stage win, having shipped time earlier on. We know he came into this race with no overall ambitions, but picking the stages is what it's all about. And clearly, given that eagerness, given that the ambition that he's shown, and knowing that the GC riders won't follow, he's timed this one pretty right, isn't he? So they're starting to open up a little bit of a gap. But again, only two riders right now. My only worry is that they were so relatively near the Col d'Aspin. It's going to be difficult, as Brian was explaining a few moments ago, to open up too much of a gap. But he takes the points over the top of the climb. You won't be concerned about that. He's just trying to establish as much of a gap as he can. And O'Connor's looking good, looking fluid, looking motivated. But Brian, look at the team that's chasing behind. Yeah,
and then Pogacar is up there. He was in second wheel. He's moved back a little bit, as we see an acceleration over the top with the 5 riders now. But yeah, we really haven't seen anything of anybody really kind of reaching out for any of these kind of King of the Mountains points. It's more trying to establish a breakaway here.
Exactly.
And of course, you know, the Aspin and the Tourmalet are going to produce some big points for that. So I would assume that we may see a new leader of that competition, but who it's going to be, and nobody's kind of really showing that at the moment. But I would think that Ben O'Connor taking those 2 points there, like you said, Matt, it just came with just trying to be on the attack. But if he can maintain this and go into the Aspin and maybe the Tourmalet, it might be a change. We've seen this in other races. Just by being here and taking the points puts you in the prime place, and then you decide to kind of focus on that. So it might be for Ben O'Connor later in the race, but today he's just thinking about trying to win the stage and getting on the stage. And I've been in a similar stage to this in the past with the team, and all of a sudden there was a bit of kind of lull in the action, and Dan Martin attacked, and everybody thought, well, he's gone nowhere. He chipped across to the breakaway, it was there, and went on to kind of win the stage. So it's you always have to be very attentive, and if the breakaway does go, then it's going to have to go very soon, because other than that we're going to be on the Aspin soon, and if you hit the Aspin with 3 minutes, then it's not going to be enough.
Exactly. As we look at Team Jayco Alula's Giant Propel, the bike that the man out in front, Ben O'Connor, is sat astride. Shimano Dura-Race group set Cadex for the tyres, saddle, and of course the wheels. But yeah, a steady rhythm being set behind. They'll be pretty happy, I think, or not perturbed at all by the fact that there's just 2 riders up the road. It's actually ideal, and ultimately UAE Team Emirates won't be riding to the pace of the riders in front. They'll be setting the tempo that Tadej Pogačar wants at this point in the race, and it's up to Ben O'Connor and his partner in crime at the moment, Mikel Asparén, to try and build a lead based on that, isn't it? Because they're no threat to the GC. UAE have had the race essentially fall into their lap today, given the green jersey battle, given the fact that Campenaerts was up the road, and it is essentially all together from a general classification point of view, and really meagre pickings so far for anybody trying to get away. But back to your point, Brian, you know, you've got to be well placed, you've got to think about things, but you've just got to invest and take a risk as well. You have to try, and that's what O'Connor is doing at the moment. So a 20-second lead for O'Connor and Asparén. And right now, O'Connor dropping the Spaniard. You do wonder, Brian, if Asparén has just heard on the radio. It's clearly his legs can't match the pace of O'Connor, but given the fact that UAE Team Emirates are riding behind, I never want to say it's a lost cause, because O'Connor is one of those riders who is brave, he's bold, he's strong, he's confident, but it can't be good seeing the team that's riding behind for him.
No, and in the last kind of 5-10 minutes, they've just started to kind of ride, and you know, we're getting close to 100 kilometres to go to the finish, and still we've only got just kind of one rider in front. So this is well within the grasp of UAE Team Emirates, who I think really kind of want to kind of dominate proceedings on today's stage. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Tom Pidcock. As we know, he hasn't had the best run into the Tour de France. A little bit worried about him today, but there's another rider that's we seem to be kind of concentrating on Vingegaard, Pogačar, Evenepoel, but it'd be really interesting to see how Ayuso goes today. He is, and I think so far the second strongest rider in the bike race is Del Toro, but you know, going away from Mads Pedersen and his stage and his green jersey, I can see that Skelmos is there, but Ayuso's been quite quiet and just stealthily staying where he needs to be.
Yep, he's currently sitting in the top 10. Remember, we've got the couple of riders who will, one would imagine, fall away. Torsten Truijn, but saying that, Truijn, of course, did finish in the top 10 in the Vuelta, and he does have a healthy lead in this bike race, and this is the first opportunity for the GC contenders to start to chip away at that. Tadej Pogačar himself has said that. And especially after the day that Truijn went into the yellow jersey, he said, well, 7 or 8 minutes, that's a lot of time, we've got to do some work. And he's right, because Truijn is not going to be a pushover. One would imagine that he will cede time today. I don't think there's going to be many people that are going to be able to follow Tadej Pogačar and maybe Izzat Del Toro, but I do agree, Ayuso's ridden a stealthy race, and a quiet race, but an effective one, and does sit well within striking distance of the rest of the GC contenders. He sits at 8 minutes and 20, just under 30 seconds behind Jonas Vingegaard, and a few more seconds behind Tadej Pogačar, so he sits handily placed. As we look at Jai Hindley sat on the wheel there of the former Belgian champion Tim Wellens. What an engine to have on the front at this point of the race. And very high there as well is Florian Lipovic, sat in that third wheel at the moment. 20 seconds for Ben O'Connor and the group with Jasper Philipsen and a few other sprinters now drifting away to 2 minutes and 48 seconds as Wellens takes a gel and starts to fuel up. For the first time really today, Brian, things have actually just settled a little bit, just to take a breath, recuperate, because the Aspa is looming.
Indeed, and I know it's hot enough today, but it does look as if Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe have been given a roasting. Get yourself to the front, don't make any more mistakes today, and that's what they've done.
So Ben O'Connor down in front on his own, about 20 seconds on the chasing peloton. Certainly looking good. He's got a great style on a bike as O'Connor. Looks really at one with the machine, and we're hearing that he might be on his way back to Decathlon. That's unconfirmed yet after a couple of years with Jaco Alula. It's yet to be confirmed, but he's looking good here, Brian.
He is, and you know, in the Tour de France, we got used to him being in the front and attacking, and you know, he's made himself into a Grand Tour GC contender, but that's been missing over the last kind of 2 or 3 years. Something seems to happen to him, but you know, nice to see him, you know, at least trying today, but I don't think much will be happening. He's got 28 seconds, he's on his own. He's got a real tough task because the effort he's making at the moment is going to be very difficult when it comes to the climb. You have to think that UAE Team Emirates are well in control of this one.
Well, Brian, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to hand it. I'm just going to do this interview with Lenny Martinez, and I'm following the interview with the diminutive Frenchman. I'll be handing the reins back over to John Harris-Bass as we look at Adam Yates, and there is the world champion Tadej Pogačar, looking for 5, looking ominous, looking strong. How are they going to set about the 2 climbs still to come before the run-in to the finish today? A lot of riders girding themselves for what's to come. What can Lenny Martinez do today? Well, he was spoken to before the stage started.
Alors, le Tourmalet, premier l'année passée.
Okay, Lenny, how do you judge your start of the tour so far?
Voilà, tu te souviens des belles choses là.
Ouais, c'était une très belle expérience. Je me sentais très bien dans ce Tourmalet l'an dernier.
It's a good start. 5 good legs. It starts well.
Maintenant, c'est dans l'autre sens, donc on va voir.
Et aujourd'hui, parce que j'étais vu sur le Tour de Suisse, la dernière étape, Pogačar a eu du mal à te prendre là. Alors, je me demande, avec ces conditions-là, tu peux faire des grandes choses quand même dans ce Tour de France.
Do you prefer the big races, the small ones?
Je sais pas, il y a le maillot, il y a les étapes, il y a le général, il y a beaucoup de choses à faire. Pour l'instant,
yeah, lots of things to do there.
Le Tourmalet, la sprint est loin du départ pour aller dans l'échappée, c'est 100 km.
It's very difficult to try and get away in the break.
100 km attaquer partout pour aller dans l'échappée, donc on va voir.
But there's going to be a lot of attacking for the break before we get to the Tourmalet.
Si je vais faire les points,
we'll have to see what happens in relation to the King of the Mountains, but we'll have to see.
Tu t'attends que Pogačar peut attacher déjà sur le Tourmalet aujourd'hui?
Oh ouais, ouais, à mon
Do you
avis,
think Tadej will attack?
He
said yes. I think there's going to be a big explosion. We'll see. I'll have to see how it goes.
Tu vas gérer tes énergies parce que là, tu seul qui cherche de le suivre.
What are you going to try? Are you going to try and follow him or save your energy?
De ne pas suivre Tadej. Bon, même s'il ne me donne pas d'ordre, je pense que je vais.
I don't think I can follow Tadej.
J'ai hâte de vraiment
but we'll have to see how I go.
Pas dépasser ce tempo-là parce que avec des coureurs comme ça, on peut vite se griller.
La dernière chose, tu as dit qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui peuvent se passer encore, c'est difficile à dire. Mais est-ce que tu as un objectif grand dans ta tête pour ce tour?
What's your big objective?
J'aimerais bien jouer à poids, j'aimerais bien gagner une étape.
To win a stage.
Je vois que je marche bien, donc le général, je suis un peu placé aussi. Mais
hopefully
bon,
to do well on the general. We'll just have to see.
Décision, mais je sais pas encore.
But I don't really know. Well, there we go, Lenny Martinez. Right, 28 seconds now for Ben O'Connor. The peloton being led by UAE Team Emirates. There's our maillot jaune. Time for me to take my leave and hand over to John Harris-Bass.
Thank you very much, Matt. And Brian, I don't know whether you, right at the beginning of today's stage, there was a moment when the team radio came on with Lenny Martinez, and his response was, yes, it's Lenny Martinez and a break with Tadej Pogačar. So he's clearly playing down his chances in the interview, but in reality, he's very much gung-ho for it today.
Yeah, that was in the neutral zone earlier today, much earlier today. But, you know, saying that, one may think of when Pogačar over the last kind of 2 or 3 years, he's just stopping for a natural break now. As we see, this is the time, Remco, if you want a pee, stop now. Don't stop when no one else stops. But yeah, I think for Lenny Martinez, he's one of the riders that has been able to go with an effort in the first stage of the Tour de Suisse this year with Pogačar, although Pogačar was apparently just kind of testing himself out there. Sorry, it wasn't the Tour de Suisse, it was the Tour of Romandy when he won that stage. But the thing is, he has done it in the past, maybe not here at the Tour de France, and Pogačar is maybe on a kind of different level than he was in Roman day. But I think everybody knows when Pogačar goes, it's always very, very, very difficult to go with him, and so we could see that today. But the interest for me is how they factor in Del Toro, because I think Del Toro, he's already shown he's potentially the second strongest in this race, from what we've seen in the stages so far. And you know, they want to keep him up in the general classification. I think first and foremost, I think definitely we're going to see something in the Tourmalet. Of course, in the Tourmalet, there's a lot of kind of good sensations around Jonas Vingegaard, but the way they've been riding today, they've been really desperate to try and get someone in this move in front. So they do have a plan. I think we will see something from Vingegaard, but I think Pogačar and UAE Team Emirates will try to kind of snuffle it out, and I think Adam Yates will play a big part in what happens.
There's a really interesting conversation that went on TNT yesterday when we had David Flatman came in, former professional rugby player, now turned pundit, and just talking about Antoine Dupont, because we were going through rugby country, saw Antoine Dupont, and he was talking about what makes someone great, and it was that the teams, like especially Team Visma Leasebike, they will have spent the last 12 months planning on how they can stop Tadej Pogačar, and yet they probably won't be able to do it. So in spite of all of the best planning in the world, whatever they're trying to do today, when it comes down to it, it might all be for nothing.
Yes, indeed, and there's not a lot you can do. If he, I don't know what level he played. I think he was Saracens and Bath.
Yeah, and I think he got a few caps for England.
Was it about 8 caps, somewhere around there? But you know when if you're playing rugby against Scotland, I mean South Africa, it's always very difficult. You know that you could be at your best, but sometimes people, other athletes are just that little bit better than you. But I think these athletes put a lot of time and energy into being the best.
I just had Bruno Amarai on our screens going through his local area here. He was born in Bagnes de Bigorre, and so he'll be enjoying that. And also, I have to say, really pleasing to see that he looks relatively comfortable on his bike, where we've seen images of him, because he had a really nasty fall a few days ago, which I think, having looked back over it, possibly was just, I think he may have landed on the funny bone or something in his knee, and therefore it looked worse than it was potentially.
Yeah, I think he was he definitely damaged his knee, but I think he was having a go at some of his fellow competitors as well, which is not the ideal thing to do, be verbal about them. I think what he's trying to do is he was trying to get to the front, and he was kind of blocked off a little bit. But we talk about this quite a lot, that there's a lot less respect in the peloton these days. It doesn't care who you are, nobody will give an inch. So unfortunately, yeah, he did come down. He is from this part of the world. He was brought on like Victor Campenaerts a couple of years ago when he was with Lotto. He got brought on to do a certain job, and I think Armirai, he was riding for Decathlon, and Decathlon were building a strong team, but he got the offer to come here and to be a part of the engine room for Jonas Vingegaard. So they've brought some real big powerhouses, Armirai being one of them, and he's one of these guys like Victor Campenaerts. These are strong riders, but they can get over climbs as well. They've also got the likes of Affini, so it's kind of horses for courses. So UAE Team Emirates are using Vermeersch and probably Niels Pollitt at this moment, and then they'll be thinking about potentially using their other riders at certain points. So yeah, just a shake of the head here from Ben O'Connor. He realises the effort he's making now, he's going to pay for it in the Asban. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Ben O'Connor just ease up, sit up, and come back to the peloton.
There's been a Yeah, I mean, still so much of today's stage to go, and the brutal elements of today's stage to go. Just wondered, do you how I mean, we heard from the beginning of the show, interviews with Torstein Tran, and about the fact that potentially that it could be looking to hold on to that yellow jersey until at least stage 14. Could you see him losing the jersey today?
No. I was covering the Vuelta last year and was pleasantly surprised at the way he managed to hang on to. He only hung on to the jersey for 4 days. It was actually Vingegaard took it off him, but he managed to stay in the top 10, finishing in 9th. You could see in the stage that he took it when Sean Quinn was going on the attack. He just let him attack, and he rode his own pace. So although he seems to be kind of new to this and kind of opened eye about he's living the dream of being in the yellow jersey, I think he'll be okay. The only interest I've got is, what does Tobias Johannesson do? I think they would love to kind of try and help out, but Tobias Johannesson finished 5th in this race last year, so there might be a case of he'll have his goal, and I think you have to stick with that goal. But at the end of the day, I think there'll be enough riders around Torsten Tran. I think he's going to be experienced enough. He's not going to lose 7 and 8 minutes today. I very much doubt.
Well, we're going to hear from Tobias Johannesson. Let's head over to the start once again from earlier today.
What's a guy 6th at the Tour de France last year expecting from today's stage?
Oh, I think it's going to be painful today, but that's what we like. And I think for us climbers, these are the stages that we look forward to. And yeah, Tourmalet is it's a special feeling to ride up it, and to have the yellow jersey in the team as well on that stage. Yeah, it's a dream.
Yeah, exactly. How do you deal with having the jersey, but also, I mean, personal ambition for you and Torsten to defend? There's also the EF threat, Sean Quinn is quite close.
Yeah, I think that makes it quite interesting today, but Torstein and me have worked very well together until now, and we're going to continue doing that, so I think that's going to be totally fine, and we hope for good legs for both of us, and yeah, we're looking forward to just test ourselves. It's an honest climb today.
Can you explain me a little bit? You said it's going to be painful, and you were smiling. How did it happen?
No, I don't know. It must have been something wrong up in the head of all the guys that's out there today. I think it's painful, but it's also something we enjoy, and yeah, we look forward to test the real climbing legs today, and that's what we're here for.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
So this is the state of play at the moment, and as you observed, Brian, Ben O'Connor did look as though he was starting to regret his decision to head off on his own, and got the impression that he might be sitting up that lead he's got over the remainder of the peloton, holding steady at around 40 seconds at the moment, and then we go all the way back to the Pedersen group with the green jersey, Mads Pedersen, and that's at around 3 minutes and 20 at the moment as they make their way along one of the flatter segments of today's stage and up towards that first major climb of the day, the Col d'Aspin.
I'm sorry, John, I was just looking at Remco. He seems to just be kind of looking around at the scenery as if nothing's really kind of happening, and yeah, he was a little bit possibly embarrassed by what happened earlier on today with stopping for a natural break at the wrong time. But yeah, let's see. He's apparently he's looking skinnier than he has and he's ever been. So let's see, because he's going to need to be super skinny and coming up over these climbs that he's not got fond memories of, if memory serves me right, especially the Tourmalet. But I think the question was asked, and I don't think he remembers much from that day.
You'd hope that he was being able to put it back and out of his mind. It was, you know, the Pyrenees, his undoing at last year's Tour de France, and yeah, it was a bit embarrassing what happened earlier on to Remco Evenepoel, and I'm sure that he'll be receiving lots of tips on when is the best time to go and relieve himself in the future. You touched upon the fact that Sean Quinn sits just 28 seconds down from Trent at the moment. As we head back up to Ben O'Connor, he does seem to be now sticking to his task.
It's very difficult to go back on your task, John. When you're committed like this, it takes a bold decision to just pull the pin and sit up. Of course, we've seen this earlier on today with Huberts just deciding, but that was more just kind of frustration with what just happened. But I don't think many people just say, look, it's not happening.
They're driving forwards. Ben O'Connor. Very picturesque, as ever, as we head further into the Pyrenees. And people have made their way down to the rivers, as they do right the way throughout France at this time of year, to be close to water. It looks certainly purer than the fare of the River Thames. Uno-X.
Yeah, it's not got a good reputation at the moment, the Thames, hasn't it?
No, it's been a number of years that that's been on the decline. Quite a bit of raw sewage gets pumped into it, which is pretty revolting, and certainly puts paid to many people's wild swimming efforts.
Yeah, even some of the rowers as well. I think a lot of the rowing clubs having to take their own decisions sometimes.
So it's been very active ever since that intermediate sprint, really. The race really has been on. Alberto Contador said at the top of the programme that he thought that it was going to be a very fast stage today, and expected to see lots going on. It sort of also feels like it's the sort of day going across the Tourmalet and with an uphill finish, Brian. And we say this every year on the Tour, but it's one of those stages where you're not going to win the Tour today, but if you have a really bad day, you could lose all of your chances.
Yeah, it's the first big real mountain stage. We've had a really tough start, because normally the kind of formula, the first kind of 10 days, nothing too much to worry about, maybe one mountaintop finish, but not as hard as what we've had so far. You know, starting with the team time trial in Barcelona, although it was only short, it's still not easy, and you know, the temperatures that we've had up to 40 degrees. So, but I think, you know, you can stand up or put your hands in the air if you thought this was going to be the scenario where we've got one rider in front at 40-50 seconds and a whole bunch pretty much all together coming up towards the Col d'Aspin. I don't think many would have kind of predicted that, John. So I think you know, this is really suiting the likes of UAE Team Emirates, because they've got a little bit of help from Uno-X. They've got Vermeers riding at the front. You know, the majority of the team are kind of sitting back. What I found was a little bit interesting was, and the big one of the hot days that Pogačar said he was suffering a little bit from a headache, which suggests a bit of dehydration, but that could be a factor today.
Well, you're watching stage 6 of the Tour de France between Pau and Gavarnie-Guédres, which is being featured on the Tour de France for the first time. Pau featuring for the 76th time, and from what I've read earlier, they're going to go across the Tourmalet for the 90th time in Tour history. It's the most used climb in the Tour de France, and when you think right the way back to that first ascent of it, when Henri de Cronje and the commissaires were called assassins, or murderers actually for the more literal translation of that word, it's an extraordinary climb to still just have such longevity in Tour history.
Yeah, it's incredible. You know, it's nice that they can come back to, you know, the iconic climbs that we see in the Tour de France over the years that we've seen it over the last, 112 years. But they still do find, you know, a new finish from time to time, because over 112 years, I'm pretty sure that, you know, they have scoured, they've been over as many of the roads in the Pyrenees and the Alps. Of course, there's more scope in other parts of France. Yeah, a new finish today, but the same old Tourmalet that Remco can't remember too much about.
So Jan Tratnik sits towards the back, and you see all of the bottles that are being carried today. We had a really interesting interview with Max Walker just about how many bottles he's carried so far on the tour and how many he expects to carry by the time they get through to Paris, averaging 4 in consumption every hour himself. We take a look at the Col d'Aspin, 12 kilometres at 6.5%, and the worst gradients, 9.1 quite early on, then 8.7, and an 8% towards the top. So that is the climb that they are about to take on. Yeah, Brian, back to Max Walker, and he was saying that he reckons he's going to carry for the team between 600 to 700 bidons during the tour this year.
Yeah, it's amazing the amount of water bottles you go through. It's amazing. They take up a lot of space as well, but you have to have them, and you know, you can see constantly up and down, and it is a battle to get, you know, because you want to get your hand up. As soon as you get your hand up, the commissar behind calls the team car up, and again you have to wait, and you cannot kind of wait to, you know, when you, right, I've ran out of water, I'm going to send someone back. You have to do it consistently every kind of 10-15 minutes. So there's a rider consistently going back, or 1 or 2 riders being designated for bottle duties, and they'll be going back and back up again, constant. So that was Pogacar there just telling Vermeers to slow down a little bit.
And can you, I mean, he looks as though he has taken a bit of pace off at the front.
But the thing is, it's an art in itself doing it. I can remember, you know, doing it for the first time as well, and there was a certain Sean Kelly that was telling me to slow down. You just want to do your work. You know you can set you know, a strong pace, but you know, it's having that little bit of experience from Pogacar that there's one rider in front. Unfortunately, as much as I like Ben O'Connor, he's not going to have any say in the outcome of this stage today. I think it's quite futile. Being in the breakaway now alone, he really is going to kind of struggle with the effort he's making at the moment. But you're never going to tell someone to stop. So But he's getting the support of Steve Cummings, who knows how to win a Tour de France stage, but I don't think this will be the stage for Ben.
You just see the effort that is going in. Steve Cummings assisting that effort. Well, we're now going to head back to slightly earlier on today and hear what Richard Carapaz had to say ahead of this stage. Richie, today the Tourmalet climb, the profile of the stage is in front of you. Tell us how you feel before this first big mountain test of this tour. Well, I'm feeling good. I have a lot of confidence. It's an important stage, especially for us. We will take every opportunity we can to be present, and it'll be a stage, well, I think a stage where you need to be patient and you need to wait. Well, wait for what? Sean Quinn's close to the yellow jersey. Is the team going to attack Uno X today? I don't think so. Everyone's going to chase their own goals today because of the mountain we face. It will be a nice goal to take the jersey, but also we hope that Sean will be there towards the front. I think that's going to be key today. And finally, Richie, considering your performance on this tour, are you going to target the GC or are you going to go for stage wins?
¿Etapas o general para ti?
Well, today's going to be a big test for me. Let's see how I fare on the Tourmalet. And towards the finish, we have Sean, who could take the yellow jersey, and we must help him. And for me, it's going to be important to see if the race explodes on the Tourmalet. If it does, can I be there? I will be trying, just like Léon, to be involved for a stage win. But our goal's clear. We are going to be in it for stage wins, and that is really the key for us as a team. So good to hear from Richard Carapaz. Lovely chatting to Brian, and it is now time for me to hand back over to Declan, who will see you through the rest of today's stage.
Thanks a million, Jono, and we'll be hearing again from Jonathan Harris-Bass at the conclusion of the day. He'll take you through the jersey presentation and the post-race show, by which time we'll know who's still in yellow, who's in the climber's jersey, who's in well, green jersey seems assured on the shoulders of Mads Pedersen. He's had a good day already today. It's been fascinating fair. Ben O'Connor now the breakaway rider after the earlier three, make that two rider group, and Dan Hole is suffering out there. Big day out for him yesterday in supporting a stage victory for Olaf Koy, but the big Dutch rouleur is clearly, I think, John Mould is now in harness to run the rule over the riders as we approach the lower slopes of the Aspen. The pace has certainly picked up there a little bit, and Dan Hole, I suspect, struggling to keep the gels down.
Yeah, it's not a nice thing to see, but that's what happens actually. Sometimes the heat has that effect on riders. Might even just be drinking too much or it's gone down the wrong way, and yeah, he'll be looked after the team car.
Tough moment for Dan Hole, a tough moment for all of the riders, as well as the pace has certainly picked up significantly. 1.25 minute advantage for your sole and your lone rider out front. Has this been a breakaway folly for Ben O'Connor? Well, he'll invest and go again and again and again. Great to see this enthusiasm for the Tour de France 26 as we approach the lower slopes of the Aspen climb. Goes up to about 1,500 meters. One of the four, you might say, legendary climbs that really helped to create the mythology around the Pyrenean climbs of Tour de France. Col du Tourmalet, we're going to see it a little bit later on. Peyresourde and Osbisque not required today, but it's a busy enough and challenging enough day, and Aspen about to play a role. First climb back in 1910. It was the part of that first ever Pyrenean stage, as Jonathan told us a little bit earlier on today, when the organizer Henri Desgrange was accused of being an assassin. So a few might echo those sentiments today. And into colour order, everyone gets in position, and those that can will do at this point. A lot of riders are going to be pulling the pin very shortly, so they're investing as best they can to try and position their riders absolutely perfectly.
Interesting to see Fred Wright as well, bringing up Tom Pidcock. I think he's gone under the radar a bit on today's stage. We keep talking about Tadej Pogačar. Is it going to be a victory for the Slovenian? But when I get to see, Pinarello Q36.5 getting organised, being together, it means
Major Tom.
a motivated Tom Pidcock, which is a stage really that suits him, doesn't it? With this final as well, someone who can go from a tough day and sprint really well from a reduced group.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about what's in prospect here. Huge climb to come. The Aspan is just the hors d'oeuvre, though, to the Tourmalet that follows it. So just how much activity we're going to see on that remains to be seen. There might be just a little bit of adventure shown by those that have pushed to try and make it into a breakaway already. It hasn't quite worked out. The likes of Ben Healy and others, Asparen and others who tried their luck, will maybe go again. Maybe there's an opportunity for Ben O'Connor to stay out front for a little while longer. But then on the Tourmalet itself, does anyone have any chance of getting involved when Tadej Pogačar and friends start to fight?
Yeah, there's a few riders. We just saw that interview with Carapaz. That kind of rider who's really all in for the stage victory. You give that little extra when you know there's a chance to win the stage. And does that inspire the likes of Pidcock, Carapaz, maybe even Florian Lipovic, Remco Evenepoel? They just know they need to get over it. There's an 18-kilometre descent or just more before we go into the final climb of the day. But actually the early slopes are quite steady. In the valley, around 2%. Nothing really, really crazy. Of course, it's a categorised climb, but the first 10 kilometres of it is an average of 3% with some flat parts as well. So I'd expect maybe some riders really smelling that chance of victory, and you never know when it's going to come at the Tour de France. So if you've got a small chance, you've got to try and grab it with both hands.
Yeah, Pidcock would certainly enjoy that descent from the Tourmalet on the approach to the final climb of Gavarnie-Guédre. It's making its debut in the Tour de France this year. But the teams will know, well, by this point, this is a stage they will all have recce'd. Niels Pollard in control. Been remarkable to see, isn't it, that the Uno X squad, despite the fact they have the jersey, have not been required to do the pacemaking today. The UAE Team XRG squad see themselves as jersey holders in waiting and want to create a platform for Tadej Pogačar to win another stage. That includes the Tourmalet climb. Riders starting to go south now on the lower slopes of the Aspan. 11 kilometres remaining of the, 12? Yeah, 12 kilometres. Rising from the east side, if you know this climb, the Acol. We go up and over the Aspan down towards Santa Maria Campan, which of course is kind of made famous for the fork welding incident for Eugène Christophe, which any fan of bike racing will be able to recount. His forks broke, he clambered down the mountain, found a forge, found a blacksmith, and then welded the forks himself. No outside assistance was permitted, but then of course got a draconian penalty because he was a young blacksmith's assistant, a young boy who operated the bellows, so he did get outside assistance, and well, that was it for the eternally unlucky Eugène Christophe. A man whose greatest gift in many ways to cycling was the old toe straps that bike racers used to use. Out of the valley and onto the climb. Gone through all 5 mountain regions in France, of course, this year. Massif Central after this, the Vosges and Jura mountains, and then final weekend in the Alps. Double assault on Alpe d'Huez. The penultimate stage of the race, of course, is the most demanding in terms of the amount of meters gained. And Decathlon CMA CGM team have switched their attention from their sprinter Olaf Koy, his glory yesterday. Cees Bol will head backwards, manage his resources as best he possibly can, try and find some friends now.
Yeah, already quite a big group coming out at the back. Of course, you see on the screen as well the group of Philipsen and Mads Pedersen. And 3 minutes down on those riders we just seen losing contact with the peloton.
The gruppetto will form now properly for the first time today.
Yeah, this is the real. If you get to this point and you're dropped on Col d'Aspin and then you join the gruppetto, you're in a, yeah, you can relax in a way. You're happy. You're safe with the time cut, and you're in a group, big group with good numbers.
Yeah, strength in numbers. The more the merrier, really. So if it's a huge group and they're all outside the time cut, very often the organisers are minded to allow them in. That's one reason. But then you just have the knowledge in there. If you're able to climb at that level, you should be able to hang on. Riders coming out the back there, Day, and there. The day isn't done by any means. Lots of hard climbing still for them that they stay in the race again tomorrow. But their work in terms of assisting their team is done. Oh, apart from those sprinters, of course, who might be struggling a little bit, and they'll require teammates in and around the gruppetto to assist them. To that end, by the way, it's probably worth letting you know we have heard of one rider abandoning today. Not exactly a huge surprise. Unfortunately, the Dutch sprinter Arvid de Klein, who's really been struggling all week so far, the Tudor Pro Cycling man, struggling to follow on the small climbs yesterday. He was forced to abandon quite early on today, so unfortunate for him. Another rider out, and the attrition rate set to rise as this unyielding and demanding and extraordinary bike race continues to extract the ultimate reward and the ultimate prize from these riders. Niels Pollitt in characteristic mode. Tim Wellens lined up behind him.
Just a little bit of concern with the graphics on top of the screen for Juan Ayuso. They're showing him as a little bit down on that peloton. I'm just trying to spot riders who have waited with him as we go past Romain Gregoire, but I just want to get eyes on Ayuso and where he is in this situation at the moment.
Let's hear from Anders Milke up on the climb.
The sun is shining and the wind is picking up at the top of the Col d'Aspin. Down here you can sense the valley, how beautiful it is. You can see the hairpins down here. It looks beautiful from here, but brutal for the riders, because there's absolutely nowhere on this climb where there is shadow, meaning that it's going to be super hot. Right now we have 32 degrees at the top. At the bottom we have 36 degrees. One thing we are noticing here at the top is that the wind is picking up, the gusts are getting stronger, and the majority of this climb is a cross tailwind. We have young Pogacar fans standing over there from País Vasco. We have a lot of Basque fans. We have a young French guy who thinks Paul Sixas will win today. Allez, Paul Sixas. And there's a big belief in Paul Sixas today for the French fans. They even brought a French Catholic priest who's looking over the Col d'Aspin. And let's see if he's going to bless Sixas and bless the Aspin. Can you do that for us?
I can bless Paul Sixas.
Yeah? How are you going to do it?
Le Col d'Aspin too.
How? Aspin, Sixas. Are now blessed.
So they've got holy water in their bidons, the Decathlon CMA CGM team. Good stuff again from Anders Milke. Hey, yeah, let's keep an eye on Juan Ayuso. He's showing out the back at the moment.
Yeah, he just was, as we were watching the priest bless Aspin, I think he was just with two teammates coming back to the group. He's just at the back of the group now with G West just in front of him, number 32. It's just number 31. Right, just out of the saddle there. That's Juan Ayuso. The team have come together, haven't they? All come back and looking after each other, with Schelmoser and then Carlos Verona there as well.
Yeah, no indication that there's any sort of physical difficulty for Juan Ayuso that we're aware of. Could well have been call of nature. Sometimes when you got to go, you got to go. And we're talking earlier on about Remco Evenepoel's perhaps mistimed nature break, but yeah, it's difficult to get that absolutely perfectly. As I suppose it's different when you're going on a fast road. Potentially you can tend to nature off the bike, but Juan Ayuso may have been a call of nature, may have been a mechanical issue. Keep an eye
even possibly just out of position at the start of that climb. We saw how many riders got distanced, and if you're just too far at the back, those riders sit up. They know they've got nothing. They've got no need to make a big effort. So, yeah, maybe even just a simple positioning error. That's why you always have to be so aware, especially as a general classification rider. The concentration levels and the pressure that the GC riders are under, even though they look quite calm, that they're always thinking at some point there could be something that goes wrong. So it really is a mental game.
Yeah, and again, I mean, riders will make silly mistakes because they're under the physical pressure. I mean, they're intelligent, experienced riders, and yet they'll do the silliest things because they're under so much physical pressure. And yeah, you always have to be mindful of that. I mean, to that end, actually, and there was a bit of a chat about it, wasn't there? Paul Sexas getting and it seemed to be directed at Paul Sexas, the G up and from the team car, stating the blindingly obvious: you should stay close to Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar. Wherever they go, you must go. I mean, you can't sort of overestimate just how many obvious things you need to remind the riders of.
Yeah, it sounds really simple, doesn't it? And it's one of those things, but it was Luke Rowe on the radio who's leading the team here for the decathlon team from the car, and it was just that time just to remind Sexas simple things. And at this point on the radio, you have to be really honest. It's really simple instructions. You have to remember these riders are 160 beats a minute. They're concentrating, fighting for position. You can't give them an essay to listen to because their mind's going to switch off. Try and read a book, they don't pay any attention. So you just have to be as simple and as clear as possible.
Is this a folly from Ben O'Connor? Is it a mistake to persevere with this attack? It did look as if he was down to just 36 seconds or so. He's just hovering off the front. Is there any value in that?
In a way, they're riding at a similar pace now. So in a way, you don't get as much protection on the climbs as you would on the flat. So he just committed to his tempo, sets at his tempo what he can manage, and O'Connor will definitely know what he can do. And he's hoping he'll get over the climb, maybe caught on the descent, or maybe have 30 seconds ahead when we hit the Tourmalet. That means he might miss those big accelerations, and he might make the front group or make the selection.
Bruno Amrail is flirting with the unyielding trapdoor from that lead group at the moment, the local man. We've heard as well that Kian Uijtdebroeks has got a bike change, so that's in an opportune moment, but they're keeping the Movistar man serviced. And meanwhile, the UAE team Emirates XRG squad drives on at the front, setting his demanding a tempo as they dare. No problem at all for the world champion. Were he to win today, he would, I think, go level on with in second place with the most amount of stages won, wearing the Arc-en-Ciel rainbow jersey colours. Aspan's a lovely climb, actually. There's quite a bit of shade. It gets up to 1,500 metres, so there's not that much of it is actually out of the tree line. It's a pretty climb. I'm not sure if you have a favourite mountain range in France, but I've always been slightly more partial to the Pyrenees than the Alps. It feels sort of more rustic, you know. It's a very, very different character.
I don't really enjoy many of the mountain passes, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say my forte anyway. I do. Most recently, I've started mountain biking, so I enjoy going on chairlifts and going downhill on my mountain bike. So maybe I'm partial to the Alps with Morzine, but I haven't ridden a mountain bike in the Pyrenees yet.
Are you an advocate of the electric-powered
e-bikes? Yeah, especially in Wales, we have really steep hill, so yeah, now I've got less fit. It allows me to do more, which is really nice. Don't get out on it enough, though.
What was it Eddie Merckx said? Some people say cake is bad for cyclists. He said hills. Hills are bad for cyclists. So cake is fine. If he was saying it. Change the front. Niels Pollitt has just switched off for a moment. So we still got Tim Wellens thereabouts. And as Brian has told us a little earlier on, we'll hear from Brian, by the way, later on in the broadcast. It's Wellens, on the front. Grossschartner set to pick up. And as Brian has mentioned, it's going to be a key day for Adam Yates, in as much as, according to his thesis, you need to, the UAE Team Emirates squad, try to keep 2 riders in general classification, try to preserve the GC hopes of Isaac Del Toro, as well as the reigning champion Tadej Pogacar.
You can see the increase in pace, though. Wellens has come to the front, taking over from Niels Pollitt, and it's just the slight changes, the real rocking of the shoulders of the riders further down the line. You can see the pace has definitely increased, and Wellens definitely has been told just to turn that screw up just a little bit.
Yeah, he's a fine climber, isn't he? He's been sitting in the wheels, waiting his opportunity, and Tim Wellens, for all that he's a classics man, gets up these hills pretty well. A little bit of a crosswind for the riders, and we heard from Anders that the wind at 8 kilometers per hour, but up on the summit of this climb, it certainly could be a little bit of a factor. Alex Baudin, his hopes of adding to his mountain points total today look like they're a little forlorn. Just 12 points for him, and plenty of points available. And there's as many as 20 available at the top of the Tourmalet. 10 at the top of this climb, and 5 available at the finish line for the first rider home today. Well, Julian Alaphilippe is going backwards. I think I saw Ben Healy pulling the pin as well after all his attacking earlier on. I think he was among those riders that decided today's not the day. I continue to save energy, leak a bit of time, no problem. He's out of GC. But interestingly enough, the EF Education Easy Post squad, but similarly to the Uno X squad, they've got their GC guy, or they've got their guy for stage honors, but they also have the overall race lead from a rider who's not expected to win this race in Paris, but they've got to kind of have divide their resources a little bit amongst the team leader and the overall race leader. That's Uno X. Similarly, the EF Education Easy Post have to have divided loyalties somewhat as well.
Yeah, quite an interesting interview with Carapaz as well. I get the feeling he's not really riding for general classification. I think he's happy to be there if he's there or thereabouts, but realistically a top 10. And with that, with Healy and Carapaz trying to target those stages where they can, I definitely think, we've seen Carapaz, the way when he's in form, we've seen him win stages of the Tour de France, and he's, remember a few years ago, I can't remember the climb it was, but he was with Simon Yates, winner of the Giro and the Vuelta, and Stevie Williams, one of the brilliant talent from the UK, winner of Flèche Wallonne, of course. And Carapaz, after being in a move with those 2 riders of that caliber, he just danced away. And we all know former Olympic champion, but when Carapaz is on his day, sometimes he's just unbeatable.
Yeah, I saw a signal of that return to form actually in Tour de Suisse ahead of Tour de France, so has put the form together reasonably well. Howard Visma enjoying this pace setting by UAE.
But it's really important that we have a good position, in the bunch behind UAE. That is our spot, also on our span, because you know how important it is going over the top into the descent.
Stay right there all the way to the top of the hill. Probably worth paying due deference indeed to the efforts of Ben O'Connor. He's been overhauled, and I think that's further illustration of what you were saying, that this little extra injection of pace by Tim Wellens immediately, just snuffed out the advantage of Ben O'Connor.
Yeah, it was slowly just turned up a couple of watts, maybe even 30, 40 watts difference than what Niels Pollitt was doing. And that makes a huge difference. You just see how everyone was lined out. Everyone gets near their teammates. They know they need to be round their their team now. They need that support in close proximity.
That's 30 or 40 watts against what they're riding, which is presumably, what, 350 to 400, something like that, depending on the rider?
Depending on the rider, probably Tim Wellens, yeah, low 70 kilos, maybe just around the 70 kilo mark. So yeah, he could be 350, 360 watts, and then ramping that up when he needs to. He'd probably be around 400 plus at full.
And that's the functional threshold power of these riders. Fundamentally, they can ride at that for an hour or more for the most part. But you go even 5 watts above your FTP, suddenly things change a little bit, and the amount of time that you can sustain that for diminishes potentially quite rapidly. Higuita's not much enjoying this pace at the moment. Sergio Higuita, best pace rider from the XDS Astana squad, 22nd overall. Other riders heading south. Derek G West going south. So we climb the Haspan from the eastern side. Aurélien Paré-Pontre will be hoping that Paul Sexas can hang on. Yeah, hoping too that maybe Valentin, his brother with the Soudal Quick Step squad, could potentially give the family another stage win. Alex Baudin, the mountains leader. Bit of a jour sans for him on the lower slopes of the Aspan. Well, upper slopes, we're quite close to the top now. It's been a steady tempo, but an unrelenting one really from the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. They've got Tim Wellens, who's overhauled the long-range attack from Ben O'Connor. He's still in the group at the moment. Quinn Simmons had the hand up as if he's looking to assist from the team car, and could well have the legs to return to this group. If that's the case, that's impressive and valuable stuff for the Lidl Trek squad. Derek G looks like he's coming back, so reports of his demise greatly exaggerated as well.
Yeah, the team cars are struggling to get forward at the moment with the riders who are being dropped at the back. As you can see, G West has gone up with neutral service bottles, so normally Lidl Trek have those red aerodynamic bottles, but he's turned into the peloton with the blue Shimano bottle, so just a little.
Will they go in the cage though?
They'll fit, yeah, they fit. Their normal bottles still fit, but the red aero ones just fit round that cage. It's the first thought I had when you see teams using specific bottles, like aerodynamic bottles, and how they fit. Yeah, do normal bottles go in? But yeah, but they do.
Yeah, good design solution for the Lidl Trek squad. Aero efficiency doesn't have to be compromised entirely. Tim Wellens looks like he's found a good rhythm here. The pace, or at least the gradient, it doesn't look at the way that he's stomping out on the pedals and the pace. It's hard to imagine that it's 8 or 9% here. Your average cyclo-tourist would be able to have a conversation with the butterflies that would be accompanying them up to climb at this gradient. For World Tour pedalers, a completely different prospect. And hot work, and a bit of a tailwind to this particular point of this climb with all its hairpins. The aforementioned Valentin Paré-Pontre is shaping close to the top. You'll hope to have the legs to do something on the Tourmalet. Are we going to see any attacking off the top of the Aspan, maybe to try and create a little bit of a gap to the Pogacar group in the approach to the Tourmalet?
I don't think here, but Paré-Pontre is definitely going after that King of the Mountains jersey. He'll be targeted at top of the Aspan.
Well, Le Grand Fromage, or whatever we call Emmanuel Macron, the President of the Republic of France, of course, is probably the normal title. He's making his annual visit to Le Grand Boucle. He's picked a big Pyrenean stage, not a bad one. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, if you fancy trying to get ahead of the Pogacar group, it's tough to open up any sort of daylight that will be of any value. And I mean, you look at the bare statistics of the Col du Tourmalet: 17.1 kilometres, 7.3% average, and it's never not steep. That entire climb is kind of that, or feels like more. The lower first couple of kilometres a little bit easier. Ben O'Connor, after his exploits, is finding that he's maybe just gone a bit too deep too early, struggling to follow, and he won't feature on. Oh, there you go, as if to answer the question. Well, he was starting to float up there, wasn't he? Knows he needs to put a bit of daylight between himself and the Pogacar group. So Valentin Paré-Pontre just trying to float clear, not a full-blooded attack, but trying to reprise the glory of Tourmalet 2025 with this long-range attack.
Sean Quinn.
Oh yeah, Quinn, second place overall. Quinn is just 28 seconds down, and he's losing time. The speculation was that he would try and take a little bit of time on the yellow jersey, but instead it's going the other way. At the moment, the yellow jersey is safely in this group, but Sean Quinn, second place overall, starting the day, suffering on the approach to the top of the Aspan. Connor's still fighting, wants to stay close to that group, but it's Quinn will be grateful for the assistance of Michael Valgren. Vacek as well in that white jersey, leader of the young rider category. He too will try and stay as close as he possibly can to perhaps assist Juan Ayuso as far into the Tourmalet as he possibly can. And Paré-Pontre is struggling to make any sort of inroads.
Yeah, he's made one acceleration and then he's riding at the same speed as what Wellens has put in. I think this is more for the points. Obviously 10 points for first across the line at the top of the Col d'Aspan. Paré-Pontre, he openly said in a few interviews, actually, he really is targeting the polka dot jersey at this year's Tour de France. So this is where he's now into the high mountains and he's off trying to pick up some points.
Well, might he be better advised then stay in the wheels to much closer to the top? I suppose you're preventing anyone else from having the same genius idea.
Yeah, I think he's also acceleration in a sprint, and if it's closer, he's less likely to win, especially if there's three riders going at 300 meters to go. He's not as punchy, or he hasn't got the same acceleration. But you are right, this is a big effort now, and Wellens has just held him in that exact same place.
Tim Wellens could be out to break French hearts here a little bit, but he's just keeping Valentin Paré-Pontre a matter of a handful of seconds, if even that, clear. And the Frenchman desperate for those 10 points. That would move him up immediately into second place in that climbing competition, with still the Tourmalet to come. And indeed the final second category climb, the 5 points on offer there. Soudal quick step man. Well, they talk about how sometimes it's difficult to contain his enthusiasm. He's a hugely energetic rider, and he's a rider who just wants to throw himself out of the bunch at every possible given opportunity. He likes to go on the attack. Meanwhile, Sean Quinn, a difficult moment for the American rider, who's fighting to try and recover. And you kind of think that if he can stay within a handful of seconds of this group, there's every chance he'll rejoin on the descent heading towards the Tourmalet. But the problem is then he's got that 17 and a bit kilometres up to the top of that climb, and well, signal's not good at the moment. Well, Paré-Pontre has made a little bit of daylight here. Now we're seeing, well, you have someone to come and play.
Yeah, it looks like Lenny Martinez, fellow Frenchman.
Naturally enough, going for mountains points too. He'll have a similar ambition, and maybe it's the very idea that Lenny Martinez in that group with similar ideas that is frightening Valentin Paré-Pontre, he's very quickly now going to be joined by Martinez of the Bahrain Victorious team.
Yeah, the battle of the French goatees, both of them with really nice facial hair.
The mountain goatees.
Moustaches and little goatee beards. Something that only the French really pull off. I don't think, I'm going to attempt to grow one. I don't know what it is.
I don't quite have the same elan to 10 points on offer. Which Frenchman's going to get it? Oh, and that's nicely judged, you have to say, by Lenny Martinez. Just eased his way onto the tail of Valentin Paré-Pontre. Had a little look around, see what sort of an advantage they have, and it's enough that they can play the game slightly here. And Martinez will just continue to set a tempo, but it's advantage Bahrain Victorious at the moment. Mounted points of absolutely no interest whatsoever for the GC favourites behind, so they'll leave it up to these two riders to contest. Martinez eases past. Is there going to be room? And then lights the blue touch paper with already a bike length advantage gained on the climb. That can be helpful. Sometimes even if you can stay in it, you just can't come past at that point. Valentin Paré-Pontre throws himself at the line. Might go to the photo, but it looked to me as if Lenny Martinez had just about enough in hand to get the 10 points there. The battle is joined.
I wasn't too sure. Maybe on that lunge, maybe Paré-Pontre just took it, but I think that's going to the cameras, going to the photo finish for that one.
Yeah, that was straight out of the Tim Merlier book of... oh, mind you, Tim Merlier normally has about 3 bike lengths advantage in hand. Although, didn't yesterday, did he? It was a tough old day for the Soudal Quick Step squad in general, but maybe they can take some comfort. Let's get a look at this from this effort by Valentin Paré-Pontre, and as they go to the line... Oh. Well, they do have cameras there.
Yeah, it's too close to call from the helicopter shot anyway, is it? Wow.
Meanwhile, Quinn across the top, 44 seconds down. That's a closable gap. Clearly Ben O'Connor with him is pretty keen to try and rejoin as well. That's got to be useful.
The only person that won't be contributing anyway, I don't think, will be Matthias Vácek. There's no need for him to come back to that peloton. Only to give Ayuso some support later on. But this is a very quick descent. Very quick descent and straight into the Tourmalet. Yeah,
it's not the longest descent, is it, that they'll have to face, and then the Tourmalet, they'd like a little bit more of a gap, I think. But that's the Aspen. It's dealt with for the leaders at any rate. Plenty of riders still out there on that mountain. So Sean Quinn is part of this group with the Maillot Blanc, albeit it's Quinn that we're probably more interested in. The rider started the day second overall. And it's Ben O'Connor just in front, who ventured fourth. He was at front of this race for many, many kilometres. Eventually overhauled, weakened a little bit on the Aspen. And he'll be hoping that he can close this 43-second gulf to relatively large group. And Quinton Herman's part of this quartet as well, not showing much interest in pace setting. Herman's the Belgian rider with the Pinarello Q36.5 squad. That's two Frenchmen, Valentin Paré-Pontre and Lenny Martinez, still waiting for confirmation of the order at the top of the climb. Like we say, probably a little bit of a photograph to look at. Meanwhile, the main peloton, quite a large group. We're hearing it's Lenny Martinez that got the verdict. Too little, too late in terms of a lunge there from Valentin Paré-Pontre. Is the 10 points claimed by Lenny Martinez as he goes second in that competition, with still the Tourmalet to come. And those riders will continue to press on, try and fend off the main peloton, although it's showing now that they may well have come back together and been rejoined by the UAE Team Emirates led main peloton.
Yeah, I think the two French riders going after that KOM, Martinez and Paré-Pontre, would have been caught quite quickly by the UAE-led train by Tim Wellens. Still just keeping the pace high, but this is where you get a good view of how big that peloton still is. When you see it on the climb, it seems quite small, but when all the riders are single file, you actually understand that it's still quite a large group.
Many riders are in it. According to the official Tour stats, there could be as many as 98. I don't think it's quite that many, but it's north of 50 anyway. Meanwhile, Baudin lost quite a bit of time on the climb, back to over 4 minutes, 4 1/3 minutes back. So the leg softeners have done their work. Who has wilted? Who's been struggling in the heat? Who's not found their climbing legs on? There's a few riders in there that are getting very concerned about the approach of the Tourmalet. We're now heading to the penultimate climb of the day. It is the big one. It is the Tourmalet, perhaps the most iconic climb in Tour de France history. The Col d'Aspin is behind them. The ascent, at any rate, we're now on the plunging descent, and that will take us to the start of the Col du Tourmalet. We're no more than about 7 kilometers now from the lower slopes of that unyielding climb. Few climbs really are quite as closely associated with the sport's greatest champions. Tadej Pogacar has prevailed in the past. Defining moments, how many have been recorded on the Tourmalet? Paul Sexas looking to etch his name into the history books. And neutral service, the oft maligned neutral service car, proving to be a very valuable asset to so many of the riders today. The latest to take some solace there is Carlos Verona. The piece around the Pyrenees already shattered by the arrival of the publicity caravan about an hour ago. Now the fans in their camper vans and tents, those intrepid souls that have ridden up the hill today, are now preparing for the arrival of the big show. Well, Paul Sexas is in the mix. The Decathlon CMA CGM team have a 19-year-old Tyro, a wonderkind. He's heading to the Tourmalet for the first time as a Tour de France racing cyclist. What are his hopes, dreams and aspirations?
Le Tourmalet, Paul, ça vous évoque
well, the Tourmalet, Paul, what does the Tourmalet bring to your mind? Well, I recognised it. It's the first climb in the Pyrenees. I recognised before, because before I ever went to the Pyrenees, because I come from the Alps, it's special for sure. It's a very nice climb. I can't wait to be there. Impatient to be there, or to fight on a day like today? Obviously, for the past 5 days we had sprints and hilly stages. It's also interesting, but the first mountain stages are always important tests. Can we get used to this circus? Pardon me the expression, after 5 stages? Of course, there are a lot of people, but we get used to it. Yeah, he all seems to take it all in his stride. No sign of a crack. The level of pressure on the shoulders of this young Frenchman unreasonable, everyone says, but just the very fact that we're using that phrase means that he's getting an awful lot of attention. I think everyone understands that if he does struggle to follow the pace of Tadej Pogacar and or Jonas Vingegaard or others on the climb today or other days, that it isn't necessarily a disaster for him or for his team or for the French nation. It's just part of the accumulation of experience. Having said that, if he leads over the top of the Tourmalet, it's only going to ramp up the expectation. President Macron enjoying another visit to Tour de France. A signal of the prestige of this event and this stage in particular. Gap to the French duo. Locked in combat, and now they are allies in trying to fend off that peloton for as long as possible. Martinez and Paripont are still out front. And through the leafy roads that will take us by degrees into Santa Maria de Campan very shortly. It's a grippy one. Non-stop climb this Tourmalet in prospects. Just gets harder as you get closer to the top too. That's what it looks like over 17 kilometers, an average of 7.3. Starts in a relatively benign fashion. The first 5k are at less than 6%. Then we get up to the 7-8%, and then there's a huge chunk of the second half of this climb at more than 9%. It just goes on in that black range at greater than 9%. Up through La Mongie, the ski resort, and on the final couple of kilometers of the climb eases ever so slightly, but just back to about 8% So it's an absolute beast. Top of the climb, they'll hand out the award, the Souvenir Jacques Godet. They've been handing out that one since the early 2000s. They've got a nice monument at the top that everyone gets their photograph taken, except for World Tour bike riders on bike races. Lenny Martinez will be hoping to add to his total if he can fend off that peloton, but I wouldn't bet on it. UAE seem hell-bent on creating a massive amount of destruction on this climb today. It's a juggernaut.
Yeah, led by Tim Wellens. He took over from Niels Pollitt and set the pace, turned the screw, and I think he'll do that job all the way until those steep sections we just saw on the profile of the Tourmalet, especially get through that bottom, through that valley, when the road kicks up. Think of the team they have left to support. Groschardt, that will of course go first, then Brandon McNulty, the massively talented American, then you go to Isaac Del Toro, then you go to Adam Yates, and that all leads to Tadej Pogacar. What a team for stages like this.
Yeah, really, it's just so much strength and depth into Santa Maria de Campan. I think if they made a right here, you just go down to that forge. Is it here or is it around the corner? Just not sure if you've been to Santa Maria de Campan, but it's certainly a must visit. They like your bike racing. And they have a little monument to Eugène Christophe. Heading on to the Tourmalet now. We start the climb. First breached by Octave Lapise. He was first man over the Aspan and indeed the Tourmalet back in 1910. First rider to reach the summit of those two climbs. He won the stage. He won the race overall. Along the way, famously or infamously, maybe called the race organisers assassins. That's what they felt about mountain climbing in those days. Because it was a bit different, wasn't it? Unpaved roads and on those big sort of 30-35 kilogram clunkers, single speed gears, huge balloon tires.
Taking a wheel out to change the change the sprocket, and maybe something we need to ask Brian Smith about. He probably has more experience with it.
He knows more about wing nuts than we do.
I can say that now because he's not on
Yeah,
air,
he'll be back soon. Yeah,
steady.
Oh, here he is. Know about wing nuts?
I actually don't know. A little bit before my time.
The old quick release is passé these days, isn't it? That's tough all day, isn't it, for Sean Quinn? We should probably pay due respect to the man sitting second overall. Vacek looks as if he's moving a little bit easier at the moment. About to rejoin that. Well, I wonder, will they? He's over half a minute down. So it doesn't look as if they're going to rejoin in time for the start of the Tourmalet. A lot of time to be lost now by Sean Quinn. That moves effectively Tadej Pogačar up into a virtual... well, it will, I think. They'll move him up into second place overall. The question is, just how is Torsten Trein feeling in there for the Uno X squad? The yellow jersey, we haven't seen too much of him lately.
A few teammates still with him. A few teammates still with him as well, which is always important.
Yeah, Tobias Holland, Johansson among them. Something we were chatting about earlier, Brian, is how do they divide their resources, or do they have the same cause or the same needs, so really it doesn't affect them tactically?
They will have a choice to make at some point. I think I kind of answered this earlier today, that I don't think Tobias Johansson will wait for the yellow jersey. I think he has to go, you know, once these guys come out to play, I think he'll have to try and kind of follow as much as he can. It's a case of they come into this race with one goal, and that's Tobias Johansson trying to get, you know, another top five or even better. And if Trein can't be there, he's still got that buffer. I'm pretty sure that the other rider with them will possibly kind of look after him, but it's going to be a call on the day, on this climb. But Torsten Trein, he's looked okay. He's looked good, so no real surprise. You know, we started the Tourmalet here with 6 UAE riders in this front group. 4 from Visma, 4 from Red Bull, 4 from Decathlon, and 3 from Lidl Trek. So, you know, the numbers are at the advantage for UAE Team Emirates, but that's not always the way it kind of plays out. So let's see what happens as we get kind of further up this climb. But Torsten Trein, I'm predicting he will lose sometime today, but I don't think it'll be too much.
I suppose the question is, how close to the league group is he going to be at the top of the Tourmalet, and whether he can rejoin. And I mean, it is a long descent, isn't it, in time for what's an altogether more shallow final climb. Although, again, that's something we've been discussing, and as you mentioned, John, it's a shallow ramp for the first 10k of that final climb, but the final 6k are not as easy.
No, they're not as easy. There's a little plateau with 4 kilometres to go, around 2 kilometres. Well, thereabouts, just on the flat. It goes down a little bit. So it's not the toughest climb you're going to see. But it was really noticeable from UAE Team Emirates there. Wellens handed out the ice that he got from his feed bag. It just goes to show, I think Wellens will go for as long as possible, and then he'll swing off.
I'll tell you what, Adam Yates, he's already been back to the car for bottles. They went past some of the staff members outside the road, and he's gone back again for more bottles. So it just goes to show you how much fluid and ice that these guys are requiring. And of course, there was a lot of them going back and putting their hand up and forcing to use the neutral service of Shimano. But
yeah, surprised to see Yates going back, given the importance that we're expecting him later on in the stage.
It probably just shows you that he's got some good legs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Leave the others to do their work. I'll go back, get the bottles and come back to the front. But I tell you what, they've got a dilemma as well, UE.
You have to trust in yourself, Jonas. You're really good. You're really good.
That's just a little bit of a kind of blow some smoke up the backside of Jonas, try and get him G'd up for this, because I think they know what's could happen and probably will happen in this climb. But the dilemma that UAE have got is Del Toro and Pogačar. They really do want to keep Del Toro in the picture as well. So you're talking about Trein and Tobias Johansson. Well, UAE have got something similar, although it's totally focused on this man here, but I think so far that Del Toro's looked super good in this race as well.
It's not if, it's when Tadej Pogačar attacks. It is a very, very long climb indeed, but he's not afraid of a long-range effort. How much of a gap is he going to need? Tayman Arensman's not afraid of a long-range effort. Couple of stage victories last year, just outside the top 10, and just outside the top 20 at the moment. Indeed 19th overall, improved a couple of places yesterday as a result of others' misfortunes, but he's 10 minutes and 12 seconds down. Very much for stage honours, you would imagine, but he's kind of nudging thereabouts in the GC favourites group, isn't he, Arensman? You know, what's the plan for them?
I would think they've come in here. They said they were looking for stages, but the looks of things, Arensman, well, we saw Ben Healy on the Col d'Aspin right from the start, just pulled the plug. He's kind of hanging in there, so potentially maybe looking at you know, to try and get in the top 10 for him. But like you say, he rode very well last year to 2 very good stages.
Lots of communication coming from Tadej Pogačar. He's nodding, shaking his head, I think, at questions being asked from the team car. He's trying to keep the troops motivated around himself as well. He's spoiling for the fight. It's almost shadowboxing, isn't it? He's dancing the moves and just doing a little bit of sparring and just getting those, getting himself psyched up for the big push, because that's what it is effectively. Is it a one-on-one fight today? Can others join the party? Will Paul Sexas be able to resist? Can the twin-pronged effort from the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad possibly infiltrate what has become a private battle between these two riders, Jonas Vingegaard and the world champion and the reigning Tour de France champion, Tadej Pogačar? Isaac Del Toro as well. He's part of that cohort of riders. Tim Wellens bids adieu and farewell.
I was just going to point out there on the wheel of Pogačar there that Adam Yates is back. So he's going up and down like a yo-yo, and he's looking impressive.
Yeah, how quick did he do that? Just able to go back, come back, and he would have come up with some extra weight in his pockets as well. So yeah, he's such a talent, Yates, and actually he has to open up. So one of those efforts, I think, is only going to make him feel better. He's one of those riders that, if you see him in the past, he goes really deep, and sometimes he's distanced, but then he fights his way back. So there's just those little things. He's making himself ready for the climb.
Has to unlock the potential in his legs and lungs. Yeah.
He's always been the same from when he was a junior under 23. Him and Simon, even though they're twin brothers, they've always been a little bit different. Yeah, even racing against them, that Simon was always that punchier, little more fast twitch muscles, whereas Adam just had that constant endurance. He just couldn't drop him, whereas Simon, he had that tendency to be able to explode every once in a while. When they were juniors, this was.
Did a lot of track racing, didn't they, when they were coming up? Yeah,
Simon was world champion, wasn't he?
World points race champ Simon. Adam also a big track rider as a junior. Both from Manchester, used to take part in the Tuesday track leagues from when they were probably 15 years old and loved racing on the track. But then Simon joined the British Cycling Academy program, that was more track based. And then Adam went the way of for CC Tubes in France, and then they both turned pro together in 2013 with what was Orica Green Edge back then.
Yeah, on the same team. That was tough on us back then. Simon now retired, so it's not too difficult to tell them apart. Tayman Arensman's going backwards. That's not a good signal. Not a great signal, too, for Matthew Riccatello, Decathlon CMA CGM team. And Paul Sexas doesn't need to be isolated. A young rider. Riccatello, as you see, has been off his bike. Is this Arensman? Well, I wonder was it a gear issue, because he seemed to be sort of grinding away in a really low cadence. Or is this a leg issue? And Arensman is a rider who, I mean, we've seen him, he is mercurial, isn't he? He can blow hot and cold a little. He has these incredible days of wonderful ability. in these days where the legs just don't respond quite as he would have hoped for.
Yeah, the Tour mallet has got a mallet in it, and it's coming out and hitting a few of the riders one by one at the back of this group now, and starting to get distance at the back. Ricky
New
Tello,
rider on the front, of course. That's maybe part of it.
Yeah, Jorgensen now, he was trying to get himself up the road in the breakaway. Ricky Tello, yeah, he had a crash earlier in the race. I know his mum and dad are over from Arizona. In fact, I used to race against his dad, who's been in touch recently in a race in Tucson. But yeah, his mum and dad came over to kind of support him in this race, but I just think he's suffering a little bit from his crash.
Are we surprised to see Jorgensen going backwards, despite the fact that we saw him on the attack earlier on? This is quite early on the climb.
Yeah, surprisingly, I was thinking Jorgensen would go a little bit further than what we've seen. But you do have to remember, he still has Sepp Kuss, the American, and Davide Piggonzoli, who will be supporting Jonas Vingegaard. But I do agree.
Numbers. Yeah.
You still got enough numbers, but if you had a choice, you'd definitely try and keep Jorgensen there for as long as possible.
Yeah, Tiberi going backwards. Ramses De Bruyne is part of that breakaway from a couple of days ago that has been well up on general classification, so a little bit frustration for the Belgian rider. He's heading backwards. He's going to lose. He's going to drop back from 6th place overall. Not entirely surprising, in fairness, but again, he's managed. Oh, and problems, perhaps. Well, let's widen the shot. Where exactly is the yellow jersey? At the back, Torsten Trein. Is this a moment of doubt, a moment of worry? Still 10.5 kilometers to the top, and we were kind of expecting that a rider of his caliber ought to be able to last a little bit further, but he's going backwards and potentially could lose the jersey today.
Yeah, no panic stations. Anders Johannesson, he was obviously the brother of Tobias. Tobias just continued to do what he's got to do. He's going for a top 10 performance in this year's Tour, but Anders has been told to look after the race leader. I don't think still at this moment, I don't think he's going to lose 7 or 8 minutes, but yeah, I thought he'd be still maybe get closer to the top of this climb, because we've still got a fair way to go.
We certainly do, but you can tell that two things have happened. Felix Grossschartner has hit the front for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad, and he is a fine climber and setting an unyielding tempo. They've also hit that part of this climb where the gradient has ramped up from 7 to 9%. That changes things, doesn't it? Riders suddenly find that they're able to hang on no problem at the tempo when the gradient is slightly easier. And looking okay at the moment is Remco Evenepoel. Jai Hindley, shoulders rocking, looking okay there to support. He's just extended his contract with the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad, so he's fully committed on what they described as a long-term deal. I'm not sure what they said, how long-term it was, but suffice it to say, he's fully invested and there to support Remco Evenepoel and Florian Lipovic.
One person that I mentioned earlier on was Tom Pidcock, and I thought he may suffer a little bit today. Didn't have the ideal kind of prep coming into this race, and he's down the back of this group. But the one thing that I have to say that I've been impressed with Torsten Trein is the way he can ride to his numbers and not panic at these moments. He's very good at riding at his pace.
Tej Benoot, we saw him at the back of the group a little while ago, and then I noticed that he had managed to make his way up alongside Paul Sexas. He's back at the at neutral service at the moment, and this is the kind of, gut-wrenchingly difficult and really unyieldingly hard efforts that are required from the support riders, being able to yo-yo themselves up and down the group just against what is a steady.
Jai Hindley moving down the order now, so there's a few riders really suffering in this heat and this climb as well.
Yeah, two riders from the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad are the two GC favourites, but Jai Hindley, fresh, if that be the term, from his podium finish at Giro d'Italia, and he's been asked to go again. And wants to get another screen on the head unit there. Maybe that's the one with our feed.
Bit of encouragement. Look at the riders now. This is really turning into a selection. Just as Brian said, Jai Hindley being distanced with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. Still so impressive how many UAE Team Emirates XRG still have towards the front. Then of course Ayuso and Schelmoser behind the pair from Red Bull. But quite quietly, not taking too much of the limelight, is that Frenchman Paul Sexas, now all alone, losing Riccatello and Tish Benoot. Now we get to see Hindley dispatched from the back of the peloton as well.
Slightly less support for Jonas Vingegaard, but there are a couple of superstars, aren't they? Sepp Kuss and Davide Pigenzoli. Pigenzoli's really developed, hasn't he, this year in particular. And encouraged to go again after his Giro exploits, as indeed Jonas Vingegaard is. Speculation about whether he can make the full 3 weeks after what he went through in the Giro.
We still have three winners in this front group. Vingegaard and Pogacar, but Egan Bernal is just behind Carapaz, so he's kind of hanging in there. Looks like a few riders just behind Bernal starting to struggle a little bit. This relentless pressure on the pedals, and you got to remember a lot of this climb is in the sun, so it's really warm. You do get a little bit of respite as we get up to the avalanche tunnels, but even going into some of them, there's a couple of them that are, you know, it kind of pitches up with a little bit more gradient.
Tom Pidcock in here, I do believe, as well. He had Chris Harper until recently. Is Harper still there? A little bit of a...
He's been distanced. He's trying to pace Tom Pidcock at the back here.
There we go. It's a bit of a detachment. Castrillo, after his breakaway exploits a couple of days ago, is also hanging in there. Grimly in every sense. Harold Tejada on the Astana squad, also pushing hard to stay on. And Yanis Boissard, the Swiss climber, with the...
Did you just see what Pidcock done there? It was like took the top off, just poured himself and threw it away. I think by the looks of things, he's really suffering in this heat.
Another man suffering in the heat is the overall race leader, Torsten Train. And there's no way you can tell how he's feeling from that face. Well, Schartner waves bye-bye.
The question is, are we going to see Pogacar solo over the top of this climb? Is Del Toro going to be with him? What's Vingegaard going to do? But it does look as if it's been set up now. So Grossschartner is gone. McNulty now comes to the front. So this is being set up. This is the plan. And Pogacar is going to go at some point. Is whether and who can go with him, if anybody.
Chapeau now, Wiedersehen for Felix Grossschartner, the Austrian rider. And when you replace him with a rider of the calibre and class of Brandon McNulty, well, it's going to put a little bit of extra pressure on this group. We're going to see the pace just ratchet up slightly. It looks a bit like Van Eytveld, I think, just starting to suffer there. Sliding backwards, not the first that has suffered that fate today. Lenny Martinez hanging on grimly with thoughts of adding to the points total, the 10 that he took on the climb. And every chance that he could score on this climb, but still 8.2 to the top. A long way to go just yet. Egan Bernal at the back, the Colombian champion, on the wheel of Richard Carapaz. Super experienced, but is it a dangerous game to...
Look like Nicolas Proton just bringing Sexas further up. We talked about earlier how he's been able to sit back kind of out of the wheels, but he needs to be there. Now we're getting into that time when those attacks could come. If you miss the wheel, Sexas needs to close even a 10-meter gap just to get to the back wheel of Pogacar before he goes. All those things might make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's an extra onus, an extra burden on those riders that can be there for Paul Sexas. They've got to to coach him. I mean, he's still just 19 years of age, still learning the sport. I mean, it's something we talk about a lot, is how fully formed the riders are in real sense coming into the top level of racing. But still, I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration. They're not fully formed. There's a lot to be learned.
Yeah, only 17 riders left now in this front group. So such a small select group we've got.
And how are they going to play this attack? Brandon McNulty peels off. Yates goes as far as he can. Then is it just Del Toro next and then Pogacar? Or will we see Pogacar attack before they use up Del Toro as a domestique?
They'll use McNulty and then Yates. And then it's, I think what they'll try and manoeuvre is that maybe Del Toro goes, and then we'll see a reaction from, or we have to see a reaction from Vingegaard. They'll try and kind of play that card. But you just see here that Pogacar, just that nod, that forwards, because McNulty was looking back, and it was just a case of, right, keep going, keep the pressure on. So he won't go until Yates has done his turn. But I don't think it'll be a case of, you know, Yates has done his turn at the front and then Del Toro does. I think they'll want to go over the top, possibly together.
Yeah. Nicolas Breton did a great job of positioning Paul Sexas, but he's dropped out now, so it's a lonely road for the for number 51, the famous Dossard number 50, Decathlon CMA CGM, the only teenager in the bike race. And he's looking in control of his effort at the moment. A few others maybe suffering a bit more. Only they will know how they feel. Nice double act from the Halland Johansson brothers, because it's Anders Halland Johansson that has the yellow jersey in his wheel.
He's just moved out the line here. Whether it's going back for bottles, for me it doesn't look like that is what he's doing. So Piganzoli looks as if he may be the next one distanced.
You're looking for a moment's relief there, aren't you? But it doesn't last, does it? The relief that you get from easing on the pedals, because it's literally just a matter of a couple of moments.
It really is. It's a strange time to go back for bottles. So as Brian said, yeah, it's it may just be a question he needed to take a bit of recovery. He made his way to the back. There's no team cars behind anyway, only the neutral service. He's got his hand up. He's already just in the background.
Still 45 kilometres of this race remaining. By the time we crest the rise at the Gaudet Monument on Tourmalet, we'll still have 38.5 kilometres of the day. Plunge down a descent similar in length to the ascent, so it's about, what, about 80-90 kilometres, and then on to the final climb, which is billed as 18.7% and an average of just 3.7%, so that's a fairly steady rise without being a particularly demanding climb. But there are sectors of more than 6%, and that's where you could potentially make the difference if you've already gained a little bit. And effectively there will be a feeling among Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard and others in here that if you are going to gain time in your rivals today, you have to get most of it done on the Tourmalet.
Was it Paul Sexas before pre-tour that was setting records? Was it the Tourmalet? He was setting some records via Strava.
I remember. I'm going to try and find it.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was Tourmalet, but it was
definitely
some of the
Pyrenees.
recons.
Yeah, he'd done some recons and he was setting records, I believe. So this is this man here, the young 19-year-old. So Piganzoli is gone. Don't know why he's putting his hand up. Carapaz being distanced at the back as well. So this is just slowly, just, you know, hitting all these riders over the head with the mallets. The mallet man, as we used to call it in Scotland. As soon as the mallet man got you, that was your day over.
Unfortunately, Carapaz couldn't avoid the giant mallet. And at 6.5k to go to the top of the hill, it's just too far. McNulty looks good. Yates looks as if he's just chomping at the bit, waiting for his moment to shine. Del Toro equal to the effort. It's a metronomic progress from Remco Evenepoel. Looks really steady in the saddle. I have to say, I think he's looked terrific so far this week.
2 minutes for the yellow jersey. So if this continues, could be maybe 3 to 4 minutes come the top. Not too much in the descent, possibly. So he could be losing maybe 5-6 minutes today.
Still in with a shout of hanging on to his jersey.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's amazing when you can consider it, and you've been there, John. When you're making this effort on the front and you're on the wheel, and you know that you have to continue this effort, because it's not like a team pursuit where it's on the flat. This is on a climb where you're going as hard as you can until you can't go anymore, peel over, and you know the person on your wheel is already ridden all the way up this climb at that speed on your wheel, and we say it all the time that there's very limited kind of shelter you get on a climb. So it just goes to show you that these guys doing the ride at the front, look at Del Toro now, he knows he's got a job to do. Adam Yates knows he's up next, but he's already been riding on the wheel of Brandon McNulty and his other teammates all the way up this climb. I always think that's amazing.
It is, and it's such a nice feeling as well. You hear Tadej on the radio there saying, "I'm good, guys, I'm good," and that just gives McNulty something a little bit extra as well. You know now, okay, I'm doing all this work. My leaders come on the radio and said, "I'm good," and McNulty's probably thinking, I couldn't even think of anything worse than saying anything on the radio. Now, as we go back, McNulty's done his job through the last tunnel, and it's gone handed over to the Brit Adam Yates.
McNulty will try and hang on there for a little while, just see, but I think now he's just going to pull the pin, and that's fair enough. Great job done by the American rider, Brandon McNulty. How's Isaac Del Toro feeling? Trying to gulp in a little bit from his bidon. Everyone's feeling this. The heat is relentless. Heading towards La Mongie, the famous ski station. It's played host to World Cup ski events, as well as being one of the more important ski stations that Tour de France has visited. These little tunnels, the shade is just so welcome. It's just a moment's respite from the unyielding, throbbing, beating giant orb in the sky. And already up to 1,600 meters. I mean, it's one of the highest Pyrenean climbs in the entire range. It's over 2,100 meters. It's getting into nosebleed territory. Wind is relevant. We're out of the tree line here. No more shade worth the mention. Oh, no, look at this. Tobias Allen Johannesson going backwards. So yellow jersey's back the road, and his teammate now starting to fade, and still fully 5 kilometers to the top of the climb.
Yeah, I tell you what a difference a few weeks. I've been up here when it's been really misty. You can hardly see, in front of you, 100 meters. And it was only a few weeks ago, pre-tour, that it was exactly the same. But now this is really searing heat and, very difficult for everybody. And as you say, we do get a little bit of respite in a couple of these, avalanche tunnels. But in a couple of them, the pitch goes up a little bit and makes it harder.
Adam Yates makes it harder too.
Here we go.
So the group is significantly thinned out, and here we go. And it's kicking off, and it's Isaac Del Toro that's launching the attack. Adam Yates didn't have to do quite as much. Great work done by Brandon McNulty and the rest of the team, but they've left it up to Isaac Del Toro to launch the attack. Jonas Vingegaard responds immediately. Paul Sexas, shoulders rocking. Looks like he's under a bit of pressure, but he's still there. Jonas Vingegaard comes out of the line, looking for someone else to close the gap, and now it's detached. UAE Team Emirates against the rest. It's 2 against 2, and the rest are, and then again 2 behind as well. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe trying to latch back on to Paul Sexas and Jonas Vingegaard. Vingegaard not panicking just yet. Pogacar picks up, and they're down the old 1-2. It's a little bit of a 2-up time trial here.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Just Del Toro going, the two of them try and go over the top together. You could see Pogacar, as soon as Del Toro went there, he was shouting at him. So they want to stay together. Pogacar wants Del Toro to be there. They've already isolated Vingegaard, and they're looking good, because over the top, having Del Toro is going to be a huge asset for him.
While at the moment, it's absolutely massive, huge opportunity.
Huge opportunity. Del Toro went, Pogacar followed, and I think Jonas Vingegaard made the choice to settle into his own rhythm. But maybe that tempo and that rhythm of Jonas just isn't going to be enough to match the two now out front. Sexas just trying to follow Jonas, or actually that's Florian Lipovic. Remco Evenepoel also distant, but it's exploded just with 5 kilometers to go. That's when those attacks started.
UAE against the rest. Vingegaard finding himself, once upon a time, was just himself against Pogacar. That could well be the case again. Pogacar goes. Isaac Del Toro not able to follow as they arrive into La Mongie and into one of the steepest sections of this entire climb. It's Tadej Pogacar making it look like a flat road. The world champion at his work, racing solo here. Isaac Del Toro potentially going to drop back into the clutches of the rest. And indeed he does. He's just going to latch on, and it's Jonas Vingegaard solo against the mountain. Florian Lipovic hunkered low over the bars. No record Strava, I think, today from Paul Sexas. He's dropping back, as indeed is Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, I think Pogacar was hoping that Del Toro could go with him. Still 4 kilometers to go. Pogacar looks immense. You know, he said in the radio he looked good. He looks super good, and this is no real surprise. It was always a case of who was going to go with him, but I think what they would have loved to have done is try and manoeuvre have Del Toro and Pogacar together. But when you're under so much pressure and Pogacar just goes to the front and keeps the tempo high, you know, nobody in the world can stay with him.
Still 4K to the top of the climb, and huge support on the side of the road from all the various nations that are gathered in this ski station. We'll look over the shoulder, not sure what that exchange was about. And there's a little way to go before we can make our way up and through La Mongie just here as Pogacar settles in. And interesting that Del Toro just not able to follow that cruel pace. For him, he just needed some respite, and one wonders indeed he's now been dropped by Jonas Vingegaard, Lipovic, and it's all, from a moment where the group was all compact, then we 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, and then suddenly it's gone down to almost everyone riding solo against the Tourmalet and against Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah, it's a time trial now. What does Lipovic do? Does he continue this effort? He's got Evenepoel not that far behind him. Would it be better for them to combine together? All decisions that have to be answered by the sports directors in the car, but there's one man that nothing you throw at him is going to stop him, and this is this man. We knew that he was coming into this Tour de France with the best form that he's ever had, and he's shown it to us now.
Heading potentially to what would be a 23rd success in Tour de France today. Who can prevent him? Paul Sexas needs to settle into the climb, and he's within touching distance now of the duo in front. Isaac Del Toro is joined up with Florian Lipovic, and just 2 riders in front of that. Sexas not quite out of contention for a major position here at just 19 years of age, remember.
You could see, though, Vingegaard was able to, almost just trying to hold Pogacar where he is. He's riding within himself, trying to ride his own tempo. Still 3 kilometers until the top, then you start that long descent. So Vingegaard just needs to try and just hold him in sight.
He's not out of it. He's been here before.
He really has.
It was the initial acceleration all the time. Yeah. And I think over the years, Jonas Vingegaard has learned that. Get into your rhythm as quickly as possible, limit losses. But Pogacar will know that. He'll want to put even more distance into Vingegaard before the top of this climb. He wants a bit more of a cushion because at the moment, it's just less than 10 seconds isn't going to be enough. But Florian Lipovic here riding. He's got Remco not that far behind, 12 seconds behind, and Remco is kind of towing the Lidl Trek riders. So I'm kind of unsure. I thought maybe strength in numbers are only kind of 12 seconds between them. Maybe Lipovic's better if they waited for Remco, because then he's going to have someone else to ride when we come over the top of this climb.
Yeah, Remco Evenepoel has Juan Ayuso, Matthias Schjelmoser and Sepp Kuss along for the ride. And as you can see, they're showing at 55 seconds down, 12 seconds down on Paul Sexas at the moment. And will Florian Lipovic, who's about to be joined, we think, by Paul Sexas, be minded to have a little look over his shoulder when they get to the top of the climb. Still 2.5k for that, and the gradient will be ever so slightly less demanding as they get closer to the top of the hill. Sexas has managed his effort well here. He's a long way from blowing.
Yeah, you have to take your hat off to him. Young 19-year-old, he's been able to... That disappointment is always going to be a big shock, especially those first accelerations in the Tour de France. And you think, and that's where the doubts start to creep in, especially when you're 19 years old. But he's calmed down, settled into his rhythms, similar to what Vingegaard has done out front. If he does come together with Lipovic, they might have a bit of a good working group together over the top.
40k to go, and the man is at his work. The world champion with just 2 kilometers remaining of Tourmalet in order to make the difference and to open up enough of a gulf on this man, Jonas Vingegaard. The two have gone toe-to-toe over so many years at this point. They've shared the last 6 Tour de France. Jonas Vingegaard having claimed victory on 2 occasions. Can he go back-to-back with Giro d'Italia? Today, the first real rapier thrust has been delivered by Tadej Pogačar, but will he be able to make it count from now through to the conclusion? The gap continues to rise. And meanwhile, the Sexas group that includes Florian Lipovic continues to gain a second here and a second there over the group including Remco Evenepoel.
Yeah, that's because Paul Sexas has come to the front there. I was just kind of questioning what Lipovic was doing. He was only sitting 12 seconds in front of Evenepoel, so I think since Paul Sexas has got into his rhythm, you know, the gap is extending a little bit to the group of Evenepoel and Ayuso.
So the battle for second is, well, very much still in the balance. There is the so we're missing Sepp Kuss from this group, where he was there for a while. Super job being done by Lenny Martinez. Some more mountains points on offer for the man who's got a bid for that polka dot jersey, potentially at the top of the climb. The top points, though, inevitably going to be claimed by Tadej Pogačar. Continues to gain a bit of time, and indeed, as the gradient has eased ever so slightly, if anything, it's proved more productive for Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, and the question now is with Pogačar going now and really kind of pushing, you know, the time gap out. You know, I was kind of suspecting that Torsten Train, the yellow jersey, would lose maybe 4 or 5 minutes. But now this could be a, you know, battle to hold on to the yellow jersey now. It's going to be a real close one, because this man here, well, he wants to put as much time into Vingegaard as possible. It was hanging around about 10 seconds for a kilometre or so, but now it's extending out. Now we can see the top of the climb. He wanted to put as much time as possible into Vingegaard before the top.
Yeah, he knows, doesn't he, Brian? He knows he has to go now, and he's used the whole team up, and he's now going to go over the top down the other side, and it's a time trial all the way to the line. He's not going to sit up at all, and it's completely right. That puts Torsten Train, the current yellow jersey, really in a lot of difficulty to hold on.
5.25 minutes going to be a real challenge for Torsten Train. We speculated that he might be able to hold that jersey for as much as 10 days, maybe in a couple of weeks. Well, now just holding it for a second successive day is the the limit of his ambitions. One day at a time, that's the only way to play it. At the moment, it's 1 kilometre at a time, or 1 pedal stroke at a time, more particularly for Jonas Vingegaard. Another 5 seconds leaked, and the top of the climb can't come soon enough for the Dane in pursuit of the Slovenian. And plenty of flags of Slovenia in evidence here as the crowds swell, and the approach to the famous village at the top, and the cafe on the left-hand side, and the Géant de Provence famous metal sculpture.
But you can physically see the speed that he's going up this climb at, even from the kind of helicopter shot, the speed that he's passing these spectators, it's incredible. You know, they're pushing out well over a minute to Sexas, minute and a half to Evenepoel. You know, this is really, you know, a fast ascent of the Tourmalet, and he'll come over the top and down the other side. But what he'll know is that Vingegaard is on his own. So, like John said, it's going to be man against man, a time trial, and that Vingegaard has got no help whatsoever from anybody.
Man against man on the descent as well. In the early moments of his career, Jonas Vingegaard was probably likely to trade a bit of time to Tadej Pogacar. You wouldn't necessarily say that now.
No, I think he's really improved. Vingegaard on that descending front, spent a bit of time and investment on it, but still 30 seconds. The thing is with descending, if you're fresh, you can still make up some time. If you're already on your limit and you're struggling, you can't kick it out of those tight corners where you lose speed. And even if you're really matched with someone on the technical aspect, if you're in better shape, then you can really open up gaps.
So within 200 metres of the highest point of the Pyrenees, and once again, not for the first time in his career, it's Tadej Pogacar leading across the top. Metronomic progress, that seems so simple. And it's only where the chain is on that rear cassette that gives you any sense of the real nature of the gradient here. Impossibly high cadence, and there it is. Final moment as we grind our way over the top and straight into the descent. Tourmalet is done. What's the gap going to be at the top as they head towards the descent? Already Paul Sexas, Florian Lipovic and Isaac Del Toro have lost 1 1/3 minutes to the stage leader. And just how can they combine? Any chance they could rejoin Vingegaard at least on this descent? It's a big old gap to close, about 50 seconds. But every chance that perhaps the Evenepoel group could get involved here.
Well, that's the difference. That's the back of the Sexas group just in front with Lipovic. Evenepoel has been setting the pace in this group behind.
And also Seb Kuss is there with Remco Evenepoel. So almost it would actually be beneficial for Seb Kuss to contribute to that chase, to try and get back to Vingegaard. So you want to have numbers. This is where the team car really struggles to get through. He's trying to get to support Vingegaard. Finally gets past Sexas and Lipovic.
The UAE team car is behind Vingegaard, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be almost impossible to get past them to get up to Pogacar. I don't think he'll be allowed as well at 30 seconds.
Well,
Lipovic.
Yeah, hits it over the top, and Sexas needed to be alive to that because they really wanted to get going on that descent.
But there's clearly no communication between Evenepoel and Lipovic.
Strength in numbers potentially, especially as it's such a gradual rise. I mean, you've got the big descent and then a gradual rise to the first 10 kilometres of that that final climb.
Well, they've been quite short. There's no reason. If I was in the car, I'd be saying to Lipovic, no, there's some numbers, especially your teammate behind, and try and kind of help each other.
Ballon against the ascent, now the descent indeed, as Jonas Vingegaard tries to limit his losses. Any chance to regain, and it's still quite technical, this descent. Pretty demanding, and lots of, as John has said, hairpins to accelerate out of. Not too much detail or insight there, but you just got to keep them buoyed and G'd up.
He knows what he has to do, but you have to kind of watch it as well. You know, this is a technical descent and super fast. I can remember coming down here following one of the riders, and I know it was a lot further down, but a cow walked across the front. You know, and that's a big danger. But you push someone too much, and you don't want them to take any risks. So it's controlled aggression, especially in a descent like this.
And Tadej Pogačar is quite a good descender, isn't he? He's a very confident rider. I mean, they always say the best descenders in the world are the ones that are never on telly. The guys in the gruppetto, the sprinters, have to make the most of the gradient when it suits them. But certainly Tadej Pogačar is well able to hold his own. Picks out a nice apex. And there's no lack of commitment. We've seen in a couple of hairpins at the top, he's had to readjust, he's had to come back up and then go for another turn-in point.
I wonder if that message to Jonas was actually on the climb, because you know, no real reason to give it to him on the descent, because you want to keep the radio as quiet as possible on the descent.
Yeah, it's all happening so quickly, isn't it? North of 60 kilometers an hour here, and it'll be heading up towards 90, maybe even 100 when the road stretches out for any length of time in between the hairpins. The corners are coming up at them pretty quickly. Riders have lots of sensory input, lots of adjustments to be made. Chasers behind. Evenepoel. And his group is making some inroads. If anything, they're losing a bit of time to Vingegaard. Vingegaard looks as if he's holding steady against Pogačar.
Yeah, you have to weigh all these things up. You know, I was questioning the fact that there was an acceleration from Lipovic over the top for no reason. Just follow Sexas, and hopefully Remco can come back on this descent. And you know, they have two riders, and you know, they've got a group of riders that I think will try and ride. And again, it's not a case of trying to come back, but it's limiting losses. You never know what's going to happen later in the tour, but I think they have to limit the losses.
Plunging down off the Tourmalet, heading towards the first ever ascent of the Gavernie-Guedre. It's nothing like as daunting or demanding as the climb they've just been on. The Tourmalet has been breached and reached the top first. None other than the reigning champion, Tadej Pogačar. Over half a minute advantage over Jonas Vingegaard, who hasn't lost much time so far on the early slopes of the early moments of this descent. I say early moments, they'll be down it like a shot at this kind of rate. Seeing speeds of approaching 100 kilometers an hour on the motorcycle in support of Tadej Pogačar and Jonas Vingegaard behind. Well, it's almost a minute now back to a group including Florian Lipovic and Paul Sexas. Also there, Isaac Del Toro, of course, and he won't be assisting. There'll be no assistance from Isaac Del Toro because he will not want in any way to assist Sexas and Lipovic in limiting their losses to this man, because Tadej Pogačar looks inevitably to have at least a half a minute advantage on Jonas Vingegaard, and perhaps as much as 1 minute 40 on the Sexas group when they start that final climb.
Oops. TV camera bike just getting in the way of Pogačar.
Well, some way adrift, Matej Vacek finds and grinds his way to the top of the Tourmalet. He's far from the last rider on the road.
I don't think the yellow jersey, there we go, yellow jersey, it's 7:38, so he's out the yellow jersey. That was a lot of time he lost in the Tourmalet.
Yeah, he'll lose more time on the final climb.
Yeah, that came up and kind of hit us, you know, in the middle of the head there. So yeah, I didn't think he would lose as much as he did, but it does mean that this man here not only heading towards the stage but heading towards that yellow jersey.
Speaking of which, he's arriving to the top. It's a tough old day. He's in the yellow jersey of the Tour de France, and Torsten Train has Anders Halland Johansson to assist him, and well, he's not out of it mathematically just yet, or even in a virtual sense, but there is that final climb to come. It's going to be tough to limit his loss against a man who's on fire again. Tadej Pogačar heading potentially towards stage success, continuing to gain time on Jonas Vingegaard on this descent.
Three seconds, 2 seconds.
Well, everything counts in large amounts, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, we're 10 seconds.
Oh, here we go. He's almost into the virtual lead of the race. Yes.
Yeah, with the bonuses at the end, he's out of it. I don't think that they're going to be taking any time back at all, or stemming the flow. But yeah, difficult. And we've just seen the UAE team car now heading up towards Pogačar. Now it's 43 seconds.
So he's got the support of his team. That's going to be absolutely critical in terms of mechanical assistance and, of course, gels and bottles, keeping him sustained in a physical sense all the way to the finish line, or at least into the final 10 kilometres. Meanwhile, Lipovic and Sexas combining without any assistance whatsoever from Pogačar's teammate Isaac Del Toro.
But are they? You just saw Lipovic for the first time looking behind, so I think he knows now that Evenepoel is coming. So, and of course, Del Toro's not going to ride, so they're just sitting. That's why I can't understand why the acceleration, why ride when you've got Evenepoel behind. And, you know, they've got some chance now. I know they're within a minute of Vingegaard, but, you know, there's going to be a group now here of 8 riders. So Evenepoel, he was about, what, 12 seconds behind at one point, and then Sexas came to the front, and then all of a sudden it went up again. So straight past, not even a hello to his teammates. I'd probably do the same thing as well. Slightly unhappy. So as we can see, 7:54. Pogačar started 7 minutes and 53 seconds behind the yellow jersey, so he did lose a lot of time on the Tourmalet. And now we're starting to see the group as it's come together. Everybody's starting to ride. Of course, Del Toro, he'll just sit on the back. Sepp Kuss, well, I don't think he's going to contribute either. You've got the two Lido Trek riders of Skelmos and of course Ayuso. This man here flying, came over the top of the climb with around 30 seconds of an advantage on the descent so far. He's managed to eke out another 20 odd seconds, and you have to say that Evenepoel was sitting just under 2 minutes. It was actually round about 1:49, 1:50. They've now come back together to have a stronger force. Don't think they will be able to catch the likes of Vingegaard and Pogačar, but you never know. On this climb, they could get close to Vingegaard, the group of Sexas and Evenepoel. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if they all start to combine together, because a minute is doable in the last 25 kilometres.
We said, Brian, that you know, Jonas Vingegaard's not a bad descender, but he's continuing to lose significant amounts of time to Tadej Pogačar. It doesn't matter whether the road is going up or the road is going down. It's just so much as we see Kane out to Brooks out of the race. It's been a tough old Tour de France so far. He got a bike change earlier on. He's been out the back and struggling since day one. He's not the last rider, I think, that's going to abandon this race. Indeed, we might hear of a few other sad tales before the end of the day. But Pogačar continuing to open up his advantage, and John's back with us as well. It's just been incredible and wonderful and amazing, his performance on this descent as well as the climb.
Yeah, we had the discussion, it's going to be an individual time trial all the way to the line, and at the moment it's Tadej Pogačar who just keeps extending that gap. And it's just, now Vingegaard's stuck in a hard place. Does he try and get that group behind to catch him, or just keep on doing what he's doing?
Time to get the gels in. Work's not done. A little bit more overcast down in the valley. That'll also be a source of relief after what's been another really hot day. Riders facing its temperatures of more than 31 degrees when they set off from Po earlier on today. At the top of the finishing climb, it'll still be around about 27 degrees Celsius. It's incredibly hot stuff. And the Tourmalet, which gets a regular coat of tarmac, probably more tarmac laid on this Pyrenean climb than any other climb in France.
Well, it's Remco's doing all the riding here. He's got Martinez there. He's not going to do anything. Sepp Kuss. But the Tour Lido Trek, they have to ride. You know, Lipovic, his teammate, give him a turn, start to ride. There's a big possibility they could get back to Vingegaard before the finish. I don't think anybody's coming back to Pogačar, but I think there'll be a lot of belief in the Evenepoel group that they can come back to this man here.
It's a lonely road at the moment for Jonas Vingegaard. Will he lose 49 seconds? And again, the profile of this finishing climb suggests that there's an opportunity for a group that has numbers to make a bit of a difference on the approach to the second half of the final climb.
Yeah, if that group really comes together, works well together, that's the biggest problem that we have here. Exactly like Brian was saying, Little Trek aren't contributing. I think it's almost all those riders in that group have to just work together now to limit their losses. To Pogačar, to bring back Vingegaard, to be together. There's still 2 weeks of racing left, so if you give away this now, okay, maybe not bringing back Pogačar, but you can definitely bring this gap back. And if I was in the team car, I'd be making sure just we need to try something, we need to not give up. You never know what can happen.
Wow. Impressive, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit peaky.
Just adding in the bird sound.
A few birds of prey hereabouts by the sound of it.
Where are they? Come on.
Can't see.
Oh!
He's down, and would you believe it, the yellow jersey, well, it goes from bad to worse, and that is a difficult moment for Torsten Train. He's off his bike, he's clearly a tired rider, has been caught out.
His teammates.
Oh, good, would you believe it? And Anders Halland Johansson just stopping it up in front of Torsten Train, and I think he was caught out slightly. Well, he couldn't get it stopped, it's as simple as that, and Anders Halland Johansson turned in for the corner and took the front wheel out from Torsten Train. And on those really steep hairpins, of course, the front wheel is loading up, the back wheel is starting to go a little bit light, and if you go in a little bit too deep, it'll be very, very difficult to stop the bike. Well, let's hope that he gets some assist. I mean, any chance that he was going to hang on to his jersey or to even hang on to a decent position has gone pear-shaped there.
Yeah, when you're having a really bad day, he's obviously so disappointed he's lost that jersey. The jersey's slipping off his back. And then to go down, yeah, everything is just magnified. It's the disappointment of hitting the deck and knowing that you definitely now lost that yellow jersey.
He's out of the jersey. I suppose he'd be thinking, well, maybe I can maintain a position in the top 10, but now he's just got to think about trying to do a full medical assessment. They'll go through the protocol to ensure that there's no broken bones, no significant injuries that might be exacerbated by returning to the competition, and they'll of course go through the concussion protocol. I didn't see whether he hit his head there, but I don't think he did he? So most of the tension will be on those bones. Let's hope that Torsten Train is able to rejoin the competition. But it's the man who is on target to take that yellow jersey, to replace world champion stripes with yellow once again. It's on to the final ascent of the day. It's a first-time appearance in Tour de France, and a huge crowd out to enjoy it.
I tell you what, I'm just looking at that gap back to the Sexas Evenepoel group. They've kind of split in the descent a little bit, but you know, like John said, they have to get their act together. Okay, there's a couple of riders that won't ride. Del Toro and Kuss won't ride at all. I don't think Martinez will do much. And it's gone well for Martinez. I know he never took many points at the top of that climb there, Tourmalet. He's come here looking for potentially King of the Mountains, maybe a top 10 performance. So it's looking good for him. Not so much for the yellow jersey. Plenty of time taken in this protocol, but it's getting close, this group, and Evenepoel is really driving it. He's the driving force behind this group behind, and he will have the help of Sexas and hopefully his teammate Lipovic.
Well, 45, 47 seconds now is all that this man has in hand over the group, including Remco Evenepoel. Paul Sexas is rejoined, but he had to finish off the chase himself. No help from Isaac Del Toro or Sepp Kuss. I've got teammates up the road. Everyone's got a story today. But Tadej Pogačar, it's all seemed just routine. Useful
Really
for
routine.
Florian.
Really routine, even from something that's so actually an amazing effort. It's just become routine, the normal, and what we expect.
We can't get blasé about it.
No, we really can't. This is crazy. The effort that he's been able to put in, the attack that was set up by the rest of the team, and he's still opening up gaps to the riders behind, and he's on his own.
It's been a long assessment, and I think that's a sensible course of action. As you've mentioned before, Brian, he's a cool customer under pressure, and Torsten Train took an extended period of time there. He's got loads of time in hand. He's clearly going to drop out of contention for general classification. So
well, he knew he'd lost the yellow jersey, so I think that's other riders would have jumped up and tried to kind of fight on it. He knew he was out of that yellow jersey. You got to remember he'd a bit of a crash yesterday in the run-in, and then that was a big off. I think his fault more than anything. So from the highs to the lows of the Tour de France.
after plunging down the descent, he's on the climb again. Well, this is a big ring effort for much of this climb, and then it ramps up for a little while. It's another little plateau, goes again towards the top, but it's complete. Oh, well, there you go. There's Anders Hamlin Johansson, waited for the yellow jersey. They're going to go arm in arm.
Why did you knock me off? It was your fault.
Well, that's the last moment of it, but he just arrived in way too hot, didn't he?
Yeah, Anders would have felt so bad about this. Anybody would have, but it's the fault of Torsten Train there.
He did hit his head for sure, but went through the concussion protocol. He has that helmet. And I've got a new one.
Well, it's just it's the whole everything. The whole day has just been exactly like Brian said. It's a roller coaster. Every Grand Tour, every race is a roller coaster, but yeah, the Tour de France just makes it seem even worse. What a way! So much euphoria to that.
Yeah, it's been a day of incident and so many different talking points. I mean,
we're
been a
on
long
stage
time since we were talking about who.
It's only stage 6.
I know.
And we're getting all this drama so far in this race.
So much drama. Huub Aerts and his censure from the commissars was the biggest talking point of the day for a while. And since then, we've had the early jersey off his bike. We've had Tadej Pogačar on the attack. And now up to a minute and a quarter. Still hot. Well, it's now down to what, about 40 seconds. They're continuing to gain. And Matthias Schjelmoze there to assist with the pacemaking. You've got former world road race champion and reigning time trial champion Remco Evenepoel. There's a little bit of discord in there as Juan Ayuso has to close the gap. It'll be a source of delight, I think, to Isaac Del Toro and Sepp Kuss. Yeah, beautifully set up by the UAE Team Emirates XRG team. Long range effort from Florian Vermeersch, closing gaps on the flat. Niels Pollitt, Tim Wellens. And Brandon McNulty leaving Adam Yates. A relatively short push on the front, followed by that attack from Isaac Del Toro, setting Tadej Pogačar up nicely. Del Toro now slotting into this group in pursuit of the leading two on the road.
No, he's getting unhappy, isn't he?
Yeah,
Look, it's too early to start thinking about this, and dare I say it, the podium place, the last one, third place, they should be riding and trying to come back to Vingegaard. There's not a lot they can do about this man here, but if they ride together in the last 15 kilometres, I reckon they could come back. But it does seem, I don't know what you think, John, that they are thinking about that third place. They realise that Vingegaard and Pogačar are the 1-2, but you know, starting to think about that third spot.
Yeah, I totally agree. I share the same opinion as you do. That let's get together and at least try and get Vingegaard back. If you bring Vingegaard back, then you bring Sepp Kuss back into the mix to contribute as well. That possibly could limit the losses to Pogačar out front. And you can see Evenepoel already shaking his head. Maybe he's thinking similar to us. He's still thinking about the bigger picture. And now the whole group starts to slowly roll through.
Sexas is solo, but was the frustration there with Skjelmose? He has been, you know, offering turns.
It was Ayuso that swung over. He was on the wheel of Evenepoel. They should just kind of bury the hatchet and go, like, we'll all ride together. We all, you know, keep it quite tight, because unless we do that, we're giving away potentially 2 minutes to Pogačar. But we see this so often in races. As soon as Pogačar goes, it's a case of, right, you know, we're looking at the minor places, and that does happen. And you know, of course, we always get asked that question: why don't they race to the end? Well, there's not a lot you can do when someone's clearly better than you. There's not a lot you can do. You're trying to look at what else you can get out the race. Evenepoel has come back. He's in this group. He would love to get on the podium in this tour, but so are all the others, and you know, that's why they're not working well. There's a couple of riders that will sit on, Del Toro and Kuss. They're just sitting at the back. But why does Skjelmose go all the way back to the back? He should be up there. Ayuso, Sexas, Lipovic, Evenepoel, all just roll through, all keep on contributing, and you know, just limit the losses to both riders in front. You learn to, you know, fight for another day instead of potentially losing more time. So you never know. Vingegaard could have a bad day. Pogačar could have a bad day. If he's ever had a bad day, apart from, you know, a few years ago in the tour. But you always have to kind of limit losses where you can, because you never know. It's a long 3 weeks. Anything can happen in the future. But it seems that they're starting to kind of look at, well, the two favourites are gone. We'll just kind of race against each other and not help each other.
He's cruising to glory. He's in auto mode. He can just sit at this level. His level is just so much higher, isn't it, than even this man. Paul Sexas has it's a bit of room to develop, though, hasn't he? And he's in a group of favourites that includes everyone except the leading two on the road, who were locked on time, of course, starting the day, both Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogačar. They'll be separated by the difference of the line, plus the bonus difference between them. At the moment, that's going to approach 1.5 minutes. Any sign or a signal or potential for a gain? Well, you would be surprised if Vingegaard were to close this deficit in any way. It looks like a little bit of détente has been achieved between those riders in that group now. Lenny Martinez also joining the line.
He even spotted Del Toro just rolling through with that group. Maybe just doing one. Maybe he just got pulled through, and instead of disrupting it completely, he rolled through. I'll give him benefit of the doubt this first time. But we'll double check, see if Del Toro is actually contributing.
I mean, selfless team worker, but conflicting emotions for him.
Yeah, it's at that point, if you're following the wheel, sometimes when the group starts coming together and rolling through, like you can see, sometimes you're just stuck there, and it's actually better, more cohesive, keeps that group moving, just to roll through. You're not really contributing massively. It's not as if you're dragging that group towards or closing the gap to Pogačar out front.
You just saw there, we come through the green zone there, and even now you get rid of one gel in his back pocket. Fully in control of this is Pogačar.
Well, you're never long waiting for Remco Evenepoel to express an opinion. He is a communicator. By all accounts, when he was beginning his sporting odyssey as a footballer, he was the captain of every team he was in. He was the one who controlled things. So on doing all the chatting. He's continued that through as a cyclist, and putting an avuncular, almost fatherly hand on the shoulder of Paul Sexas, as if to say, you're doing great, could you do a bit more?
He's just actually saying what we are trying to educate on. You know, just keep on rolling through, just keep on riding. The gap has gone out a little bit now to nearer 50 seconds to Vingegaard, so it's just a kind of messing around. They seem to have got their act together. Del Toro, well, he's been told just to kind of potentially kind of roll through here as well. I think it's a case of, if I was UAE, when the rains come out for it just gets worse and worse for the yellow jersey here. It's been caught in the rain. But I think Del Toro, the reason why he's rolling through, keep close to Vingegaard. Not too worried about Pogačar, but keep the gap down to Vingegaard, and you never know. He's, you know, if he moves up to third place in the general classification, if Vingegaard is 30-40 seconds in front, then he's got a chance of maybe finishing second in the Tour. So I think that's what he's been told. Just roll through and potentially keep that gap down to Vingegaard.
Contrast in styles on the bend, and yeah, as you saw Torsten train just through that small shower in the Pyrenees, almost a cooling salve, I think, for the riders for what's been an unrelenting day in the heat, the baking heat, for fans and for bike riders alike. Looking pretty cool at the moment is Jonas Vingegaard, continuing to lose time though to the race leader, the stage leader, but continuing to maintain the gap over the rest. It gives you a sense of what an immense achievement this is, and just how much better Tadej Pogačar is on the rest, because Jonas Vingegaard is hanging on grimly and not leaking any time really to a group that is now starting to cooperate.
Well, he's potentially at his best ever. I think he really has struggled over the last couple of years, and it's okay, he had that nasty crash in the Pays-Basque, but I think coming into the Giro d'Italia as well, he looked good. He's lost, I think, about 3 kilos as well coming into this Tour. So I think Vingegaard has come in here with plenty of confidence, looked good. But if he gains that 5%, Pogačar also has gained that 5% as well. So he's looking, both of them are in the best shape of their lives.
Well, that's the difference between them, yeah. I mean, were it not for, I mean, there's a touch of the Pouladors about this, were it not for the existence of Tadej Pogačar, we would be talking about Jonas Vingegaard potentially as one of the greatest riders of all time. As it is, he's one of the best of his generation, but there's nothing he can do about Pogačar today, who's continuing to tap out the rhythm. No sign of a diminishment of the watts that are going into the pedals. And the fans on the road can appreciate they're in the presence of greatness. The question is this race over now? I mean, with whatever he carries all the way to the rest of the at the line, are these riders already thinking we're beaten?
I don't think.
Are they thinking it, or they should be thinking it?
If you're asking us as a broadcaster, we have to say no, right? But genuinely, yes, the best rider's in front, the best rider's going to win the race. That's it. Is the race over? Yeah, barring any major incidents, Pogacar will not diminish. He is just going to get stronger and stronger, so he's going to be dominant in this tour. There's no real surprise there, but you know, this race will continue. Like I say, you never know. You know, Torsten Train is what's happened today. You never know what's going to happen. You have to keep on believing. But yeah, as a broadcaster, no, this race is still wide open.
Well, it's funny. Just the other day, he was interviewed and he was asked about, you know, do you mind me asking these questions? He said, no, I don't mind at all. Ask me in the last week. I get a bit cranky in the last week, and certainly he wasn't so chatty, was he, in the final week last week? And we did discover afterwards that he was nursing a little bit of an injury and had to sort of manage his situation. Also nursing a bit of an injury today is the yellow jersey, Torsten Train. He's going to be converting that back to an Uno X costume tomorrow. And the old magic sponge and the magic spray, hopefully, is going to...
The football spray.
Yeah.
Seems to work. Seems to work in the football. So.
Yeah, they get some nasty injuries in football. They're rolling around for 5 minutes. A bit of spray and they're back up and fine again.
What is it? Football's a sport where you're trying to convince everyone you're injured, and cycling's a sport where you're trying to convince everyone you're not. A little bit brutal and a little bit unreasonable, but we've all seen the meme. He looks good. How's he feeling? I mean, where's your motivation? I mean, you're still putting time, or at least hanging on to your advantage over the chasers behind, but continuing to lose time to Tadej Pogacar. I mean, everything he thinks about when he goes to bed at night, when he wakes up in the morning for Jonas Vingegaard is about winning the Tour de France. He doesn't dream of being second. He's already won it twice, and yet he's managing to maintain motivation to hold off the group behind. He's mentally incredibly tough. This man's tough as well. Seven and a half to go. Still plenty of support at the side of the road for Tadej Pogacar in his bid to... Well, he could potentially be 2 minutes clear of Jonas Vingegaard, plus the bonuses. A healthy advantage already with less than a week completed of Tour de France.
Yeah, we had a start of the day where the general classification looked completely different. We were thinking, wow, we might be a long time seeing someone else in yellow. But now, almost gone back to what we'd expect, and it's even going to be Tadej with a very big margin. You have to remember, Jonas Vingegaard and Tadej Pogacar started on the same time today. There hasn't been anything. They've been on equal time at the start of today. And that GC pitch is going to look a lot different at the end of today.
Yeah, will it be set fair for the next couple of weeks? Well, this group might be getting a little bit closer. It did look for a moment as if potentially they were just eking out a little bit, and does the gradient suggest that there's an opportunity still for these riders? What are the legs like? It's been a long, tough day in the saddle for these riders. Second highest amount of elevation to be gained of any stage in Tour de France 26. And indeed, it's one of the longest stages. It's 2 stages longer.
Because this climb is only a second category climb, okay, it's a long one at just under 19 kilometres at 3.7% average. This stage designed to kind of force everybody to race on the Tourmalet, which we've already seen, but even here, depending on the numbers and where everybody is, there was an opportunity on this climb because it was too shallow. Maybe it wasn't hard enough to be a real separation maker. But on this sort of climb, you could make a bit of a difference if you've got it. I think I said at the start of the day, this is sort of climb that's, Remco, if you get into a rhythm, a real strong, and it could make a difference. And what I'm saying with that is, if that group behind Sexas Evenepoel, if they continue to ride hard, you're talking about, what, 35 seconds now to 36 seconds to Vingegaard. They can come back to him. There's still enough time for that to happen. But it's the kind of mentality, the thinking behind about maybe thinking of that kind of third spot. But I think of all the riders, Vingegaard has been in a difficult place. He's realised that he's conceding 2 minutes. He has to realise that Pogačar is the best rider on the planet, or the best rider ever. But he still has to kind of battle out the finish of this stage and all the other stages to come, and hope that he gets another chance. It's going to be very difficult, but you know, he's, for the last few years, he's been you know, the best of the rest, and it looks as if he's going to have to concede that in this tour as well.
Is there anything you can do to reset tactically, or is it just about just saying, well, look, the road will decide, I'll stay fit, stay healthy?
Physically, I don't think he can do much, but you know, there's still potential for him to win a stage. There's still potential for him to maybe get something. But second place in the general classification, you know, it's not a bad thing. Of course, you know, he's come to win this year's tour, but unfortunately he's just in the Pogačar era like everybody else.
Well, at the moment, if anything, as the road starts to grip a little bit more, it looks as if Vingegaard has stemmed the flow a little bit, and it's looking at what, 37 seconds, so a couple of seconds gained as the road has become slightly more challenging.
I don't think there's anything tactical that Vingegaard can do. The only thing is if there was a bit of crosswind. Certainly in the mountains, I can't see there being any kind of tactical gain. I think UAE Team Emirates have already showed today what they're capable of. They were helped in the first half of the stage by all the attacks, and you know, they didn't have to do as much as they probably would have. But tactically, I can't see with the stages coming up how this man here, Vingegaard, can gain 2 minutes or 3 minutes on Pogačar.
Well, if anything, it's looking as if he's answered the question about whether he'll be caught by the riders behind. Maybe I'm speaking a bit too soon. Still 5 kilometres to go for this man, but or more indeed. But the gap out to almost 40 seconds and showing a little bit more than that a few moments ago. And that would signal that they're playing the game here a little bit. I mean, what's going to happen? You've got 2 Red Bulls, 2 riders from Lidl Trek. Others sitting on and watching with interest. A bit of responsibility here for UAE and Visma to take bonus seconds.
Yeah, yes and no. I think that this group now is they're working as well together as they possibly can. We have to remember they're probably completely on the limit as well. They've just had a really big day out, so it's not like a concerted chase that you can really organise. Like Evenepoel still looking good, but you never know. That almost the final 3 kilometres is around 5% average up until the finish line. So that's where this group could make their way back to Jonas Vingegaard. If he is starting to tire, up, then quite quickly that gap could come down.
Torsten Troen, it's a long grind now to the finish. He's made it down the descent of the Tourmalet. He's onto this long final climb of 17 kilometres. Altogether closer to the top of the hill. Tadej Pogačar continuing to twist the knife. Over 2 minutes. What's it going to be by the finish? Well, he's more than a kilometre up the road at this point. And the other thing to tell you is that they are climbing this hill at more than 30 kilometres an hour. So it's about 2 minutes a kilometre, isn't it? For these riders at the moment, they're absolutely flying. Okay, it's not the steepest climb they'll face all week, but it is a big green climb.
It's just a shade faster than John Moll's training rides, isn't it?
It's faster than mine.
Only a little bit faster as well. I went all right yesterday.
Is it as silly as this? Almost.
Almost.
Yeah. And it's a point well made, isn't it? It's hard to organise a chase when riders are at different states of physical disrepair after what's been a really, really tough day, and it's just harder to organise things on a hill to begin with. The clock will decide. I think he's hit the plateau a bit.
I think we're getting to the point of what else do we say about this man? You know, with the pauses and silence in our commentary. What else can you say? There's not a lot.
You could admire it. You know,
of course.
at the very least, yeah. Just absorb it and see it for what it is. I mean, the absolute. He's heading towards the UAE team's 100th Grand Tour stage win. If you can't, it's previous iteration. So the Torito has to just make sure that he doesn't let anyone else get away here. Potentially Lipovic or Sexas could start to assert their authority as the gradient starts to grip a little bit, and those riders, I suppose the relative strengths between them starts to re-establish a little bit of what we saw on the Tourmalet.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when that information was given out. We might see Del Toro have a crack at maybe closing down this 30-second gap to Vingegaard. Try to come up to him. There's still a little bit of time to close this time, and all Vingegaard's trying to do is, and he'll be getting encouragement to make sure that he isn't caught by anybody from behind. So it's a tough ride here from Jonas Vingegaard, but Torito, Del Toro is being encouraged, and Remco, he's just over the crest of that drag there. He's not that far away.
Yeah, 34 seconds. And the metronome, that is the World Time Trial champion, Remco Evenepoel, setting the tempo. Will we see anyone injecting an attacking pace?
What's amazing here is this group is riding to chase Vingegaard, and they're riding full gas, and they're still losing time to one man on his own out front, and that's Pogačar. We're saying, oh yeah, they're coming down to Vingegaard, but they're both just still slipping further away from Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, fully joined. He's heading towards his 23rd stage victory. He's going to move past Andre Darrigade, who has 22 wins, and move into the outright 5th place in the all-time stage winners list of Tour de France. Only Andre Leduc is 25. Le Blaireau, the Badger, Bernardino, 28. The Cannibal Eddie Merckx on 34, and a certain Mark Cavendish, 35. Won more Tour de France stages. It'll be his 5th Tour stage win in the rainbow jersey, emulating the achievement of George Speicher, who won 5 stages as world champion in 1934. Only Peter Sagan then will have won more Tour stages in the rainbow jersey than Pogačar, 7 being the target for Pogačar, and 2 more stage victories in Tour de France 2026 beyond this one. Who's no one ruling that? I don't think anyone would take that bet right now. He's already the man who's taken the most number of stage victories of a Tour stage that has started in Pau. Won already 3 stages, starting in that beautiful Pyrenean town, including his very first Tour stage win back in 2020. On a stage to Luz Ardiden in 2021, and then just a couple of years ago, the race to Pla d'Adet, proving a joyous one for Tadej himself. Within a kilometre now of another glorious success, his 2nd of the week. And the motivation continues to seep from his every pore. It's so easy, isn't it, for a rider who wins a tour or a couple of tours? Their history is secure, isn't it? Their place in the pantheon of greats, to maintain the motivation to want to go for every single record. Well, he's at 6s and 7s in pursuit of Pogačar. Continuing to leak time. Down to, well, it's 32 seconds. The issue's very much in the balance. I think he's going to hang on by the looks of things.
Yeah, it looks that way. And Del Toro at the back here, I think he will want to secure the 3rd place. They're taking the team car out, as you can clearly see. he'll want to secure the 4-second time bonus on the finish as well. So yeah, Del Toro, well, he had his opportunity to try and stay with this man, but he's just too good for everybody.
Another glorious success in prospect now. It's just the matter of the clock. He'll ride it all the way to the line. He's already given away a stage victory this week to Isaac Del Toro. He knows that he's not blasé about it. He's not taking them for granted. But by the same token, they are starting to become routine. Another incredible success, launching that attack with still, what, more than 7 kilometres of the Tourmalet remaining. And since then, uphill and down Dale, there's been no one to equal the great Tadej Pogačar. Into the closing moments of another display of world champion dominance. The drive for 5 continues his relentless pursuit of glory. Once again delivers stage success for Tadej Pogačar. And it's a flourishing celebration at the line as the world champion celebrates his 23rd victory in Tour de France.
Dominance as you've ever seen it. He's going to put at least 2.5 minutes into this man here. He'll be leading the general classification again after relinquishing the yellow jersey. So Pogačar is back and set fair for his 5th Tour de France victory.
And with such an advantage now, I mean, he's in the box seat, so tactically he can just he doesn't have to invest in such long range attacks.
No, with the team they have, yeah, almost you
can
just hold
anyway,
this
really.
now. Well, they can still do it. They can start playing even more. It's yeah, what an effort from Pogačar, and still the clock is ticking. 800 meters still to go for Jonas Vingegaard.
6 stages in, right? If he didn't gift that stage to Del Toro, he could have won that one. 3 stages, that's incredible. I don't think anybody in history has ever had that start to the Tour. You know, potentially 3 stages. Okay, he's won 2 stages. You know, he's a race winner, and like John says, if they're given the opportunity, he'll go and want to win other stages.
Jonas Vingegaard is the best of the rest. It sounds like a backhanded compliment, doesn't it? In any other era, as I said, he would be the greatest rider of his generation in the Grand Tours, in the big stage races. He's won every stage race he's taken part in this year. But now he's in a real fight to see, can he secure a 3rd Tour de France overall success. Leaking more than 2 minutes to the great champion that is Tadej Pogačar. How do you solve a problem like Tadej? For Jonas Vingegaard, he hasn't got the answer today, but he has delivered a fabulous performance in fending off the rest. A group combining to try and chase down the Dane, has not been able to make any inroads, and he's kept his half-minute plus advantage over the rest down the Tourmalet and beyond. He's going to take it to the line once again in 2nd place behind Pogačar. And he will be resigned to the inevitable questions afterwards. He bows his head in defeat, but nonetheless a great resistance from Jonas Vingegaard. Meanwhile, will Isaac Del Toro be able to close down Remco Evenepoel to take 2nd and 3rd on the day? And I think he is going to scoop the final bonus seconds and maybe open up a 2nd or 2 on the run to the line. Job done for the UAE Team Emirates XRG squad. 1-3 on the day. Remco Evenepoel, strong performance from him. Paul Sexas running with this group as well. And he's definitely the best teenager in world cycling by some considerable margin right now. A future champion. But it's the reigning champion that has dominated on the big day in the Pyrenees.
I tell you what, you take a picture of that chasing group crossing the line, all you'd have seen was the top of each of their helmets, because all their heads went down. John said it in commentary, they were on the limit. They were absolutely, you know, hands and knees stuff, and all of them just when they hit that line put their head down.
Now time to reflect for Jonas Vingegaard. Meanwhile, He'll swap those world champion stripes for a yellow jersey, the familiar routine.
Le coureur slovène qui a mis tout le monde d'accord, qu'il n'a pas fait dans le détail, avec l'arc-en-ciel du champion du monde et tout un symbole.
Salut and take a bow.
Juste avant que l'orage ne s'abatte sur la commune. Ici, il y a le soleil.
Joy and relief in equal measure. Relief from the pain. But he's had time to reflect on the scale of this achievement. And now sits astride a general classification, a dominant situation. Another reigning champion is in, or another former champion, I should say. Egan Bernal, a complete solid day for the Colombian rider. Not quite able to stay with the group, scrapping for, it would appear, the minor podium positions. Gavarni Guedra has played host to an epic Tour de France stage. They regroup, they go again. They'll say there's 2.5 weeks to go. Do they just hope for something extraordinary to happen, or do they hatch a plan? Can they hatch one between the teams? Well, here's the finishing order at the conclusion of the 6th stage. It's a 23rd stage success for Tadej Pogacar, once again ahead of Jonas Vingegaard. Isaac Del Toro pinches the final bonus seconds from Remco Evenepoel. A fine 5th place for Paul Sixas ahead of Lipovic, Ayuso, Schjelmoze, Lenny Martinez, great 9th place for him as well, and Sepp Kuss representing for Vingegaard in 10th. It's puff of the cheeks and a bow of the head. Vingegaard is vanquished. Glory for Tadej Pogacar once again in Tour de France. 2 victories already and only 6 stages done. He's back in yellow. Tadej Pogacar takes a bow with his 23rd career stage success. Well, some jerseys to distribute, and the first of those, of course, is the yellow jersey going to Tadej Pogacar. Mauro Giannetti is going to be feeling pretty good at this, about this, the boss of the UAE Team Emirates XRG. Let's see how he feels about the victory of his man.
Mauro Giannetti is joining me. Mauro Giannetti just celebrated this amazing day for Team UAE with both Tadej Pogacar and Isaac Del Toro. What a day, and today again from so far, but you planned it.
Yeah, it was the plan, because we knew that the last climb, it was not so steep, and the risk it was to be here on the bottom of the last climb with a small group, 6, 7, 8 riders, then we should react to any attack, because it will be different, no? And having in the second group Isaac, it was of course a key, because having Isaac there, I think they was pulling, but probably nobody was real full gas pulling to not bring Isaac also in front. So it was a good move. For this reason, we have need to pull very strong, very hard pace in the Aspen, and from the bottom of Tourmalet also very high pace, just to create the situation that allow to Tadej to make the difference in the last 4 or 5K.
Did you expect Tadej to be already in yellow with such a big gap at stage 6 of the Tour de France?
No, honestly, I'm so sorry for Torsten that he crashed in the descent. We were expecting that he would probably keep the jersey, but unfortunately, he have probably not a good day, and also the bad crash. But I see, fortunately, start again, and he will be here. So yeah, now we are again in Jersey so far, and yeah, we will need to continue to take our responsibility. The tour is still long, but the performance of the team today is very promising, and Tadej show again who is Tadej.
Thanks, Mauro Giannetti. Team UAE back in the driving seat at the Tour de France. More reaction to come from the ground. Stay with us.
No, you know, it's a okay, you went too fast. I mean, for you, this acceleration that you do, he don't even try. No, because he know we do this. No, but I also a little bit. I was just, if it's 1 more kilometer to the top,
Well, an interesting little interchange there between Tadej Pogacar and Isaac Del Toro. As riders continue to come across the line here in Gavagny-Gèdre. All about the pacing. And Tadej Pogacar, I think, was just about to say that he even pushed it just a little bit too much. At one moment, as we see Richard Carapaz making his way up towards the line here, losing a considerable amount of time and definitely playing back into his hands and his statements that he made ahead of today's stage, ahead of the Tour itself, that he was only here for stage wins. Let's hear now from the man who finished second on the stage.
Jonas Vingegaard, impressive how you were fighting and chasing Tadej Pogacar today. Talk us through the crucial moment on Col de Tourmalet and the fight towards the finish.
Well, yeah, it was a very tough day. It was not the day I wanted, obviously, but that's how it is sometimes. So they put in a big attack on the Tourmalet and I couldn't follow, and I had to settle within my own pace, and over the top I was not that far, but on a downhill like this, it's not really suited for me.
Looking at your numbers, were you on your best level today?
I don't think so. It was not my best day, but yeah, that's how it is.
How disappointed are you, Jonas?
No, obviously I'm disappointed. I have to be. But yeah, sometimes that's life, and I cannot change it.
Is it difficult to keep your moral if you got such a punch from Pogacar like today?
No, I still believe in myself. I still believe my legs will get better throughout the race, so the fight is not over.
Okay. Well, he has to believe in himself, but that is the damage that was done today, and Tadej Pogacar goes into the lead by 2 minutes and 42 seconds over Jonas Vingegaard. Isaac Del Toro's into third, Remco Evenepoel is 3 seconds behind him in fourth, Ayuso in fifth place. Matthias Vacek comes up towards the line, and as you can see, the yellow jersey still with 6.5 kilometers to cover. So here is what's going to happen with the jerseys. Tadej Pogacar goes into yellow. Mads Pedersen's extended his lead in green. Pogacar now leads in the King of the Mountains, and it is Isaac Del Toro who takes over the Maillot Blanc. And Tadej Pogacar wins the stage, and he wins the most combative rider as well. It has been utterly dominant from Pogacar today. So Matthias Vacek out of the white jersey. Isaac Del Toro takes over in that category. We'll have an update on the exact timings a little later on. Lenny Martinez, well, had a good start to the day. First over the Col d'Aspin, what's he got to say here?
Vous faites partie des grands, Lenny.
Well, Lenny had a big day today.
Tourmalet, ça allait, puis en haut, j'ai presque eu des crampes, et après, c'était... J'ai mal au ventre, c'est un peu compliqué, j'avais plus rien.
At my limit today, I had cramp on the Tourmalet. I then had stomach pain as well, and we were taking turns pulling on the front with Remco.
bof.
We tried our best, but my goodness, it was tough out there today.
Après, il y a vous avec le reste.
Ouais, bien sûr, mais bon, on reste encore un bon groupe.
Pogacar, then Vingegaard, and then yourself.
Ouais, c'est.
Everyone was strong today. It was a really tough day.
Wow, c'était sympa, mais quand je vois une journée comme ça, les jambes étaient OK. Mais il suffit qu'il y ait une journée où les jambes sont un peu moins bonnes et quand ça monte à ce rythme-là,
my legs felt okay, but then they just go. And when your legs go, then that's the end of it.
Non, je pense que tout le monde était à fond. Il y avait juste Remco qui était super fort.
We were a bit surprised that you didn't get any time over Jonas Vingegaard. Were you surprised? There were four of us really putting pressure on, but we were going full gas, but we just couldn't overhaul him.
Qu'est-ce qu'on se dit de votre côté? Je sais pas s'ils arrivent devant.
Pogacar has been utterly dominant today, and I don't know who arrived first. Pogacar, I mean Jonas, who was there first? Well, okay, they didn't arrive at the same time. Well, Pogacar, he's extraordinary. He's really strong. Tough day for Uno X Mobility. Tobias Harland Johannesson was dropped on the Tourmalet and really struggled to find his way back, but it's his teammate Torstein Thrand who's still out there at the moment. Having come into today's stage in the lead, he has still got over 5 kilometers to go until he's finished. A hard day. Not that you've known if you looked at today, Pogacar, of course.
Tadej Pogacar, you have won 23 stages on the Tour de France. Would you rate this one in your top 5, top 3, top 1 of most impressive wins?
I think top 5, I would say. I got flashbacks to what was the stage also with Tourmalet in 2023 when I broke my hand.
The Cotteret?
Yeah, I got a lot of flashbacks. Was similar finish. But it's really incredible victory. It's one of the sweetest for sure.
You had planned it exactly as it went?
Yeah, yesterday on the bus when we were coming from the stage with the guys, it was very big hype on the already talking about today's stage. And today I woke up like 7 in the morning and already my mind was going crazy, so I was really excited for today. So yeah, I knew, and all the guys were really hyped, so I knew it will be a good day. And yeah, we just commit. We were going like nothing to lose. If we explode, we explode, but in the end we succeeded, and I'm super proud on everybody. Today was crazy teamwork.
And did you imagine that you would have an advantage of more than 2 minutes on Jonas, and that you would reconquer the yellow jersey?
I didn't like in my mind. I left everything to coincidence. Whatever happens. Was not calculating any seconds or minutes or who's gonna win or whatever. I just wanted to do all the way to the finish, full gas. And yeah, I think I would not take the yellow jersey today because yeah, Torsten Train, I heard now that he crashed really bad from Tourmalet. Yeah, it's quite shit downhill, really dangerous if you miss a corner, and I hope he's okay. And yeah, I would still maybe prefer if he could keep the jersey today. So yeah, I hope he recovers fast and that he can continue racing.
Thank you, Tadej.
Well, I guess we'll have more of an idea on Thorstein Tran in a while. As you can see, the decathlon riders coming across the line, still over 4 kilometres for Thorstein Tran to consume in today's stage. Let's take a look back then at the main highlights of the day, and starting off from pole, they managed to get themselves into the immediate bit of attacking that went on. A trio of riders, Mads Pedersen, Victor Campenaerts and Huub Aerts, going up the road. Aerts was given a scolding for the way he was holding his handlebars, and at the sprint it was Pedersen who took maximum points, opening up a 75-point lead over Canter. Ben O'Connor struck out on the Col d'Espin, but UAE turned up the heat and also turned up the speed. Out in front, it was Lenny Martinez and Aurélien Paris-Peintre who cheeked it out for the points at the top, but as we got on to the infamous Col du Tourmalet, the first rider who really looked like he was struggling with Thorstein Tran, and the Norwegian in yellow started to go backwards. At the same time as he went backwards, this man went forwards. Tadej Pogačar pulling away, initially with Del Toro, then on his own. And he came across the Souvenir Jacques Godet out in front, taking 20 points, going into the lead in the King of the Mountains jersey as a consequence. On the descent, rider error from Tran, and he hit the deck. Whereas Pogačar continued to accelerate away. He got onto the climb up to the finish at Gavagny-Gèdre and came across the line to win his 23rd Tour de France stage and to move back into the yellow jersey. Jonas Vingegaard coming through over 2 minutes down on his main rival. And Del Toro moving into the white jersey as he found a little bit extra to come across the line in third.
De l'étape, Remco Evenepoel est 4e, Paul Sexas 5e, Lipomix 6e, Juan Ayuso 7e, Matthias Kelmos 8e.
So this out on the course, 2.6 kilometres left. And as Harland Johannesson guiding the yellow jersey home, as other riders start the descent down from the finish.
Florian, einmal kurz durchschnaufen. Das war die gewohnt und erwartet harte Etappe.
So, Florian, if we have a look back at today, it was a hard stage.
Ja, definitiv.
How much does this show how good your form is? It was a tough day from the start. Really hectic out there, and but I'm pretty happy with my performance, and I think I did well. On the Tourmalet, my legs weren't quite good enough, but I wasn't able to fully cooperate with the others, but But in the end, I got through it, and we didn't have a particularly fast pace in our group, so we were unable to close on Jonas. Are there any ways of beating Pogačar in this sort of form? I don't really think so. He is at a different level. He's just a different level to the rest of us, and I think it's going to be a battle for third place, I think, because Jonas was also super strong today. You think it's already about third place? Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. The fight for first and second is going to be a tough one, but yeah, the fight for third place is going to be a really, really tough one as well. I think it's going to be really frustrating for Jonas that he's so far away at the moment, but Jonas is definitely the second best rider and Tadej is definitely the best. The yellow jersey will garner applause wherever it goes, but for Torstein Tran it has been a very tough day indeed. He looks battered, beaten and bruised, and he also looks as though he just wants it to end.
Alors demain c'est la deuxième opportunité pour les sprinteurs qui ont dû attendre cette année la cinquième étape pour s'expliquer les coureurs les plus rapides du peloton mondial. Il y a eu la victoire tout en maîtrise hier de la part de Olaf Koy pour l'équipe des camions CMA-CGM, et demain ce seront les sprinteurs que l'on devrait retrouver à Paris du côté de Bordeaux, l'une des capitales du Tour de France après celle de Pont également, capitale des sprinteurs là aussi, la cité bordelaise, avec une belle explication entre les meilleurs finisseurs et des sprinteurs revanchards.
It appears that we just had an earthquake in the Pyrenees regarding the GC this year's Tour de France. Tadej Pogačar standing here watching the finish, Son Jurs, everyone, reporters, journalists, without words of what he and UAE did today.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. The whole team, you know, the perfection. I mean, if you could have perfection, that's what they did. But actually, probably could also have been better. I was just talking to Mauro Gianetti after the finish, and he told me of the record that probably Tadej Pogačar asked Del Toro to follow him after Del Toro launched already his attack, so maybe was already on the limit. Otherwise, according to Gianetti, Del Toro probably could have been able to follow Vingegaard better than he did. Then he ended up with the Sexas group. But anyway, it's been so great this day that I think they can't complain at all.
The viewers back home got a lot of images from the GC riders, but we've seen domestiques, everyone coming in. They were all on their limits today, Jensi.
The day was a lot harder, or he started a lot harder. The first people were already in trouble on a Cat 4 climb. 55 kilometers into the race, the first people got dropped, you know, on a Cat 4 climb. So it was a super hard day. It was hot out there again. And yet, Pogačar turned on the screws so early in the race that there was just no saving for nobody.
Pogačar back in yellow. We are only 6 days into the Tour de France, but one thing we know about this race is not over until we reach Paris.
Absolutely not. It isn't over until we reach Paris, but as far as this man's time in yellow is concerned, that is very much over. He is going to come in, it looks, around 27, 28 minutes slower than Tadej Pogačar today. So doing honour to the yellow jersey, Torstein Tran, in spite of having a really horrible day out there, blowing up on the Tourmalet, then falling on the descent. Now approaching the last 500 metres of today. Anders Harland Johansson has been at his side, talking him through it, keeping him smiling. Inside that last 500 metres then, Just have to watch out for those riders who are descending already. So Thorsten Tran makes his way up towards the finish line. Last 200 metres now. He's had terrific support over what has been a very hard last 50 kilometres or so. Keeping him smiling, keeping him on form. Anders Highland Johannesson has done a fantastic job. Thorstein Tran over the line. Let's hear from his DS, Gabriel Rasch now.
Gabriel Rasch, this is not the day that you had hoped for, you had expected. First of all, how is Thorsten Tran after that crash?
He's going to go for an X-ray when he finished. So let's see. I think he's in a bit of a pain, but he's finishing the stage at least.
Also for Tobias Hallen Johannesson, getting dropped and distanced on the Col de Tourmalet, it's a big blow for the team.
Yeah, a little bit earlier than we had hoped, of course, but it's a long tour, and maybe it opened up some possibilities, other possibilities for him, but it's still a long way to go to Paris, and he usually is very good the last week, so let's see.
For Thorsten Tran, coming into today's stage after the crash yesterday, did that affect him? Did he have bad legs? There was he and the team, you also believed he could carry this yellow jersey for another few days.
Yeah, of course we thought, but it was a super hard pace, and he did what he could. Yeah.
Can you give us an insight, your feelings, how special it was to have this yellow jersey within the team on the shoulders of Thorsten Tran? What a moment, what an incredible moment for Uno X Mobility.
Yeah, it's been really special, and he's a guy who's been in the team from the beginning also, so it's been super special for us, and I think most teams dream about this, and we achieved it only for 2 days, but still it was really special.
Thank you, Gabby.
Well, there's the moment that really did put paid to Thorsten Tran, staying in that yellow jersey. Had a quick once-over from the doctors, but in quite a lot of pain, and he will be back up onto his legs. But as soon as he comes away from the finish today, he's going to have an X-ray. Upshot of all of this is, of course, that Tadej Pogacar's had to wait rather longer than he would have liked at the end of the stage in order to be celebrated as the winner of today's stage. 2 stages now on the 2026 Tour de France, the 113th edition of this great race, and Tadej Pogacar has his second stage win of this tour. And Emmanuel Macron, the President of the Republic, is on the stage to applaud him.
Brandon McNulty, fantastic job on the Tourmalet to launch today's attack just before the Toro. Tell us more about the pace you set, which was quite high. Everybody was suffering.
Yeah, that was our plan, just to ride our not as hard as we could, but just below, just so we were all under control, and then go as long as we could until the big guys wanted to launch, and then it was perfect.
Yeah, obviously perfect job by the team, and today finishing it off this way with these big gaps back in yellow. Did you expect also to be in yellow?
It's hard to say yellow just because they did have quite a big gap, like almost 8 minutes, but yeah, we hope for at least larger gaps to the main GC guys like Jonas, but yeah, I actually don't really know the gaps right now, but I heard they're big.
You can go even deeper when you know that you're working for today, because you know that somehow this guy is going to take it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's won before. It's when you have the tour champion on your wheel, you go give it all. But I mean, at the end, it's just we do what we can do.
I know you have a long downhill to go back to the buses. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And what it means is that this man moves into the yellow jersey. Coming into this Tour de France, Tadej Pogačar was over 50 days in the yellow jersey, 55 before winning it on this stage, so he will go to 56 tomorrow. And on this tour, he now has his sights firmly set on overcoming the records of Chris Froome with 59 days in yellow and Miguel Indurain with 60 days in yellow. The only two that will then lie ahead of him are the 75 days in yellow of Bernardino and the 96 days in yellow of Eddy Merckx.
Patxi Vila, how can you summarise this kind of stage, that performance from Tadej Pogačar and what UAE Team Emirates XRG did on the Col de Tourmalet there?
Well, it's something I think we kind of could expect. They show they are a very strong team. Actually, the movements happen as we spoke this morning, also what we expected, and Tadej simply just was once more from another category. I think another spectacular win for him, and also I think the team in general, he did very well.
When I spoke to you this morning, you said this is going to be a day where we can really see where Florian Lipovitz and Remco Evenepoel are against everybody else in a real mountains test. You've seen that now. Remco Evenepoel finishing fourth, Florian with him in the same group. How do you see the other riders? I mean, it's quite on par, really.
Yeah, I think today up the valley here, we were a couple of teams committing to bring back Jonas. I think it was, as we expected, a very hard stage. And there you see that there is a pretty equal level. Finally, Jonas also was almost back in 20 seconds. So I think, besides Tadej, that is pretty far up the road, then the rest, I think we are pretty at the same level. Couple of riders. So I think it's still a very open race. To win it, it's really difficult, but all the rest, I think, very open.
Big battle for the podium, at least. I know we're only on stage 6, but there's still a huge battle and such a big group of favourites battling it out.
Yeah, it's a big group. I think it was 10 riders here finally, so there's still a lot of people there. It's also the first big mountain stage, and still a lot to come in the Giro. It's only stage 6, so still a long way to go.
What do you have to do to beat Tadej Pogačar? Is it a collective between teams and you come together?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Even if we all, with all the teams together, it would be possible. No, it's just crazy what he can do on a bike, and what he did. It was just amazing. Even though at the beginning, at top of Tourmalet, when Jonas was not so fast, and Jonas was coming back after La Mongie, it was getting closer. That was a bit of a hope, but then finally on the valley here was just fantastic.
Thanks, Patxi.
Well, it's very honest, isn't it? They all know just how good he is. Quite a lot of duties for Tadej Pogacar today. Stage win. He also got the most combative rider. He's into the yellow jersey. He's also into the Maillot à Pois, a jersey that he's already worn on this year's tour.
Par Michel-Édouard Leclerc, donc président du comité stratégique des centres Leclerc, et de l'autre côté du podium par monsieur André Verger, président de la communauté de communes Pyrénées-Vallée des Gaves, l'hôte et l'hôtesse des centres Leclerc qui félicite également Tadej Pogacar. Voilà le champion. Il a le sourire, il a traîné un peu plus longtemps, il faut dire. Et donc on peut le comprendre, hein. 4 passages, il y en aura effectivement un 4e avec le prix de la combativité Century 21. Nous aurons d'ici là 2 autres tableaux d'honneur avec Mats Pedersen pour le maillot vert.
So here are the new standings in the mountains, the king of the mountains. 28 points to Pogacar, Jonas Vingegaard into second on 19 points. Lenny Martinez with that ascent of the Col d'Aspin in first place goes into third. And Expuldan, the previous leader, down 3 places. No points added to his tally of 13 overnight.
Objetivos, ¿no? Sí. Ningún problema.
Well, we saw that the man in the yellow jersey, Torstein Tran, had a very hard day. Here he is talking to us.
See what the X-ray shows. For now, my head is hurting a bit, and then obviously my ribs are not super fine. So yeah, we just have to see.
Okay. Can you tell us how you come across the finish line still with a smile on your face after all of that?
Well, we was joking with Anders that we will sprint for it. So I don't know if he would let me win or not, but at least we can still enjoy it, even though it was not the best day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, a hard day indeed for Torstein Tran. Also, tough day for Vasek. He was in the white jersey at the start of the day. Now Isaac Del Toro is into that white jersey. So UAE Team Emirates, they are looking almost invincible at this year's tour.
XRG félicité par Louis Armari, que l'on salue évidemment. Donc il aime le rugby, mais il aime aussi le vélo. De l'autre côté du podium, Léa Priolo, chef de projet événementiel chez Chris, et l'hôte et l'hôtesse des opticiens Chris, Isaac Del Toro, on l'applaudit très fort. Inconnu au bataillon il y a de cela 4 années, il avait remporté le Tour de l'Avenir et maintenant il est parmi les meilleurs sportifs mondiaux sur un vélo. Isaac Del Toro qui prend son temps, hein, voilà. Il lève son bouquet, on le félicite, on le siffle dans le bon sens du terme, on l'applaudit surtout et on l'acclame, bravo, on le siffle de manière admirative, entendais-je, dans le propos, vous l'avez compris. Mais tableau d'honneur à remettre... il y a encore 2, oui, c'est vrai. Non, encore 2, oui, pardon, oui, c'est vrai, il y a encore un maillot vert, et puis après, il y a un combatif. Évidemment, il y a encore 2.
So, Isaac Del Toro moves into the lead, and he has a 7-second advantage over Juan Ayuso. Paul Sexas is in third, Lenny Martinez in fourth, and Vasek, who started the day in first place, slides down 4 places. The Gruppetto come across the line. And they will be mightily delighted to have completed their day out in the Pyrenees and be already looking forward to tomorrow.